Mic check, everyone. What's up? What's up? What's up? All right, guys. We're gonna play this out. So we're accepting. Let me know if my volume's good. We're gonna accept people to come up right off the bat. I don't think anybody will. I went and gave some invites out, but we'll see what happens. I know some people wanted to come up on the last one. I didn't allow anybody up till the end, but definitely want debaters to come up, please, and represent this evil God. Please, I'm begging you, please. So we have some things to go over today. Let's get this organized here. 1 second. All right. There we go. Okay. So I'm 3 days into my fast. It'll be in a few hours. It'll be 3 days. So I'm a little off, but I'm about to be over the 3-day hump of this, which is important. So once I get through the 3 days, I'm good. But I do have a lot of energy. It's pretty weird when you do a fast. It is weird. I know a lot of people can't. They're, with their health and different things. They're not, they can't do it, but thankfully I'm able to, and it's interesting. So let's check the camera out. We're good. Again, we're accepting debaters to represent this God of the Bible. Please. I really want to have the conversation, but in the meantime, we have a lot of things to go over. I have a lot of notes here I've been writing down. I mean, I have a lot of stuff here. So please, anybody's welcome. The link is pinned. And aside from that, we're streaming on the backup channel and on Rumble as well. So make sure you're subbed to the backup channels, please. This channel is going to be gone. Every time I do one of these streams, I'm like, I'm done with it. Now I got this out of the way, but something always festers within me to keep telling the truth about what's going on, about our spirituality being hijacked by these entities. You know what I mean? So I think we need to expose this for what it is. So anyways, with that, let me go to the chat first to see what's up with everybody. Much to talk about, much to discuss as usual. What's up, Jinsey and Sunkissed? Much love, everyone. Where are we at here? What's up, Mary? Good to see you. And Three Fingers. What's up, bro? And Mary, good to see everybody. NH Guy and Queen of Swords. Much love. So yeah, I have a video that we're gonna play. It's about 2 hours, and it's I think it'd be a good video to play for this because she was a Christian. She still labels herself a Christian, but she woke up to the God of the Bible, Yahweh, and the actual translations, and where this all originated from, and how they changed different things to make it mean something else that people stand on as the truth. And apparently, obviously, just doing some basic research on these evil entities back in the days that took these original translations and changed it. And what it was really referring to is not the true creator God. And it's very obvious and prevalent. There's a lot of people now exposing this for what it is. But people don't want to do that. People still stand by this God. Okay? This God of war, murder, pestilence, plagues, and fear and obedience. Stop bowing down, getting on your knees to anything. Is getting disgusting. And people still defend it. People that seem to be well-versed in scripture and translations in Greek and Hebrew still stand. I have not met one yet that has separated themselves from this evil God. Not one. They still stand by this God. Okay, so, and they even said that they debate that Yahweh is the true creator God. You guys are crazy. Oh my God. What's up, Call for Zero? And you guys have adopted. People like and share, please. I'm going to try to get in the zone here. You guys have adopted satanic rituals performing on Jesus, my friends. Eating the flesh, drinking the blood. What do you think that is, people? It's disgusting. The communion is disgusting. This whole thing was hijacked. Jesus, all of it was hijacked. If I were a Christian and I stood by this, I would take Jesus and his teachings and I would run away from the rest of it. That's what you guys should be doing. You know what I mean? That's what I would be doing. And that's what some have done. And if you want to feel free and not in fear, then I would do that if I were you. But hey, Mermaid A, what's up? Jinsey. Okay, so we got our tea. I'm probably going to be taking a lot of bathroom breaks, so I'm going to be drinking a lot of fluids. What's up, Heather? Good to see you, Heather. Our pool, what's up? If anybody knows anybody that wants to debate me on this, please. I would love the conversation. Tommy, if you're out there, I sent him a comment. The link is pinned. You're more than welcome to come up anytime. But in the meantime, we'll expose this God for what it is. Joel, what's up? Some new people here. TD, what's up, TD Freelancer? Yeah, that's what's up. Okay, Provo in the house. What's up, Provo? Loosh. DJ, what's up, DJ? So where to begin, my friends? Where to begin? I never know. I never really have a game plan. It never works out if I do. So what's up, Jake? Big shout out to Jake. Thank you. And Lara, much love, much love. Food for thought. How did the Jewish religion appropriate the Old Testament? Yeah, that's a good question. Who's gonna debate and defend the jealous God? You know what I mean? Yeah, please. Please come up here. If they have the balls to damn other souls, they should have the balls to get up there. Right. That's exactly right. That's a bomb. If you're all in, I guess you can have the love and the fear. You could love the fear of God. My relationship is energy. Um, I think fear would be the opposite of creation. Fear is the creation of this whole thing. You know what I mean? They knew what the fear energy would do. They know they put the fear into the population, what they can get away with, you know? So fear is a very low frequency none of us should be in by any means. I stand with the God of this recycling center. That's what it is, people. Our spirituality's been hijacked. They're even controlling the spiritual realm, my friends. You know what I mean? Like, this shit's deep. This shit is deep. I changed in and I was in it a long time. Big shout out to that. Big shout out. All Catholics and Christians, but not all Christians and are Catholics. It's the same. It's the same thing, you know what I mean? But I remember going to Catholic church when I was younger, living in Louisiana and then some other places. When I was a kid and the whole communion thing, I used to see the different older kids go up and get the little piece of bread or whatever. They're like eating Jesus's flesh, like a total satanic ritual. And I bet if we had Jesus here or if we were in Jesus in that time, if this whole thing is real, I don't know. I'm just being real with myself. If we asked Jesus, hey, how do you want us to remember you? Do you want us to drink your blood and eat your flesh? Would he agree with that, you think, people? I don't think so. I think that he would say, just be, you know what I mean? Just fucking be, whatever, you know? But don't eat my flesh and drink my blood. But I used to be jealous of them. Saying, man, I wish I could get my time to go up there and eat this flesh of Jesus. I mean, what? It's a total satanic ritual. And I pointed out a year or two ago on the channel where we had a bunch of religious people around, and a lot of my friends were, and there started being some, you know, people would judge and start throwing the Bible at me and start damning me to hell, my own friends. And I remember there was some satanic ritual blood thing going on, and it was all over the news of some party. And we had the video, and all the Christians were like, oh my gosh, they're Satan worshipers, this and that with blood and sacrifice and all this stuff. But then that's exactly what you guys are doing with Jesus. You guys are drinking his blood and eating his flesh. You know what I mean? While satanic rituals are all throughout this thing, and you guys support it. It was very hypocritical. Our pool. Let's see, let's go up here. Where were we at here? Let's see. Okay. I pledge to go 24 hours on this point with fluids alone. Here we go. What's up? Nice. What's up, Austin? Much love, Anna K. So, again, I'll share some links with you guys. I found a compilation of Paul Wallace and what's his name, where he had all of his stuff into one. It's a 4-hour thing. We're not going to go over that one, but basically, this guy proves how the translations change from an evil person, an evil entity that wanted to be called God, wanted obedience and people to bow down, and wanted to be called the God of war. You know what I mean? This Yahweh character. And they changed that to God, Lord, Most High. Okay? So there's numerous points of this, and it's been proven in spades. And so I'll be sharing links to that, and I have another video to go over, though, something a little bit different, but the same thing. A little more understandable in a way for certain people, I think. What's up, Austin and a K? Many layers. Awareness is key. The fight is just getting started at death, in my opinion. Thank you. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, people, you trust me. Yeah, we have got to where's our awareness. It is key in this life right now. You're not going to die and be all cuddly because you were obedient and bow down and beg for forgiveness to this God. You're not going to be cuddly with rainbows now and like streets of gold. That's not how it happens, my friends. We have many layers to shatter through after this life, and there's many layers of deception. Okay? So we'll try to get in the zone here. What we got? Let me get back to these comments here. Where are we at? Okay. New World Order. Interesting name. I heard a priest say, that is my body, many times, never felt right. Right. Total satanic ritual. Let me go to my notes here. So what I did was like, okay, so when we were talking about communion and stuff, I was going, since we're on this subject with that comment, drinking the blood and eating the flesh, a total satanic ritual, communion, all this different stuff. It's from John 6:51. We're gonna be going over the specific verses. When people throw these things at you, with these different verses and ideas and condemning us to hell for eternity, a lake of fire for eternity. I try to go to the exact verses that says this, and then I pull it up, and it'll be like a dozen verses from Romans, whatever. And I'm just reading this, looking at this, and like, wow, because evil men that wanted to control us and hijack our spirituality and this world wrote this on paper and printed it. Now, all these people around us are condemning us and running with it as the truth, throwing it in our face. It's like, wow, just these 100 letters that evil men wrote. We getting all of this thousands of years later. It's getting out of control. I don't get it. Everyone knows fruit from a poisonous tree. Here, the Catholic and other religions are the tree, you know? So I'm ready to denounce and deny this God once again. And anybody that comes around my channel or around me, honestly, I'm being serious right now, condemning me or anybody around or claims this God as their own, they're just getting blocked. You could come up here and talk about it, but I'm not taking any of that energy anymore. I'm sick of it. And what happens is people say things and it bothers me and I start thinking about it. Then I got to do one of these again. I'm ready to move on from this fake God once and for all. So at time of death, be quiet. Use your only as needed basis and absolutely never call the Matrix tech support customer service. Right. Yeah. Tell the Lords of Karma that you are sovereign. You know what I mean? You are a sovereign soul. That's like the number one message I could give anybody in this life, in this world. You are sovereign. Don't let these little jesters, these little deceivers trick you out of position, okay? Because they've done it here, and they're going to do it after you leave this body. Trust me. And you're going to be stuck in a cycle once again, all right? I see the game clearly. Okay. About through the chat here. They don't indoctrinate me again. It's over. I woke up. I'm awake. We are awake. What's up, Joe Cool? Thank you. It's an act of cannibalism, plain and simple. A satanic ritual of cannibalism. So isn't it hypocritical to say that to point out cannibals and Satanists and satanic rituals while you're doing one with Jesus, people? It's so disgusting. What's up, Malcolm? Okay. Okay, let me pull up my favorites here. I went and saved this whole tab here that I had. Open all 12. So hopefully my internet works fine. Bear with me for a second. And we're going to get to a video and get started. Somebody's here. Give me a second. Okay, so we have that real quick. Oh, by the way, this is another important thing. It was, where was it? The Son of God, by the way, the Son of God in Hebrew doesn't mean like a physical Son of God. It means, what was it? It means having a special relationship. To be, what was it? What was the thing? I have it here somewhere. But it was interesting to see the Hebrew definition of Son of God isn't like an actual Son of God. It's someone that's a representative of or coming from God, which we all are. You know what I mean? They totally hijacked this Jesus thing. And to say, I'm going to add you on in a second, Joe, to say that he died for our sins, I think is a complete lie. Because it encourages and it other bad behavior, pedophilia, you name it. This whole thing where he died for our sins is a complete sham, my friends. Okay? Someone prove to me otherwise. What's up, bro?
I
Oh
know.
shit. What's up, man?
What's going on, bro? I want to recap. I'd rather talk than fucking type in the chat. But I think you're giving it to me. You're disillusioned with Christianity or something. I don't know. Something happened.
um
or,
no,
um,
no, I disillusioned. I was never a Christian, so I was
I was going
never
to ask you.
religious. Um I'm just tired of being I'm just tired of seeing people worship this evil God and represent this God. I've been doing a lot of research on the original Hebrew of the Bible and
Yeah.
where it came from and how the translations have been um, false and
Yeah.
misleading to the truth. And I'm tired of being condemned by these people.
Give me some of the. I don't want to get you more condemned, but give me some of the ones that the most obvious, and then we'll talk about some. I'll defend the Bible. I'm not Christian, never been to church. Is that the religion? Yes, Christian, never been to church. But I
I'll show
read
you.
the book. I think it's a pretty good book, so yeah, I'll defend it.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying nobody should read it, and I'm not saying there's no truth in there. I'm saying that.
It's been used. People have taken it and used it to their so and so, and not only that. But go ahead. I'm putting words in your mouth.
Well, I'll show you.
Okay.
You asked for something. I'll share something with you, and
Uh,
that's the word Elohim.
yeah.
And in Hebrew, so what they changed it to is that it's God singular. You know what I mean? They what they do is they take Elohim and Yahweh and these different words and names of these were evil entities back in the day that were causing war and just so much stuff, and they wanted to be
Uh,
called gods. And so when we see this stuff of this evil entity and people sacrificing animals and people to it and things like that,
yeah.
they're
Yeah.
talking about Yahweh, who was the leader of these territories, and he wanted to be called a god. But when you go, and then, so in the original translation is talking about the original text, the most original we can get, which no one really has that, by the way. When it says Elohim, when we read the Bible, it says God, Lord, Most High. But the original said Elohim, and Elohim means gods or godhood, or uh, a God of Israel in the majestical plural. It's a plural thing to gods, angels, government heads. It can mean a lot of different things. It
Okay.
doesn't mean it's the singular one creator.
So I hear you. Uh, oh shoot, those are my headphones acting weird. If you can hear that sound, my headphones acting weird. I got a second pair I can switch out if I have to. Anything else? Because I would agree with that. It would appear that the Sumerians, the ones they talked about, the two main guys they talked about are the guys that we ended up putting in the Christian Bible nowadays. They got an argument for that, a good argument for that, that those were not gods. And also, Jesus was not considered a god back then. You know, afterwards, everybody worshipped him as a god and stuff. He was more of a man back then.
I don't think that he was the son of God. Again, if you go to, I don't think it was like that. I think he was just a normal person that became a divine being with a message. You know what
I
I
hear you.
mean? And
Yeah.
it was that simple. I don't even think this whole thing played out like that. I don't think that he died for our sins and it was son of God and all this. Because when you go to like the original thing, it wasn't even referring to that. It was saying that he came from God just like all of us did. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that they added a lot of extras on the story to
It,
make
it,
it to where he was like doing all this magical stuff. Not that we can't do magical things. And he
yes.
did all of this and all this that we can't do. It's kind of, but if it was more of one of us, like a normal person, I think we would be resonating with it more and not kind of like bowing it down to as his God. I don't think he wanted
Yes.
to be worshipped. He was very against Yahweh. He actually came to counter Yahweh. You know what I mean? And this whole thing. And to say, no, don't worship this guy. He's not your God. There's many scriptures of this that we'll be going over later.
I know that he would tell, like, when he healed someone, they be like, "Oh my God, Jesus incredible, he healed so and so." He'd be like, "No, I didn't do it. You know, that's my father. I don't have those abilities. Worship him." And then I think he'd be disappointed to find out that everybody worshipped him as opposed to his father, which is all he talked about.
Well, when it's talking about father too, it's just referring to um, see, that's why I don't like that terminology, my father. I don't know. It's just the one creator source that we're all connected to. We're all rooted in
Yeah,
every, all of creation is rooted in the creator singular source. Period.
yeah.
Point blank. I don't need to bow down to it. I don't need to beg forgiveness. I don't think that this creator even gives a shit what we do. I
Yeah,
think that we care what we do, because
yeah,
at the end of the day, when we die, we face the mirror on our life and what we did. There's
yeah.
no dogmatic God behind the scenes, I don't think.
I get you. And you're right. First of all, we are all one. The Bible itself says, "Ye are all gods." Yeah. So you're right on that path. But I do believe that there are some who are more skilled. I consider Jesus my brother. I'm a tiny God. Jesus, my big brother, could do things. He'd elevate it to a position I can't. And what people call God, I call what some people might call nature or the source or whatever. I believe there's a divine intelligence there. And I think he leans toward good, which is why all of us try to do good. Uh, that's why I'd start with my philosophy.
Right.
But
But
you,
I think the monkey wrench that they threw into that, what you're saying, I agree with you. Um, is not we don't need to worship Jesus. That's not what he wanted. He was an
uh,
example, he represented an energy field, the very high vibration,
I think
kind of
so.
as an example. And I think at that time they needed it in a balanced world where this fucked up Yahweh character was fucking
Who
destroying
is this
things. And
Yahweh character? Oh, you're talking about
bro,
the Inky Elil God who I'm mad at you, that
right.
God. Yeah, yeah, the angry God. Okay, okay, all right. Yeah.
So I forgot what I was gonna say, but I
I'm sorry.
yeah, no, I don't think that at all that Jesus wanted. I think Jesus, okay, let me say this real quick because I want to make sure I put this on the table. This is a very powerful energy. Like, if you think about Jesus and you
Yeah.
connect
Woo.
with that energy, that spirit,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
very high vibration.
It
You know
is.
what I mean? But it's
Uh,
not really him. It's a state of being, really.
I hear
You know
you.
what I mean? That's my
Yeah,
message. It's a state of
yeah,
being, not a person. He didn't die for our sins, all this stuff. I don't think that at all. I think that that's a big cop out
yeah.
for us to accept people like, "Oh, you were a pedophile." I've had people up here where
I
they were
would
like,
say to exclude people. That would be a better purpose of it. You can exclude people, not to accept people. That way, only your clan goes to heaven. If you must follow Jesus, he is the way. We're the only righteous ones on the fucking planet. To exclude people would seem more logical to me.
"But why do we see all these rappers and different satanic people representing that type of energy? Why are they all wearing a Jesus piece?" So I
I
want to talk
see.
about that real quick. Jesus.
Uh, I see just as many wearing the upside down cross and representing Satan as well.
I'm gonna share this image right here.
Lil Nas X, Lil Uzi Vert, all of them fucking got fucking upside down crosses and shit nowadays. It's really it sucks, but I don't know. The rock and roll has been doing that shit for years with the devil horns and all that shit, and now monkey see, monkey do. I guess.
So let me pull this up.
Okay.
Okay, people. This right here, anybody can come up. I'm welcoming anybody, all debaters or anything, to come up and share their piece. Let me get rid of this film. You know what this really represents, people? I think if you have a Jesus piece, you are so misrepresenting his message and who he really was and what was about.
Yeah, you're worshiping an
Again,
idol
I
for
always
one.
stand where I don't really know what happened, but this is them portraying Jesus as a divine being that they slaughtered. This is the slaughter of a divine being that had a powerful message. That's what you're doing. You know what I mean? You're not living it. You're focusing on the slaughter of this divine being. I don't think Jesus wanted to be remembered this way. I think it's disgusting, and it's a spell.
Your observation is much more intelligent than mine. All I see is I can't get past why has it got to be a white dude? I ain't got past that shit yet. That's part of mind control nonsense too, man. Even black folks and Indians and shit holding up that white dude. All right, I got to get past that shit.
Well, and that's another point. He wasn't even white in the beginning. He was
Uh,
you could go,
uh,
there's a video on YouTube of Jesus from the beginning depictions until now, and it's like he started, like Middle Eastern. It became more and
uh,
more white as
uh,
it's pretty
if
interesting.
you look at like the Vatican, and they've got a lot of the original paintings when they used to paint Jesus and the Virgin Mother, they were dark as fuck. And then they started getting lighter until they became white. I think it was on some control bullshit. But they wouldn't get rid of these paintings. They're masterpieces. Google this shit. They still got some. You can find some online. The earliest ones, dude is like 87 times, like Wesley Snipes black. Always the mother too. But I don't want to.
Yeah.
Now, I know that the fact that that irks me so bad, it's something I need to work on. It's my fucking issue. I don't even need to be talking about it.
Yeah, I don't know what the real story is, but I'm honest with myself to know that I don't even know if these people existed. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. We're in some
I,
type of
I'm not
weird.
sure it matters, right? I'm not sure it matters because apparently you know Jesus. I know him. I know him as that energy. When I meditate, the energies that come to me and the different intensities and all of that stuff. Uh, Yes, he is one with a great energy, one that I fear, and he don't have to get near you, and you start weeping and crying. That's that dude. I'm sure it is. It doesn't matter if what he looked like. So I was wrong for that shit. It doesn't matter if he was born left of the so and so or right of the river of so and so. All that shit don't matter, man. If he is what I think he is justice, mercy, forgiven. He's the son of the all, and the all is merciful. It wants you to be good. As proof to that, man, if you put 10 motherfuckers in a room, 9 of them want to die leaving a legacy of good. 9 of them think they are good and do good. 9 of them will swear that they chase good. So it's real. I think it's what people have man has used to control you and make a little image of and the idol and all of that shit. Uh, but he's absolutely real. People have just misdefined him, in my opinion.
Yeah, I believe it's real too. Like I said, people don't know, but you can easily channel this energy, and it's some fucking deep ass shit. And I'm not gonna. So we got Tommy here. I'm gonna add you on in a second.
Uh,
We have a lot of things to go over today, but I wanted to invite people up right off the bat.
Tommy, I would love to hear his what he thinks Jesus is and come from and how they're, he's gonna have an interesting take.
So looking at my notes real quick. Um, yeah, let's just add Tommy on. What's up, Tommy?
I know Jesus is real, was real, walked this earth, is historically and factual as I know I'm on a globe. Why don't you?
Tommy, what's our best evidence that he died? Period. On a cross or any of that. I was just thinking as he was talking, what is the best evidence of that?
Well, that's the argument you're going to have with the muzzies that I don't care what they think, but every Caesar that interacted that's referenced in the Bible, we have historical reference to. And this dude's going to sit here and soul trap and say he's down with me, say he's down with my channel until he's not down again. And really, he's the same Ian that ran away the last time there.
Wait, what was that?
I said, you're going to sit here and talk your soul trap. You're going to run through every internet conspiracy BS thing when the truth is right out there for you to find. And the time to find that truth is increasingly shorter and shorter.
What truth?
That Jesus was the way, the truth, the light, was real, was condemned by Pontius Pilate, who we have historical reference that was the Caesar of that time.
So I agree with you, but it's not that Jesus is the way, and we only get saved by agreeing and worshiping Jesus. I think it's becoming that
Then
energy
I
field,
disagree.
being
That is
light as a
being real.
feather, but not bowing down to someone that was. That's my thing.
Well, then uh, sadder man for it. And that's not me being my ego. That's me trying to tell you the truth when you can't find the truth on your own. I've already handled your little hacker Satan worshiper that wanted to come at me.
I don't know what you're talking about, but What about this God in the Bible, though?
The
This
one
Yahweh
true God, you mean?
character, this Elohim. So are you saying, real quick, Tommy, that this God referred to in the Bible, this God, Lord, Most High, is all the same entity? Or are you separating yourself from the Old Testament God?
No, there's one true God. Yes.
Okay. So when there's bona fide proof that it's referring to an evil being that wanted to be called God, it wasn't the
Not
true creator
evil.
God.
Why are
What?
you calling my God evil?
And
I know
what's the
where you're
bona
going to go
fide
with this,
proof?
Ian. I listen to all your little petty rants that you do alone with no pushback.
Okay, you got disconnected. Or was that
Yeah,
me? I
yeah.
don't
I
know.
know it's going to happen. Let's
Okay.
do this. Let's do this on my channel where I always planned on you doing it. And you can just cut to the chase. I don't like you tiptoeing around your this is typical. It's all too typical. As typical as you have unslaved wrenched up, you have my main pedo accusers wrenched up. This channel is no better than the way you left it, and you should leave it again.
Okay.
But I'm gonna give you an invitation whenever you want to do this for real and hear the truth about God, you can come to my house to do it. Because I know how
Probably not
you
gonna
are. You're just
happen.
as mod God as Paul. You're just as mod God as Z. You're just as mod God as all those pussies. Because you're a pussy too, Ian. And I don't like the way
Okay.
you came back kissing my ass just to deny me again. You're a joke.
When did I deny you? Okay, see you later.
Yeah, you went out again, or maybe you left or something. All right. See if we can snap back.
Okay, so I saved some
So,
comments. I'm
shit.
not even gonna respond. It's just petty nonsense. He's just
Uh,
he comes over just to promote his channel, and people on his channel come over here and promote him. It's just it's stupid. I'm not gonna be on your channel. I unsubscribed a while back, so you're not gonna see me on your channel, dude. How is it a good book and is full of slavery, death, destruction, sacrifice, and degrading women? A good book
all
would
good.
inspire and uplift.
It does inspire and uplift. And all good books have that drama in them. Without the drama, there is no hero. Blah blah. You need a story like that, and sure is uplifting and inspiring. Man, it is. It's a great book. Oh my God, it's so incredible. And when you were talking to Tommy, you was like the guy they're referring to. I'm not sure they're all referring to the same God, because it seems like I don't know anything New Testament is referring to a kinder God or something. Hey, son, Kiss, how are you?
Much love, Sunkist.
You're muted, babe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, can y'all
I'm
hear me?
right. I'm right here. I'm right here listening. Go ahead, guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I just wanted to say, the question with this one true God and the study and the research, it is clearly too easy. I am standing here right now with my strong concordance, with my King James Version. When it is mentioning God, like in the beginning, like if you go to, you know, um, Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God. That is Hebrew word for 30. If you go to your strong concordance and turn to Hebrew word for 30, it is Elohim. It is the plural form of El. It is clearly stating that more than one God created in the beginning, not a
yeah.
true God. It is talking about many. So when people are talking about the one true God created this place, tell me which one. And that's not the only place. If you, about 90% of where it says God in the Old Testament, it is whether it's talking about lowercase gods, Moloch, all that other stuff, it is using the word Elohim, which could mean judges, which could mean angels, which could mean political figures. It is not talking about a one true God. That is
It's
simple.
it says they created man. I think it uses they in there. I would have assumed it's not a hard leap to. It's talking about multiples.
It's a plural form. It doesn't.
Yeah.
So when I hear people with that argument, I'm sorry, that says, oh, do your research. This is basic research. This is just one word. And this concordance, it goes along with the Holy KJV. All you have to do is match up those words. And I said, that's one of the reasons, forgive me, I'm not feeling too well, but I had to say something. One reason we have all this confusion is that people do not want to do the research themselves. People do not want to, that's the same reason why they allow Christ to take accountability for their sins. We are our own individual souls. We are our own individual people.
Damn.
If I go to Walmart today and I decided to break some kind of law, to steal, to beat down, nobody, when I go stand in the court in front of somebody, I'm not going to be allowed to have somebody say, no, I'll take it for you. I'm going to take this woman's sentence for her. They're going to say, you better sit down or you go be held in contempt. It's my responsibility.
Yes,
It's your responsibility.
Even if I told you go in there and rob this place for him, you can't say, you know, Joe said he'd take responsibility. Ain't nobody fucking hearing that shit. And Joe told me to do it. Joe said he'd take all the responsibility if I murder a motherfucker. You know, nah, you still better burn.
Exactly. And we have to remember that this book, think about slavery. I'm going to take it there. This book was made to enslave. Think about the slaves. You were stripped of your language. You were stripped of your culture. You were stripped of your spirituality. And the only thing that you could do was have Sunday worship with the slave master or the person that the slave master appointed, and you had to read from this book. And they have verses in here that tell you, be a good slave. Look at First Peter. Turn to First Peter 2:18. We're going to turn to First Peter 2:18, and we're going to see why it's so important for the slave to understand and to uphold the rules and regulations in this book, or you are going to go to hell. That's a good way to control people. You do what I tell you, or you're going to have a fear of condemnation. If the slave master doesn't care about your physical body, why would he care about where your soul is going?
I think of that in terms of if your previous analogy is right, Elohim could mean rulers, judges, all of those things. That will make the slaves us. What we be calling slaves, like Paul calls slaves, the slaves will be us. And if the Bible is saying be kind to your masters, I just take it as, when I'm a cop watch. I don't know if you know me, but I was really hard on cops, mean, you know, and you know, just angry as fuck. You know, I'm kinder. I can get the job done and be kind. I think he's right if he's telling me to be kind to the guy who has me enslaved. I think that's good advice. But let's see
to be kind to your slave master, to be kind
to everyone. Yeah.
So to be kind to a person that is holding you down physically, that is putting you in bondage against your will and whipping you, beating you.
No, that would be
the physical.
That would be different. If it's in the physical, it's logical to escape and spare yourself, save yourself. But outside of that, there's no reason to be mean. If you got to do a thing, do it. But there's no reason to be fucking mean.
Okay. Well, if we can go to First Peter 2:18.
You're going to have to read it. I only got one.
I have it on the screen. So, servants, be subject to your masters with all fear, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the forward.
I don't know what that means. Be subject to your masters.
Give me just a second, because I'm going to go to the Greek word, forward, which is Greek word 4646. I'm turning to my Strong Concordance. It's a simple thing. You can look at it online or you can purchase it yourself. But Greek word 4646 says it's like skilios, and it means warped in the physical or perverse.
I think
So if the person
warped or perverted, is that what you said?
perverse, yes.
Perverse. Okay. I
And
still think
so,
I'm
And when you
absolutely right.
say,
It is saying, I'm sorry, Ian, but it is saying not only to the good and gentle, because everybody can be kind to them, but to the shitty person too. I can believe that.
yeah, but let's be real here, Joe. Like, let's say you have someone you love the most in your house right now in front of you, and some evil person is doing something horrible to that person, and you'd be like,
I do.
"What?
There
I'm
she is
Jesus,
right
and I
there.
love you too." You know what I mean? Are you going
No,
to
no,
take
no.
the Jesus route?
I thought I made myself clear. If it's immediate danger, you got to, like, if someone's breaking into my home. I don't want to murder anyone, but if someone's breaking into my home, harming me, I got to protect me and myself. You put me in that situation, yes, but I don't think they're talking about when a guy is stabbing you is when to be kind. I think they're saying the same way you're kind. Be kind to your enemy. I do it all the time. People hate me, and I'm still kind to them. I do it all the time.
Well, it's saying you're masters. They're talking about the leaders,
The
the
government, the
governments. You know what I
politicians, yeah,
mean? My
yes, and
point is that the governments influence this. They that if you had a government, if you were in control of the people in the world and you had the upper hand and more awareness than anybody, what is the best way to control them? Taking control of their spirituality. Here's the word of God. Here's your God. You know, like I'm your God down here, but here's your other God. And it says to be you're a servant to me and to
I
be good to
wouldn't
me.
I wouldn't argue that because I do my research as well. It is absolutely a book made to control people, 1,000%. Council of Nicaea. If you think about it, there were many books. Now they call the banned books, lost books, or whatever you want to call them, but they were many. All of them were admired and thought to be real. This group of the elite of the church got together. So you picturing old motherfuckers like Joe Biden in there determining what books are going to make it in here. Anything to make women look good, anything to make Jesus look human. All that had to be left out intentionally. This was orchestrated from the start. Not only that, the King James Bible in particular, it was taken from his mom. She had the most popular Bible back then. They bought him a verbatim book with his name on it. He said, nah, I don't like this part, change that part. So we're 1,000% sure that he changed it his damn self.
but
Right.
but in saying that and realizing that, I have the question. So how am I supposed to, and how am I supposed to, in all fear, because it says servants be subject to your masters with all fear. So I'm supposed to be subject to people like Joe Biden, people who I know to be perverse, people who have had living testimonies with other presidents and political figures of hurting little children, doing
No,
inhumane
no,
things
no,
to them.
no.
I'm
It's
saying,
not logical. No, those things are not
how is
logical.
how are
Uh,
those things not,
Wait.
how,
just the
what's
fear
not
part.
logical?
The fear part is not logical to fear them. What
But
I would do.
that's what it says. That's what verse
That's what the
18
King.
says.
That's what the
It
King
says
James
servants be
verse.
subject to your masters with all fear.
That's what the King James version said, and we've already acknowledged that it was a tool made to use you.
Okay.
So I wouldn't
Yeah.
trust that fucking line at all. Right? I'd have to go to the Dead Sea Scrolls to see where I could find the original and then see what words they use. It probably was not fair. I bet you it's something Hebrew or that means something totally
Well,
fucking
okay,
different.
Joe, you might
Yeah.
disagree, but there's a lot of people that do agree. So don't take it as she's talking to you or something.
No,
Just
no,
let
no.
her
I'm just going to
finish.
argue the Bible. I'm not a
Yeah.
Christian. I've never spent a day in a church, unless it's to play basketball in the gym or something. I'm just arguing the argument, and it's not hard for me. I'm a fan of the Bible, fan of God, fan of Jesus.
And then, well, like I said, I'm going to finish the thought with
I'm
the word
sorry.
forward. With the word forward, the Greek word is 46, 46. It means skilios, and the word is perverse. And even if you take the English translation of the word perverse, it's showing a deliberate and determined desire to behave in a way that most people think is wrong, unacceptable, unresponsible, and immoral. So,
Yep. It makes okay. You go. I thought you were done. I was just gonna say it makes the verse make sense. It's saying not only, excuse me, not only to the good and the gentle, but to the bad guy as well. It's logical.
No, it's saying, but the word is saying you have to be subject to them. You have got to. So when we had the little event that happened several years ago, couple of years ago, we're going to put this in, you know, I know we know what all event this is that caused a bunch of our kids.
People to
Okay.
go indoors.
So when they were trying to get people to do something that they knew was immoral or most of the people thought was wrong, we were supposed to be subject to that. That's what I'm saying. It's not me.
That's what you're hearing.
How is that what I'm hearing? How is that what I'm?
Because you're taking one line of an entire book. If
No,
we're talking,
there's many. That's just one verse I have about being being subjected, or servants, slaves, being of subject to your masters. That's just, I'm not just taking one line. That's just one verse that I was able to get to, and one that I was able to break down. My point here, I'm not going to continue. My point is to break down these things. It's important for you to break down these things. It's important to realize that the native people of so many lands were, their culture was stripped away, and they were made either by force or by death to convert to something that is supposed to be love. My biggest point here is when people say the one true God or the one true creator created this, in line 1, in the beginning, it says Elohim. It is not the true. I'm not saying that there aren't beautiful things within this book. Don't get me wrong. I've said this plenty of times. My children have a poster of Galatians 5:22 in their room, the fruit of the Spirit, because they need to, remember love. That's something that's within all of us. Love, joy, peace, all that beautiful stuff. But we can't forget, and you're not going to condemn me and say my creator is going to condemn me to hell because of things within this book, when the true creator of my soul did not write this book. When it clearly states that the gods, the Elohim, not me, it's not my analogy. I remember you said that. It's not my analogy. That's the Strong Concordance. And in the Strong Concordance, it clearly states it could be judges, it could be angels, it could be all those other things. So if it's telling you that judges or angels or this are the Elohim, it's clearly stating that judges, which is more than one, or angels or other messengers were in the beginning created this thing, not the one true energy or the one true creator. That's my biggest thing. Don't tell me my creator is going to send me to hell when this book was created by many gods.
You said a lot there. First of all, you say I said your analogy. I'm not sure what analogy I was speaking about, but I agree with you that it was plural. I even said it says we created man. We, meaning I agree that it's plural. I wasn't disagreeing with you there. You said a lot. So,
And so that's what I think it is that these beings that it's referring to is the beings that created the current avatars that we're in. These limitations.
It's logical.
So, but those beings, and we see it now with scientists, we see them re-engineering the human. They're about to redefine what a human is soon.
Yes.
And they're re-engineering us. Wait, hold on, let me finish, please. And so what happens is these certain beings behind the scenes that we've never seen are re-engineering the avatars in every age. Then they repopulate the earth and the spirits come down in the new avatars. That's the God they want us to worship. That's who's claiming themselves as God, but something created them, the almighty creator of everything. You know what I mean?
Yes, I was going to say
So
these guys have guidelines that they have to play within. We have certain rules, at least we think there are. You drop a thing, it falls. Something get cold, it slows down. You warm it up, it moves faster. We have certain rules that play by. These rules, the creator of these rules would be the true God. If someone is speaking of the true God, like they cannot change the atom. They can move them around and put them to form different things and make a computer or so and so. But the person who made those fucking rules that we follow, that would be God. And if you get into your quantum physics, you'd see some other rules that he created that give you a glimpse of the larger fucking world that he's capable of. This shit would be a matrix, an illusion. Man, as we saw with that book, the Bible, they would try and create this in a way that they control you. It's in their fucking nature. They'd program you every moment of every day. Is all logical throughout history. The Bible also talks about this. Absolute power corrupts absolutely through and through. That's the same story. Man, he gets a little power and treats everybody like shit. And the Bible says fight tooth and nail. That's the main story. This fucking government is a piece of shit. These are bad guys. It says all of those things too. If you pick out the times where it
did you
said
cut
be
out for everybody,
merciful,
or is that just me?
I cut it out. Am I back? Might be my, hold on, let me switch.
I can hear you.
I'm switch. Okay.
Okay, now he's cut out.
All right, I'll just be back now. Can you hear me? You're muted, Sunkiss. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right. I can hear you. Ian is looping
My
and
bad.
spinning
I don't know
around
what
over there.
happened.
You're back. You're back. You're
Yeah.
back. You're back. Yeah, I was saying that if you take one of the moments, all the moments where it's the whole book is telling you, to fight evil tooth and nail. If you take a couple of times where it says be merciful to the bad guy, and you emphasize those, then yes, it could seem like the entire book is a farce, telling you, to be a simp. I'd say if you take it in its whole, the book is telling you fight tooth and nail. Not only that, this guy Jesus, who I'm a fan of, he don't have to come back. If you read the book itself, it don't say he's gonna come back later and go look for him elsewhere. It says he's within you. He's within you now. Use him now. Fight tooth and nail with that fucking energy. That energy again is good. It's mercy. It's forgiving. They did not lie. It is what is that? Unconditional love. Reach that, you can vibrate like Jesus. They say the animals come to Jesus and wasn't afraid because he knew that he was incapable of hurting them. Right? He reached that level of unconditional love. He don't care if you're mean, evil. He loves you. He's not a fan of the evil within you, but he loves you.
And I totally agree with a good chunk of what you're saying. But he was also against the religious leaders of his time that were using it to control people and condemn people.
It's logical. He
You
would have
know,
been.
he,
Yes.
and I agree. He is within us. And according to the stories within the Bible, there are many cases, there are many stories where people would be like, okay, you have healed me. And he said, no, by your faith, you are healed.
Somebody say he
By your
pretends
faith.
to love you. I'm sorry. That was a cold comment. Somebody
By
say
by your faith, he's healed. And then I don't agree with this book is telling you to conquer evil. If you go back to, like I keep saying, we can't forget about it's all in one book. A lot of people say, oh, you don't need to look at the Old Testament. You just need to focus on the New Testament. It's all one book. Give me just a second. Hold on, okay?
Okay.
I want to
Oh,
say something before she
that
goes
was
back.
dope,
That
Miss
I
Clementine, or whoever that was. That was dope. Yeah, I'm gonna screenshot that shit.
think that
I got
God,
it.
the word God. Oh no, go ahead, Sunkiss.
Anyway, and so you can't take out the God that they say is the creator and the sick things that this creator, this Lord, this ruler, this God of war, who, whatever you want to call it, told people to do, to kill men, women, and children, to kill the animals, to just take, ravage, and rape the women that were not virgins for themselves. We can't take that out. I feel Christ came, the Christ energy, the Christ being came and was standing up against stuff like that and reminding people that you have that energy within yourself. You have that power within yourself. And he told his disciples, you will do, I'm paraphrasing for anybody out there that's going to say anything, you will do greater things than I. And just like when celebrities die, you have people who are painters and they don't blow up till like 200 years after they're gone.
After they die.
It's like my paintings weren't worth nothing, a nickel. Y'all didn't want to hear me while I was painting, but 200 years after I'm gone, my paintings are worth $500,000. So that's how they deified Christ. That's how they put him on a pedestal. That's how they begin to worship him. I agree with his way. I don't agree that he is the only ultimate way. I do not agree to that. There are many paths of righteousness. I know so many beautiful, righteous, kind-hearted, loving people that are Muslims, that are on their spiritual ancestor paths or native paths, or they don't claim anything. And they have the mentality and they have the heart and love that Christ spoke about, that Christ consciousness, which is
Let's say this. Let's say Ian's right, and Jesus, all of these beings are energies, different vibrations. And Jesus's vibration is literally mercy. There is no way to make it except through him. If it is forgiving, love, there is no other way to make it except through him, if that is the name of that energy. If in that sense, which is the way I think an energy and vibration shit anyway, he is not misspoken. People have used it to teach you different things, but I can see it being real.
I'm muted. The point is also that I really want to talk about is the thing where I'm the way, and they turn these verses where it's like, I don't think it's saying you need to be like me or you can be condemned to hell, or if you don't swear allegiance to me and worship me, then you're going to hell. If you don't beg for forgiveness, that whole thing where if like, it's like, that's the difference with these people. They don't care what I do in my life, is that I need to bow down and worship this man or this person, or I'm condemned for eternity in a lake of fire.
It gets worse. They get specific. You haven't been baptized in water, some would tell you. And my interpretation and my reading of it is you will be baptized by them, the Holy Spirit, that whatever it is, it keeps me, gets me up and makes me love every body one. I've been given that. That was my baptism. They tell you, though, if you don't believe in Jesus, if you don't believe his name is so-and-so, and he was born right here, he was a virgin, so-and-so died. If you don't believe all these things, then you got to be done by water. You got to be really specific to make it by the end of that fucking Christian belief. It excludes a lot of people.
Joe, I really like what you said about, as far as the energy, and I can have that understanding of, being that energy of love, being that I love the love energy, vibration of love, gratitude, peace, enlightenment. Those are all beautiful, high vibrating energies. And when you said, if Christ is that energy, that is the way of, I can see that right there. But the problem is, like Ian said, people take it and say, if you don't confess that I am your Lord, I am your Savior, then if you don't physically, out of your mouth, if you don't say that Christ is your Savior, instead of saying, hey, I live a life of love and mercy, and I love my creator with everything within me, and I love my neighbors, and I do things for humanity out of love, and I'm projecting that energy into the energetic atmosphere that we all share. That's what I'm using my energy for. But people will call me satanic or a devil because I say I'm projecting that energy instead of me saying Christ is my Lord and Savior in the only way. So,
I
but I
get you.
love what you said with that.
I literally that's how I speak too. Energy. I literally, when I see a person, and I am I don't even know the fucking word right now. So jaded now. I don't even listen to what come out of people's mouth. I don't believe them. I try to read them as fast as I can and get my interpretation. All I care about is your energy. You come with good energy, then we vibrate on a certain level. You come with bad energy, I try to manipulate your shit and turn it to good so I can work with it. And if nothing else, I'm putting good energy and got you putting good energy out there because I believe we are all one. And when some negative fuck is out there putting in bad energy, I got to work twice as hard. That's all I do is transmute energy all day. That seems to be the whole fucking purpose in life, including my own.
And do you see this comment right here? We're all demons over here. We're talking about spreading love on this plane of existence. We are talking about uplifting humanity. We are talking about doing good and righteous for your neighbor. If you see somebody on the side of the road who is struggling, and I don't like to say what I've done, but I've seen literally people with the Jesus fish sticker on the back of their car, and I'm helping. Me and another female are pushing a car on the side of the road, trying, and there's a car seat in the back, and the Jesus sticker person, and I understand there's fears. We live in a society where you just don't know, but we're talking about doing simple things like that for humanity. And
That's
we
what
are
Jesus
demons.
said.
We
We
are
can't.
demons. And this is my opinion. This is my opinion. The way Jesus talked and who he was around, the people
Yeah.
that are saying you're all demons, you would call
Yeah.
Jesus a demon if he was standing right here in this hour
Ooh.
today. You
And
would
listen to
not,
me.
just like in the, let me finish this thought, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to give some boost to your argument.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Just like back in the day when they were all criticizing him and the religious leaders of his time, they didn't realize who he was. They were condemning him. The people that were around him, y'all are all evil. Y'all are all against the creator. Y'all are everything. We're talking about love here. We're talking about not hurting people. We're talking about uplifting the children here. We're trying to build. We're trying to get out. Okay. Yeah.
What did Jesus think of
Bless
those
your heart. Bless
religious
your heart.
leaders?
That's all I can
What
say. You
what
don't
did
have, you do not know, you do not know the Christ energy. If you can look at somebody that's talking about love and peace and togetherness and say that we're demons. And that's all I have to say.
I get that all the time. I talk to my Christians buddies. A lot of things. Look how Jesus thought about the upper crusty religious cats of his time. He weren't fans either. He probably wouldn't like the leaders of the religions now. But if you do your homework a little bit, you'll find out that all of these stories that are in the Bible are older than they could possibly be in the Bible, meaning the Bible borrowed them from somewhere else. And if you're a fan of ancient scriptures and
Mhm.
ancient writings, tablets, they will tell you where these old ancient stories originated. The flood, they have that
Gilgamesh.
many, the virgin birth, many of them. You can tell where they come from. I get distracted. I can't think of one thing at a time. And if I'm trying to think of something else, I can't hold whatever the fuck I was thinking about. I
Okay.
started talking, made me go somewhere
I
else.
hear hate in your heart over a comment. Who's the one that came in here with
Internet tripping again. I don't know. Sunkiss, can you hear me? I'll come right back. All right. I guess Ian's. Oh, I don't know what the hell is going on here.
um
All right. I can hear you
I don't
now.
know what happened. I don't know why I'm getting throttled like this. It's so weird. Let me add access on in 1 second. I'm probably gonna we'll see if it does it again. I don't know what happened with Sunkiss if she got knocked off, but I shouldn't be throttled on a brand new computer like this. It's getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
What's up,
Hey, Ian.
Access?
Oh man, I I've got some opposition towards the Christian God and his manner of manipulating the masses. And I also have some interesting thing on free will too, if you don't mind.
Nope.
One of the first things is I see, which I just had discussion on. Whenever the Israelites were ran out of or freed from Egypt, God stepped in and changed the Pharaoh's heart to pursue them. That defies free will. There's several different statements of that. Also, God said he would send his son, and apparently Jesus was supposed to come twice. Well, his birth was the first time. After he died on the cross and was resurrected, that was his second coming. So I guess we're with the third. And you're right. All this foundation for all these religions resort back to what we've been told was the cataclysm and the Younger Dryas era, in which Samaria became the new foundation for information. Although each and every culture has that flood myth, they also have the myth of someone introducing them to that technology. You know,
that's true as well.
civilization.
That's true as well.
So, and if you look at the core fundamentals, because I'm an omniist, I recognize all religions ascribe to none. And the years of research that I've done from light to dark, they all have the same fundamental process: obey, serve, or be punished.
That's a fuck.
And I've been going through a lot of that recently in my own personal existence. I just did a complete cleanse, a complete detox. Physically, there is no poison in me. My coherency is very sharp, and my energy is vibrant. Not that I'm going to stay there, because that's not someplace I want to do. I'm a transcendentalist. I go high, I go low. It don't fucking matter to me. But when it comes to this obsessive compulsive desire for people to browbeat and punish people for having different concepts, let me ask you this. Is that how you get to heaven, by beating up devil worshippers? Is that the thing? Do you become the monster that you're attacking? You know, do you burn down the satanic church to prove that you're righteous? Come on, man. And the devil runs off the same agenda that God does: serve or punish, serve or punish. And humans get tied up into this radical sense of control whenever they could truly free their minds, broaden it, and understand that there is a fundamental reality here that is common ground. Until you die, then your energy moves on to whatever. But at this point, to limit your ability to live because of fear of death or religion, to me, is a folly of heart, mind, soul, and body. Sorry, Ian. Had to get that out.
No, yeah, go ahead.
That was really good. Yeah,
that was powerful.
Actually, yeah, it's pretty good. Shit. I ain't got a lot to say behind it, because I think I agree with everything you said. And I wish motherfuckers would don't be afraid. Listen, good is real. God is real. These things won't fail you. You can study anything. It's not going to change the fact that, you know, I don't want to go into what the facts are. It's not going to change the fucking facts. Study anything. If you're a fan of the Quran, it tells you, look scientifically, ask everywhere, because these things are real. Look into it, and you're gonna find the same shit we found. That all of these stories in the Bible, the main stories, all come from different cultures, and it's written down. They got different players, and it's also interesting that those cultures, as Rat Blood said, they have more to say about, more stories to say about it. And now it made me think about the Ten Commandments. But the Ten Commandment that Moses got, Moses was one of the religious guys of his time, and there were 46. I forgot what you called them, rules. I don't know what you called them, but they would recite, and Moses came down out of a mountain with 10 given from God, but most, if not all of them, are already in the 46 things that him and his friends would recite every day. If these
which
things
came
are
out
true,
of I'm sorry. I'm
no,
sorry.
no, no,
That
no,
was
no,
totally
no.
rude. Which
That's fine.
came out of Babylonia, Samaria, and was carried over through what they consider to be the Cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, and is in recorded um, megalithic, not the giant megalithic, the smaller megalithic concepts and laws that they followed prior to the deluge.
The commandments are a hoax. I think it's a bunch of BS. In
Right.
this Moses character. I just want to point out also, we have to remember back when these scriptures and stuff, and they do this even today, they recruited like the most amazing writers and different people. They recruited these people to write these scriptures too. You know what I mean? So a lot of things are very powerful. They knew they found the most powerful writers to write this shit out and to wow people, just like they do with entertainment these days. You know what I mean? They recruit these
I would
people.
agree. Shakespeare is attributed as being one of the writers of the Bible.
If I may, most people don't realize that even with Western Christianity, you are serving the Roman Empire. Okay, at the Council of Nicaea, whenever Constantine II's mother decided that Christianity would be the state religion, that was when the Church of Rome was actually created. They took the books according to history and the letters. It wasn't books; it was letters. Compiled them together and then edited them so that they could be palatable to the Roman Empire and to the newly created Church of Rome. Though they
Exactly.
eventually fell, yes, and it carried over into Western society with the concept of Jesus, which, if you look the word Jesus up, you'll find that there was no J in the Hebrew language anyhow. But that's irrelevant. People in the Catholic Church understand and have a greater concept of where their origins come from as far as the church. But modern Western Christians who just denominate into whether it be Baptist or Protestant, they're serving a book, the New Testament, that was compiled by the Council of Nicaea through letters to please the citizens of Rome, that it may retain its empire and control over the people. That's why they put lead in the waterways.
Fluoride.
No, lead to dumb them
No,
down.
I mean now they put lead and
Yeah, now
fluoride in your shit.
yeah, but in Rome they were lining the water ducts with lead.
Yeah, they dammed up all these different water things, and all these Star Force, all this water stuff going on with these other ages. They like tore it down. They dammed all the stuff and all the bloodlines through this earth, all the balance going on with the water and nature. And then they came in and started dumbing us down, poisoning our food, air, and water like they're doing today.
History repeats itself. I don't know.
Yeah, the Roman Empire still in existence. The same bloodline, man.
If you speaking of bloodlines, that presidential shit, this is true. And people have been saying it forever, but this kid recently, I don't know, less than a year ago, at some school project, did the bloodlines of all the presidents, and he or she, I think it was a girl, only did like 16 of them or something. Found that they all shared the same bloodline from one of the King Charles, I think his name was. And somebody else, a college, did the rest of them, and there's only been one president. I forgot who it was, Hamilton or somebody, who was not descended from the same bloodline, the same individual. Interesting, including Trump and Obama, same bloodline.
Yeah, I read about that. You're
what are the
dead on.
odds? What are the odds of that? If they're not controlling this shit.
it's a chosen it's a chosen bloodline, an I just lost the word. But anyhow, the governing bodies are not going to leave that system of control to anybody who
It's
is not of that bloodline, because we
yeah,
are considered a commodity to them.
of course.
Even back when we were put, whether we were mining gold, harvesting fields, whatever, there was the
Fuck.
autocracy that stood over top of that, and they
Gotcha.
have not changed. We are their slaves if you allow yourself to be such.
If you think about, go back into recent history, the elite, you go back to the oil barons, the cattle barons, railroad barons, whatever they were at the time. Think of how they treated the masses. They were really Rockefeller now. They were really brutal in their tactics. The way they acquired their stuff was brutal. They would find a small company that couldn't compete with them because they were rich, and they would outprice them, everybody around them. They offer them better prices till they went out of business, and then they'd buy the smaller business for next to nothing. This is why they came up with the monopoly rules, because this is how they played. But I started that to say this, that when they dealt with them physically. They'd come in with a train full of motherfuckers with guns and bats and take it to them. They were brutal. Guns, they'd kill these motherfuckers. They massacred. Look up the Ludlow massacre. That was one here in Colorado. That's one of them. Women and children. It was brutal, and they did it over the Pinkertons. That's their entire story. You read about that shit.
Chicago, the Pinkertons. Oh my God, is that not a
Uh,
story?
oh, brutal, physical. This is how the
Vicious.
elite deal with us.
And now
Take the
they
police
have
brutality now and all of that shit. If
now
they
they have
wanted
the
to
United
stop,
Nations.
now they have the UN, the biggest gimmick in the fucking. Now we need some conspirator fuck to hop up here.
No, I
The
don't want to get
fucking.
it.
But that's
I don't want to talk about like
Okay.
just like
I'm
basic
sorry.
truth. Like no, I'm
Yeah.
just saying like basic truth of like different things that like when we first became a truther and aware these things of like
Is that the topic?
celebrities and the UN and just basic stuff. I mean,
He's
it's
been
just
over that.
it's already
All
there.
right.
I'm just saying like I'd rather stick on kind of the where
Ian,
we're
I
at with the
gotta tell
title.
you, I gotta be honest with you. A lot of this shit's new to me. Fucking 5 years ago, I was still getting high and selling dope and shit. I did not have this philosophy mentality. A lot of this shit's new to me, man. So a lot of the shit I hear in your community is either the first time I heard it or the first time I've heard it expressed the way I needed it to stick, or I don't know what it is. I feel like all this shit's new to me, bro.
No, I
But
understand
If I
that.
may,
it's your shit
also
and blah blah. But I'm not tired of you cats yet and your ideas yet. I'm still.
No, you guys are good. What were we gonna say,
yeah,
Axis?
if I may, it was I was brought up in Eastern Kentucky, Southern Baptist,
Okay.
and by the time I was 9 years old, I was scared to hold my own penis. I thought I was going to go to hell. They had
Right.
baptized me by 9 years old. It was hellfire and brimstone, and they were burning my possessions. I liked rock music, and I
Wow.
liked the imagery. And I thought, one day I woke up after a severe trauma, and I was like, if this is the type of God that I am doomed to have to encounter, I'm not about it. So I went to the full other side of the spectrum, directly to Satanism. And then whenever I realized that that was just pretty much the same rhetoric, just at an opposite spectrum, I was like, well, that's bullshit too. So then I started studying all the religions, and I really got a grasp on the system and
Yeah,
how
it's
it
very good.
works, the in and outs, the do's and don'ts. But yeah, it started with them scaring the living shit out of a kid. Terrified me.
It probably had the reverse effect. There's one religion. Well, I guess most religions probably teach that there are no dinosaurs. But I saw this one particular church taking its kids to the museum to show them dinosaur bones, and was explaining to them that this is a farce. It's not real. People go around and hide them underground, and then they come around with cameras and act like, hey, look what we discovered. They're planting the ground to trick you and all of that. When the kids get older and learn different, it's going to have a reverse effect, the same way your shit did.
Right. And it did. I went straight headfirst into Satanism, witchcraft, metaphysics. I mean, they were afraid to enter my room to burn something. They left holy water at my door. They anointed my pillow.
That's crazy.
Notes under my bed. But they stopped destroying my shit because I threatened them, you know? I am Lucifer. So they were terrified of that. And they were afraid to burn my shit anymore. But, you know, that led to me being the black sheep of the family, ostracized and completely. And that was what, when I got my guitar, my first guitar, you know, there I was, Ozzy Osbourne, Dio, Black Sabbath, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, fuck these people.
Is Ozzy a bad guy? I don't
listen to his music. No,
okay.
not to my notes.
Ian, Flo, all you guys are white. Any white motherfucker on the panel, is Ozzy a bad guy?
I mean, all the metal borrows from satanic imagery. I don't know Ozzy personally, but I know that we just saw Mudvayne a few months ago, and I must not have noticed when I was younger how much of their imagery is satanic. But I think who knows? It could be just part of the culture.
Yeah, well, I don't know who Mudvayne is either.
Yo,
if I can tell you, you know, and Ian definitely knows. I come out of the Thrill Kill cult. I was on tour with the Thrill Kill cult, and I was pretty prominently known. And if you go back and you look at all of our albums, and you go back and look at our tours, we are anti-religion. We are highly sexually explicit, and our music is very anti-Christianity, anti-established anything other than hedonism. But that wasn't some type of preconceived programming for everybody to go out and worship the devil and put some leather on and have promiscuous sex with whatever.
It was programming, you just didn't know it.
It was just, well, it was programming. People were buying into it, but that wasn't our intent. That was just the image of the band. That's what we portrayed. But when we weren't on stage or we weren't on tour, that wasn't our, you know.
Is the government,
our life.
I guess, Ian, I'm asking you if you're still here. Is the government a religion?
Well, what are the definitions of religion to you? That's the question, because everyone has their own perception of these definitions.
That's the best part of asking motherfuckers questions and giving them a little information to go on. Is their answer with the little information.
It's a range of social culture systems, including designated behaviors and practices, morals, beliefs, worldviews, texts, sanctified places, prophecies, ethics, and or organizations that generally relate humanity to supernatural, transcendental, and spiritual elements.
So I'll ask you again: is government a religion?
Yeah, it's science.
The spirit of America.
Government is a religion. Anything that has a dogmatic force behind it is a religion to me. So, science, government, all of it.
Flo, you agree? Yeah.
Have you heard me talk about this before? Is that why you asked the question? Or
no, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think government is a religion. It's an absent but omnipresent entity that has the right to decide what's right and wrong, and hand out punishment for people who violate its dictates.
Well,
such as the Roman Catholic Church.
Damn.
So do you know who I meant by your POS?
Dictate right and wrong.
Do you know who I was talking
about?
Now,
I don't share a channel with a
Yeah,
known
my point exactly. Fuck
rat.
off, loser. You're already on Comcast radar. I'm giving them your email.
You got,
Let's have a
giving them the
serious
clip of you
conversation
threatening me.
about the title.
you got the wrong
please.
provider, Tommy. Do better, Tommy. You got the
No,
wrong
I don't have
service
to do
provider.
better. You're the one with the murderer's son, the shit band
Oh,
daughter.
be
I'm here to talk
nice,
about
man.
the
Be
son.
nice.
Fucking
Joe, I
trash.
came back
Drop
for
him.
2 reasons, Joe. Number one, to see if I'm still buffering out. Number two, because it's a rare chance for you to be the most likable person on the panel. Usually you're not my most favorite person on the panel, Joe. Today you are. Fuck Axis Rat Boy. Axis, did you sober up and realize you blamed me, Snafu, and Mitchell for the same thing that day, and you probably still don't know who you're looking for?
Not very Christ-like,
I've
Tommy.
got,
No shit.
Not very what?
I've got
Christ-like.
my
This is what I
receipt.
came back for, Ian. I'm not Christ. I'm not here to show you that way to be. I can give you your answers, but the idea that you're going to stand before God and say, well, Tom acts like this ain't on you, boy. You only have yourself to be accountable for, and I think you got a lot to account for. And I don't think you have much to stand on when accounting for that.
Like what? What do I have to be accounted for? To let me know.
I don't know.
What do
That's your life between you and God. But to say because I'm an asshole, you get a free out? No, that's not the way it works. And you can tell all your bullshit viewers that too.
I think he was
Is that why
suggesting
you
that
threatened to kill
God
me?
might be pissed
Hey,
for you.
hey, Taylor,
repping his
I
colors.
noticed you were being a stand-up guy with your whoever the guy is that you said, oh, I didn't mean
I
to
don't
steal
really
your
have any
thing.
idea what you're talking about.
If you're really being a stand-up guy, Taylor, you'll take down every clip you use of me. You'll remove my face as an emoji, and that'll be stand-up because you ain't my friend either.
I'm not stand up then.
I know you're a piece of
Neither
shit.
am I.
I know you're a piece of shit.
Is that
Now
why you threatened
imagine
to
a
kill
guy
me,
that
Tommy?
comes up talking like me, swinging like I do, telling you all you're pieces of shit, and I'm not wrong. And you want to say that, oh, God isn't God because Tom says mean things?
No, what we're
Oh,
saying
I
is
could say
Tom is a
mean
piece of
things.
shit.
No,
And
you're
I
a
wouldn't
piece
waste
of
the
shit,
energy on
Taylor.
you.
You
They're
think
not
I'm a
mutually
piece of
exclusive. We
shit
can
for
both be
pointing
that.
out that you're a piece of shit.
Let's talk about the title. I don't want to get off on
Barry Talcott.
our
Let's do it.
opinions about people.
Well, my opinion of you is you're equally a piece of shit. Last time I heard from you, Ian, it's, oh, I'm
Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, it's just stupid.
Took you long enough, motherfucker.
Seriously. I want to have a serious conversation with someone that's going to defend this. So please click
What
the
do you
link.
What's sorry, I'm on my phone. What's the topic?
Religion. I think maybe Christianity in particular is some about Jesus being God or something.
What I noticed whenever I clicked in was that God was an angry God, is with the image that I caught when I saw the live.
Yeah.
I want to know why people still represent this God of the Bible. I'm not talking about the true creator, okay? I think the word God has been hijacked. And so anyways,
I don't trust
when
man.
you're dealing with the
original
text, where they translated these entities that were ruling and wanted to be called gods and murderous pieces of shit taking control, how they changed these stories to God, Lord Most High. And people still claim this God. And I want to know why people aren't going to the original source. Why haven't they got to the bottom of the translations from the Vatican? Dare I say Vatican?
Right. Go to the King's List, the Sumerian text, and the Enuma Elish, and you understand why and where all this information originated after the Cataclysm and the Younger Dryas. It's all there, all written out.
Replet, I have a question for you.
And personally attack. And they act they say, Christ is my Lord, this and that is the only way. You're condemned because you don't bow down and be submissive and be so obedient and beg for forgiveness to this so-called God that the enemy gave us, right? And then they come in, they condemn, they talk shit, they call you names, all this stuff, and they think that there's this cuddly person because they're been so submissive and obedient, and they beg for forgiveness. Now they have a spot in heaven, and we're all condemned. And they just come up here, just like Tommy did, and they just say insults. They change the fucking subject. They don't deal with the actual scriptures and start getting down to the nitty gritty of this so-called truth.
They're overcompensating. They're overcompensating.
Yeah. I got, like I said, Ian, they don't have a tangible leg to stand on. So they think to get to heaven is to attack, persecute, demean, and belittle anyone in the name of their God so that they can achieve their place in heaven. That's why I said you don't get to heaven beating up devil worshippers and burning their churches down.
Wait, I thought God said, be mean to them on the internet, and that is the surest way to get to heaven.
I want to deal with because
causing me more clicks to make if you're going to kick me from the backstage. Now, if you want to have a talk about Christianity, why are you kicking out the only Christian?
Because you're going to insults, and I don't want to go there.
Yeah, you go to insults. You do the same thing. Are you oblivious to that? Now, stay to the subject. Let's do this.
Gaslight.
I want to deal with the cataclysms.
No, he does the same thing. You've been his buddy longer than any of them. You just want to troll, Taylor.
No, he doesn't actually do that thing that you're accusing him of. But I'm going to
Yes, he does. I've been around as long as you. You just pretend you haven't. You're fake. Oh, let's drop Boyan for more
just
smoke
common
screen.
man.
The only common man I know of is your murder-ass son in jail. Now, let's get back to the point. Tell me that I get to heaven through insults and attacks because you're false prophets. You're lying.
You're already in hell.
No,
I'm not. You are just setting up your narrative, Taylor. You're not needed here. I'm not your friend.
It's nice to have somebody come into the room and dominate the whole.
I don't need the guy I'm giving his information to Comcast to here either. You know, you got a hacker on the panel.
I'm yell over other people to tell them what to do because you enjoy that so much. I thought,
boy, you have shown to be nothing but an attacker and a pedo abuser. Suck off.
Let's just keep on doing this, dude.
You're the one that came up to do this. Ian says he's not coming to my channel that he loves so much. He's not going to do it there. This is the best bet you have. And you guys are a joke.
My son was forensically cleared, Tommy.
Oh,
you can't have a clear conscience. You've raised a murderer, and you're in denial of it.
Look at you exploiting that for your own selfish reasons.
No, he explained it himself, Taylor. You're irrelevant. I don't need him here.
Cleared.
Ian, I'm not going to refer to any of these fucking dipshits. If you want to stay the subject, I'm not going to have the conversation with a Satanist.
Let's go around the horn. Everybody say where they stand on
How
this,
about
on the
this?
title of the
Tell
video.
me when you want to show up on my channel one-on-one, Ian, where you don't have to be
you're here to promote your channel. You're out of here. I'm sick of you motherfuckers. Just here to promote your channel. Get the fuck out. I'm sick of you guys.
Yeah. Ian, as an update,
let's have a serious conversation about this. I want to deal with it. I want to actually deal with the cataclysms because Access seems to be well versed in this. Where do you think this is starting from? Do you think that we're collectively manifesting this? Like they bring these systems on the scene with this. God's going to do this. This is going to happen. We're going to have this. You know what I mean? Is this like a part of the whole thing for us to manifest this?
That's what I think.
Is it like built? Is it built into the system? This matrix types thing, like that archaic.
You expressed that well, bro. You expressed that very well.
Here's what my understanding is. Okay, because I have a very different take on life, but according to what you're asking. If you go back to the Vedas, the Veda text being Hindu, Indian text, they record cycles, okay? And these cycles seem to be coherently relative to our existence. And every time that one of these changes take place, there is a rebirth of new from the old, which makes perfect sense because everything is a cycle. Everything, just like people. And then there are those that I believe personally have transcended the cataclysms to rebirth their technology, their knowledge, to inspire and teach. And I'm not sure who they are, what they are, you know. I just know that after each cataclysm, which is recorded, and each circular cycle system that comes around all the way to the Kali Yuga, there's a rebirth of society after the old world has been depleted by a cataclysm.
Yeah, I don't
Hold
know.
on, let's stick on this. Well, I want to stick on this real quick because that's my whole point. Is that it seems like these beings with the older avatars, or I don't know if they're ET, I don't know what the fuck they are. I want to be careful with my language because you'll lose people. But it seems like they re-engineer our bodies and the avatars with specific limitations each age. Is there evidence of that access? Like, and that's who comes around and wants to be worshipped as God. You know what I mean? It's these, right? And so, like, they're just like, it's like we're this.
Yeah, if you go into any.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you go into any type of genetic research, you will see that there are discrepancies in our gene chain. Not only that, the DNA strands, some of them are turned on, some of them are shut off. We have now developed the ability and the technology to turn them on and shut them off, and such as the mouse with the human ear growing out of its back. I'm sure everybody's seen that.
I was saying
they can, like they said, now hack the body. Yes, we are fully subjected to, at any point in time, by anybody that's got the intelligence or the technology to be manipulated physically and anatomically.
What are we looking at here?
It's a curse, my friends. No joke.
It's a
What's up with these different religions? Isn't like the pineal gland is like they go out of their way to put metals in our water and stuff that calcifies our pineal gland. You know, they do a lot of stuff to do that. And then we see this happening with these different religions, and they put the cross over the forehead, the baptism, all this stuff. This is turning off what he's talking about. These are just different things that you can easily reverse yourself. You know what I mean? So
you're right, Ian. You're so absolutely
these are the watchers, right? And so these watchers that come down, when they're referring in the Bible about the watchers impregnating the
humans, females,
the man of the women
the Mount
of
Hermon
the man, or
deal.
Right. What's the deal
whenever they come down? Well, they were designed to watch over each of the developmental tribes that had been developed, created, genetically manipulated, and we're not supposed to interact with them, but we're supposed to teach them, govern them, and show them how to survive on this planet. Some of them got lustful, according to the book. Found the daughters of man beautiful. They all made a pact on Mount Hermon. And Azazel said, I don't want to suffer for this alone. We all agree. They made a pact. They come down, mated with the daughters of man. Now, Satan had a war in heaven with him and his angels. Azazel and Mount Hermon are a completely different group. Okay? So the Watchers and Satan are two different groups. So they bred with the daughters of man. They polluted the genetic bloodline. It obviously pissed them off, God, whatever. And he supposedly brought the deluge to destroy the perverted genetic race, which said they had no place in earth or heaven. Now, Satan, on the other hand, waged a war in heaven with a third of the angels and was cast out. That's a completely different faction of energies, entities, and forces.
The cats, Zazel, and his buddies. I think those are about the ones who made the giants amongst men. I think it's about 11 to 12 of those guys. I know the guys you're referring to.
Yeah, they gathered on Mount Hermon. There was more than that, and what they done was they took the genetic.
They got their
bloodline.
names. Can't be more than 20. They got the names. I've seen a list of their names.
Yeah, right. I've got them. Well, I can. I look them up right now.
Kind of, in a way, in a big way for me, wouldn't this kind of prove the soul trap theory that with all this manipulation and these things going on in these different ages, and these people controlling the avatars with specific limitations and making sure we don't, controlling, turning things off, for souls to come down and be in that, they must be stuck in it, in a cycle, like a forced cycle. It's like
logical.
If you think it's a soul trap, it probably will be a soul trap for you. I thought.
Well, I don't know, because the people that don't think it is, they seem lost as hell. I think that
I don't think it is
a soul trap, though. Is
I think this is literally hell.
Hold on a second. It's something that you trap yourself into. So my point is that when you talk about the afterlife, and if this is the one creator of God, this is my biggest point. How come when somebody has a near-death experience, or anyone that has a spiritual experience, and they go in the afterlife, they're all faced with the God they believed in this world? If there's only one God, what's the point of that? My point is that there's a deception outside of this. I think being aware of the soul trap isn't like we're in something and it is what it is. I think that I don't think that we can just think, oh, it's not, and then it isn't. I see what you're saying, and I agree with you that we kind of create that reality, but I think the soul trap isn't solidifying what it is or making it into that. It's more of being aware of the deception when we leave this body. That's where I'm at with it, but I agree that we did it to ourselves and we can get ourselves out.
Well, let me respond to that, because you referenced the near-death experiences, and your view is internally logically consistent, right? But it has the locus of control outside of you. It still assumes that you are in a system that you're at the whim of, instead of recognizing that, if you're created in God's image, what do they mean? Do they mean that God has two arms? Maybe they mean that we co-create our reality with God, and these people are creating the experience that they have afterwards. That would be my thought on it.
I think both of you are absolutely correct.
I agree with you. I like where you're going with it, and I 1000% agree with you, but I think it is what it is. And whatever it is, we all have to accept it.
I
think we all have a different view.
I don't think
our views is going to make it what it is necessarily. It's more of awareness outside of this world. It's obviously that we're trapped in something.
You're on point, Flo, but I think you'd agree that for a lot of people, these souls that have come down here, they are trapped because they believe the programming and all of that, and they stay in here longer. So in that sense, you can call it a soul trap, and you'd be absolutely accurate. And you're right. If I'm saying it's a soul trap, I'm already condemned. I can't get out of it.
The thing is this, people, like, we deal with a mind wipe here. We got to remember that that's a program in this reality, that when we're born, our mind is wiped. Now, there's ways where you can remember things, and we see a lot of stories of that. But there seems to be another mind wipe when we leave the body. There's more foggy, not aware of. As a spiritual being, when I leave the body, I should shed the limitations and have total awareness. It's not there. So
Ian,
the same vibe with the mind wipe here, there's another one after this life too. And I think that the awareness here can actually help us get through obstacles outside of this body. I'm telling you, we're going to be on Mission Impossible James Bond shit. You could think it's all rainbows and butterflies and you're going to be free as a bird all you want. I don't think that that's going to create that reality for you. I think you have to get out yourself, and that's being aware of the trap.
I had an opposite. I had a similar experience, but it was the opposite, where all knowledge was there, and suddenly, when you shared this body, you could access all knowledge, and it was like, I didn't know that. Well, I'm such an idiot. I had the exact opposite of what you're talking about, and I had one of those.
If I may, I agree with that. Whenever whenever I was flatlined, I was just in a completely different state. I see this life and body as just a system of fractalism. We're moving through this life. We're eternal energies, and this is just one plane that we're on. And when we leave this one, we go to the next one, and maybe at that we go to the next one.
But what if Ian is right? What if Ian is right, and you can stay trapped longer than you want to be, should be, however you want to phrase it, because when you get down and you start believing the shit's real, it's a dream, you're stuck, Joe, and you want to stay here.
I think going with the flow is not. I know the deception here. I know the deception outside of here. I think going with the flow is not what we want to do.
Right.
I think the flow that it's became, not that it's always been that, whatever it's became is not something a lot of us want to be a part of. I'm going to, because no one else is coming up here, I'm going to give you one more chance, bro, just because I'm feeling nice. But go ahead.
Your problem. You think it's all about you. You think you're going to save yourself. You're bestowing me this great chance to sit on your internet.
Can you tell me
your internet theory?
Hold on. Can you tell me what I need to do to save myself?
You can't save yourself. God can save you. Jesus.
Jesus.
I'm not, listen, before we go further, you would be good to make it me, you, and Joe, because I'm not acknowledging anyone beyond me, you, and Joe where it started.
So arrogant.
No, I hate you.
That's fine. That's a personal problem. Deal with it.
Yeah, you really are my personal problem. You're throwing my face around. You throw my clips around. You call me your best friend, and I hate you.
Guess who's about to change their profile picture?
Oh, I got to change my picture because you stole it?
You want to be saved by this God? Go right ahead. This is being saved. You want to be saved on this computer system, this matrix? Go right ahead.
What are you telling me right
I want the fuck out.
What are you talking about, Ian?
This is what it's talking about when it wants to save you. It wants to save you in this matrix. That's your God.
What is that?
No, it's not my God.
That's your God, bro.
No, it's not my God.
Somebody want to tell me what it is so I can be in on the conversation?
Yeah, tell us your internet 101 bullshit, Ian.
This is the quantum computer.
So
okay. Yeah.
So this is when it's saying you guys want to be saved. This is what I think it's referring to. It's
you cleared it up. You say you think. That's all I needed to hear. You're wrong.
Well, where do you get yours from? Scripture from men?
Straight from God. That scripture was not from men. That was from men.
Let's get to specifics. Point out specific.
No. You've given me hours of video to go over myself already. Oh, okay, Flo. That's a creator violation. Thank you. You're impersonating me just like your daddy Paul Enslaved does.
My name says Flow State.
No, you're still impersonating me. If Cynthia's getting videos dropped for putting faces over faces, you're doing the same thing. I fucking hate you, Flo. Eat shit and die.
Okay.
So are you
we can have a serious conversation, Tommy?
No, you're leaving these douchebags up here to throw their own. Did I change his picture to me, Ian? So you got no accountability, Ian. You got no responsibility except your dying mother.
Which version do you pay attention? Which is your version? The King James?
No, start from your questions from the 10 Commandments or the what was the other one called? That I'm gonna co-create with you whether you like it or not. What was the titles of all these religion bashing shows you've been doing week after week instead of coming to me?
Is Scripture the word of God or the words of men?
No, the religion is crumbling. That's what it was called. Let's start with religion is crumbling. Pick up there.
You think it's crumbling, Tommy? You think
no, that's what he titled the thing. And I think all those questions are good questions, but now I'm not going to be nice about it because you guys are assholes.
I'd like to hear your opinion if you got it, yeah.
I know you would. I'd love to have you show up sometime, Joe.
Yeah. All right.
But instead, we got bullshitters like Voynich, who only shows up to fuck.
Do you have anything to talk about, or just people on panel?
He's just coming to. We were getting somewhere interesting with it, so I want to stick where we were with these avatar engineers and where we were with it.
That quantum computing shit, the things I heard, if you get that shit down right, and it looks like all you need is a good power source. Like if you got quantum computing and an endless supply of energy, supposedly you're supposed to be able to bend time itself and do all sorts of crazy things. So yeah, that quantum computing shit was interesting to me.
Sorry, you got me all out of whack. I'm not gonna add you on, bro. Sorry, it's not gonna happen. And then when I have people like him up here and it's all chaos and stuff, then people that might come up that's more respectful, they're not gonna click the link because, you know what I mean? What's up, Voy?
Yo.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this, right? Like you said, I don't know what made me think about this, but as much as this might be a trap, a recycling trap, as you might call it, these books also mentioned the way out of it, right? Is like Buddha, you know, he got out of this place. He didn't return. And I think, I don't know if that's true, but I think that's also the story of Muhammad and what's the other one?
Jesus.
Elijah. Elijah just disappeared, you know, into dust, traveling towards the sun. Just disappeared into a cloud. You know, he didn't die. He just evaporated. And that was part of like, let's say the holy exit. I don't know how to name that, but so these people, these enlightened masters, so to say, they speak of a way to stay out of it, right? That's what the Buddha tells you. That's what Jesus tells us. That's what Muhammad also wants to tell. That's also what what's this guy's name? Saint-Germain, right? He was also an ascended master, I think. So there's also, right? They also speak of getting out of here. So.
These are all institutions, right? These are institutionalized mascots of man's institutions. I just appreciate the bomb. I just don't know that I trust that the truth is coming from these places. I don't actually, but it's interesting that they all have the same message, which is basically stop living life. It's damn near a suicidal message.
What message I missed? I'm sorry.
To escape the soul trap or transcend like the Buddha did into the ether, to, you know, go to heaven.
It's a suicidal message.
Whatever it is, all of them are telling people to trade in the existence they know they have for something else that they're being promised. It sounds like a sucker deal.
I'm down. Are you shitting me? Who wants to hang out here? Fuck this joint, nigga. If I had the opportunity to leave.
Where would you go? You don't even know. Nobody even knows for sure. Maybe Rat Blood does, because apparently he died. But
I got an experience. I think it's a better spot. I got an experience.
But I mean, so for the rest of us, just mere mortals who haven't flatlined, it's yeah, I don't know what the fuck. All I know is what I hear from people who also don't tend to know.
This place is evil, bro.
And guess what?
Fuck this place.
Well, everybody's here. Everybody says that, but everybody's still here. Caring. I prefer to be here.
I don't think I can. I think I made a deal. It was my choice to come down here. I can't. It's not backing out on a deal. It's not an option. However, if, I do believe that. You wouldn't want to?
Would you rather just cease to exist and be here? It's not that bad.
I don't think that's an option. I don't think the option is ceasing to exist. You think that's the option.
I don't think that's
if the option was cease to exist, I don't think I'd choose that.
Okay,
option.
What about this? Maybe be recycled into the whole. If you look at nature, we can see that the seeds that aren't planted, they go back into the ecosystem. So they don't disappear, but they, as the individual seed, cease to exist.
I'm okay with going back to the whole. I don't. Go ahead. I'm okay with going back to the whole.
I mean, I hate to use the word simulation because people are like, oh, whatever. But it's like we're in some reality that's not real. It's only real because your brain tells you it is. Everything has a code written within it, every single thing. So we're in some type of
exactly
He's
fake
saying
reality.
you're clinging on to something that's not even real, Flo.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
people.
it's a
I hear people say that, but it's the realest thing. It's,
Right now.
I dare you to show me something
It's
more
like
real.
this. Well, it's like this. If you're playing a video
Okay.
game and you
These
watch your
the
GTA,
GTA
hold
characters
on,
that
you
don't
watch your
want to
GTA.
die.
Let's envision we're all playing GTA 3 or 4 or 5, whatever it is. And that avatar, I mean, if you're that avatar, you think everything's real and you're really dealing with it and freaked out. But look at the controller person. Are they really giving a shit? You know what I mean? Did something even happen to them? Nothing happened.
I mean, it just feels like
virtual
we're
reality.
just, oh yeah, Axis, that wasn't a real invitation either. I heard you say okay, and when I said I dare someone to show me something more real, you said okay. Fuck, I forgot I was going to say that.
That was a good one, though.
It was a good one.
But what my point is that we're all here and we keep coming back, and some of us actually, whatever, maybe there's a wide range of reasons why we're here, not all the same. But what if a lot of us are here because we're being cycled in, and this whole mind wipe thing and the program within the system has us recycling? You know what I mean? The more I think about this, outside of all this, outside of looking at what other people's opinions, the more I get this vibe that there's this deception and this lie going on in this world.
This is a slow death. This vibration that we're on is a slow death. You know, my being, whatever I am, I'm not supposed to be here. I know it. This is not why I live and all of that shit. This is not living. This is
God, you set me up for a race joke.
This is a muted dream.
Well, I don't know. Everybody seems in the chat. It looks like, kind of just from a quick scan, tends to agree. I think I'm the only one here who's got a positive disposition.
Well, I like your outlook. I think it's a good way to think about things and to live in this world, for sure. I have that outlook too. I'm open to that. For me, it's like I'm not coming to any hardcore conclusion like this is it. I'm just saying, I'm just entertaining all these scenarios and saying these are the possibilities. But whatever it is. And that's, no matter what I want to believe, doesn't really matter. Because you can create your reality and you can do this and that. I get that. But at the same time, we're all in something. And whatever you think right now doesn't change what it really is.
Agreed.
I sort of agree. And yeah, I'm not solipsistic, but I do think that we co-create. And whether that's through, magic, actual woo, we're actually manifesting shit, or whether it's because we program our subconscious that way. And so our actions give us more of what we believe we'll get. I don't know. And I don't know that it really matters ultimately. But
girl, I'm betting my life on it, literally. I'm all in on that positive vibration shit. Be a better person shit. Choose a harder path shit. Expect more from me than him shit. I'm all in, bro. And I think all of that is to get to another place. I don't know if it's necessarily get to the other place, but I think that's why I feel more comfortable vibrating there. And everybody tries to ruin it here.
So all I feel here is that you feel uncomfortable here.
Yes, everybody around me, the shit that I enjoy, that I love, you get jumped on for it. I swear, excuse me, I'm about to say, I swear to God. No, anytime you tell a motherfucker be kind, you get jumped. Anytime you tell a motherfucker, hey man, be nice to that guy, 80 motherfuckers come out the woodworks. Mean, it gets the views over here. The harder you are on a person, the less you think, the more flashy you are. Shit that I don't even understand.
Because nobody likes being told what to do. But you, Joe, you have everybody in the panel verse. Everywhere you go, people know you, and people are always excited to see you there because you just be nice to people, and you get positive. I mean, it looks to me you're the most popular one of all of us by quite a bit.
That's funny.
I can't have a new person join the panel without them going, "Oh, is that Joe cool?" So it's like, you know, yeah, if you tell somebody to be nice, that's fucking annoying because who wants to be told what to do? But if you just be nice, people be nice back, and then you get what you want anyways.
It certainly helps, bro. It helps. It helps in my philosophy. You know, actually, if I was of this world, I'd choose Machiavellian methods, right? I'd be the worst. If I didn't believe in all of that shit, I think I'm smart. Oh, man. I had to go to use a smile would be a tool and all of those things. Right, if I was of earthly, and these niggas is
it
earthly.
is, but I mean, it is a tool, but that's also a short-term strategy.
All right, what's the long term?
Well, the long term is that life is long, and you don't want to. If you burn a bridge, if you treat people like a disposable resource, you're going to run out of resources.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
So yeah, you're smart enough to figure out that Machiavellian shit isn't really even a good strategy if you're playing the long game.
Right. Even if after I consider it, I'll be like, that's not a good idea. The earth is deep. The earth. Trying to read that girl's comment.
Oh, sorry, man. I didn't mean to take it off. I wanted to talk about the cup of forgetfulness again.
The cup of forgetfulness.
I've never heard about it. No doubt.
It's the Xanax drop into a shot of vodka.
Is it what you were talking about? How you come back and forget things? Because that would fucking suck.
This is the mind wipe, and it's referred to in many different scriptures, ancient scriptures and religions, and even in the Bible. We're all going to be drinking the cup of forgetfulness. And
that's what we is here. Is that what we do now? I am not of this place. I forgot something. I forgot somebody. I'm only here temporarily. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of that. I feel that. I know this place is
Ian.
Fucking
yeah, please.
Insane.
When a woman gives birth for the first time, after that birth, there is a region within the brain that blocks that signal of her fully remembering the experience of that birth that allows her to do it again.
Wait, the pain or something else in the birth, or just the pain?
Probably the experience, the whole experience. And that's generally during the first birth that region of the brain will flash.
I wouldn't even know what to Google for that shit.
Wait, hold on a minute. Let's go ahead. What were you saying?
Just that's a part of the birthing cycle and
you were
the
saying that part of the brain
function.
would flash. You were saying that part of the brain would flash. Go ahead.
And that's with women, and sometimes it happens with really traumatic experiences. The brain will intercede and take the full experience and nullify it with not being able to remember the whole impact of the experience so that you can continue on.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I've seen not enough of it. Like, it seems like it's the rare fucking bird. Most times you see it as someone just killed somebody. No, I don't remember a thing. That's the only time it seems to present itself.
Well, car accidents, extreme fights, accidents of falling, work related.
No. All of these things could be related to the head injury. You know, you'll lose memory starting from the time and closest to it, which would include the time of the accident. Any head impact would kill your theory here.
Well, the problem with that is I was stabbed to death. I was stabbed 9 times.
I apologize 8 times, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought it was funny.
Now, how much of that do you remember? And do you carry with you every day? The full experience?
No. I said I apologize for stabbing you 8 times is what I said. Go ahead.
That was when I experienced
that was a joke. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to come across as humorous.
You felt it, bro.
I don't know what you're saying about the cup of forgetfulness. I think I kind of know what you're saying, but I'm talking about when you look into scripture of the cup of forgetfulness. It even says that's when they offer us the cup of forgetfulness. With one sip, we can all forget about heaven, return to earth with its hunger and woe. That's what I hold in my hand now, the cup of forgetfulness. He winks and sighs again. Take another sip. Everyone except very divine begs for the cup. There is in me forgetfulness, yet I remember things that are not theirs. Who are you and where are you from? You are to say to him, I am the Son and I am from the Father. This is saying,
is that not the same as on a different, once you leave your body, okay, you're dead, you're out of your body. Would that not be the same as wanting to forget the traumatic experience of living in a physical three-dimensional body?
It could be interpreted that way, loosely on a very small percentage type shit. It wouldn't be necessarily.
What about, I think there's a difference between forgetting traumatic things. Again, when we're talking about the avatar and the soul, or what you're going through, I'm talking about where you forget everything, like everything outside of, you know what I mean?
Aren't they saying what you just read me saying? You forget that you're from God, that you're from the other side, and you long to be here. I think that's what maybe I interpreted it that way because that's what we were talking about or something. We forget the other side, man. I think that, I don't know, who cares fuck what I think personally.
Bad, I was muted. I think there's something to this, for real.
Have you studied infant birth? I mean, that's a new soul, right? Have you studied infant birth? That's a new life.
Infant birth.
That is a new soul. Yeah, insemination.
Wait, hold on, wait. So you're saying that an infant being born is a new soul?
Very possibly. Or a recycled one.
That's more logical.
Right. Or one that chose to come here outside of the recycle center. Like we might have people that's recycling, some that are brand new.
I think we all chose.
We might have, and you know what? Studying past life regressions, and some are not even from this area. They've been cycling in another realm and chose to come into this one.
That's dope.
So I don't think that we could pinpoint everyone's this, everyone's that. But
when I
what's the deal with saying that in the Bible, saying that all kids are born in sin? Like I saw a child being born before my eyes, my nephew. That was the most amazing experience. It changed my life. But to think that, I think that's another thing about the Bible that's disgusting, is saying that a child is born in sin.
You don't even know what it means. Why would you think it's disgusting? You don't even know what it means, right? Do you even know what it means? Tell me.
What do you mean?
What does it mean a child is? You've labeled it disgusting. So what part is it? I don't even know what it means. You say it's disgusting to say he was born in sin. I don't even know what the guy means. The guy could be saying that, you know, his past life, he was already a sinner. He didn't stand a chance. I don't have no fucking idea what he's saying, but you say it's pretty disgusting. You could tell me.
Maybe it's born into blood.
I don't even know what that means.
It means you go from one state of being to another, and being born into this realm is being born into the blood.
Let me go to what the fucking controllers, the evil motherfuckers that brought these systems down. It suggests that every person is inherently sinful due to Adam and Eve's disobedience in the Garden of Eden.
All right,
this means that humans are born with original sin and a sinful nature. Actually, sin happens when we actively sin from our time of birth. Whatever. There's a few different things.
The only way, the first way I could see that being true is that anyone born in here is doomed because the sin has begun. He's born into
What is a sin, though?
This fucking Babylon ass world is full of whatever the fuck it is. Going against nature would be a sin. Going against what's healthy.
We're born with our circumstances and a bunch of decisions to make. but I don't.
Yes.
This whole dogmatic figure, like, what's a sin? It says don't steal, Sabbath, holy day. I mean, you look at the Ten Commandments; it's a bunch of trash. So it's like,
which
now
part?
we have to deal
Which part is trash?
I think original sin is trash.
Wait. Which part of the Ten Commandments? That's the second time you said that. Give me one in particular.
Okay,
Let's start there.
I could take "Thou shalt not kill." Yeah, whatever. Yeah, we shouldn't kill. Of course, we shouldn't do this and that.
You disagree with that?
Hold on. I could say it's all bullshit, but agree that it's not good to kill, but still say fuck the Ten Commandments, fuck Moses.
No, nonsense. Stuff. No. You said they're all. We're at the very first one. Let's stay there. Do you think it's bullshit? Thou shouldn't kill people. You think that's nonsense?
Hold on. So this is what somebody threw at me.
So maybe you don't think your question. All of them are bullshit. Maybe 9 out of 10. Let's go over the other ones.
But before you go on, let me answer your question, bro. Of course, I don't think it's okay to kill or do these things.
Why would you say something insane like the Ten Commandments are all bullshit when you would believe at least one? You didn't make a qualifier there.
Okay. I could say that I agree that we shouldn't do some things automatically. But I could say fuck the Ten Commandments, though. I don't have to take that.
You specified, you said every last one of them. As if, they were shit. Maybe I misinterpreted or something.
Things we shouldn't do didn't come from these motherfuckers in the first place. You know what I mean?
Listen, we have that instinct. You tell me it didn't come from you.
Hold on.
But it's
just
not
try to understand what I'm saying.
Let me just
if I'm trying to explain myself, hold on. Yeah. I have an instinct that's within me that we all have, people. We know what's right and wrong. That's within me. I don't need someone to tell me or throw commandments at me and all these extras on
I'm not sure someone's throwing a commandment at you. When you give me advice, I'm not a jerk and say, Ian was throwing advice at me, trying to do me. I don't need that, nigga. It's in me to do right. What you're saying is nonsense, in my opinion.
I've got something to collaborate with you.
I think what you're saying is nonsense with that.
I got something to collaborate with you, Ian. The God that supposedly delivered those 10 commandments is the one that broke them first. He wages war.
Right. Yeah,
he steals. He is deceptive.
I still got to wrap my head around.
He is a vicious, vindictive monster that broke his own laws. It even says so in Genesis. I regret making man.
Right.
Yeah, that Genesis.
So why would I want to follow this? Why would I follow the commandments? Why would I give a fuck about the commandments from a God that just broke all of them left and right the entire time? You know what I mean? Why would I follow? Why would I want to follow that God? See, that's what they do. They sugarcoat things and throw these little cupcakes on top of things. And I want to deny the whole thing and say, fuck all of it. I don't want any of it. But I'm not saying that means it's okay to kill. And because it has some nice messages for us to be like, and maybe it's a good thing to be, it doesn't mean I'm saying don't be like that or denying all those things. It's like, that's already within me.
All right. Let me
even in the New Testament, New Testament, Jesus says, does not nature teach you?
Yes.
Even Jesus threw the book away. He told his disciples, in the crowd, does not nature teach you? He didn't have a book. He said, observe your environment.
Wait.
Know that nature will teach you.
Just for the record, you're not saying that Jesus didn't suggest you read or
not once did he say read the Bible. He said keep the commandments, and he also said right.
Right.
Exactly.
So he couldn't have said read the Bible.
His spoken word. He used his spoken word to tell you how to
understand that he read and
people.
studied. You understand that he read and studied his entire life.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But you're telling these people, anyone listening, that he is going to advise you, don't read and study these things. That's not logical.
I don't believe in Jesus, okay?
But your statement still remains illogical, whether you believe in him or not.
I don't think that's the thing. Let's stick on that. Like, is it a requirement to believe this stuff? Stuff that happened thousands of years ago, given to us by the evil Vatican, all these evil motherfuckers. Is it a requirement to
It would
trust this or
depend on
believe?
what. It's a big book. Which
Can
part?
we finish,
Which
bro?
section?
Hold on, please. And
None
let's
of
let
it.
everyone answer this. Do we really think it's required to think these people existed or even care? Is that a requirement?
Not that particular part. No, certainly no. The story is vastly more important than whether Noah, damn it, was on the left hand of Mount so and so, or the bird it was a dove or a fucking pigeon. No, that's nonsense. They're gonna keep us separated.
And yeah, Flo, I may be a Nephilim. You don't know, do you?
Some of us might know.
I may
Man,
be
I
the
wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Jesus.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you
Is
were
Jesus a
insinuating I
Nephilim?
was.
Well, you might
go
be
back-
too. I don't know about you, but I was saying Jesus was.
These scriptures get deep, or these real stories, or not real stories, but when you go outside of the Bible and the stories that they took out and different things, there's a lot more to the story with Jesus and these architects of the avatars and how this beings wanted to make humans a certain way, and these slave race and these other beings that were in that club were like, no, we're gonna make the different beings, and there's a lot with this story, and I don't know what's true or not, but it makes a lot more sense when you actually get all of it as a whole. Like, okay,
of those
something's
books
going on here.
Of those books that were left out of the Bible, to my knowledge, not a lot of them talked about the DNA part of it. Those would be more the older documents. The ones that
the
were left out
Maccabean one
are super similar to everything that's in there. Like stupid. Read the Book of Mary. Read the Book of Mary. In fact, shoot, there's another one that ain't in there that talked about how Jesus used to kiss her when he greeted her.
There's Enoch. There's the Book of Adam. There's the Book of Eve.
Thomas is the one with the kiss.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
All those books are actually fundamentally based on Hindu religion, a lot of Egyptian, and a lot of Asiatic religion.
He's studying in Egypt, from what I hear.
Yeah, I know.
And you got to wonder which one of these is a representative of the matrix we're in. Okay, like just like to be honest, I mean, my mind's wide open. Just like the kidnapper is like, hey, do you want a piece of candy type thing? And you're like, oh yeah, I want that candy. It's cuddly and nice. And what happens? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
No. Yeah, I'm just saying some of these characters, they could be all good in this and whatever, but we don't know what they're really a representative of.
I would agree with that, right? We don't know where that story started.
It's easy to say that it was stated that the adversary will come to you as an angel of light. If I'm going to approach a victim, light. If I'm going to approach someone to do something to them, I'm not going to come at them aggressively. I'm going to gain their trust and probably cut their throat in their sleep.
You're going to come like Joe Cool.
The first part was nice. The second part, I don't know.
Well, you know, it's just a concept. It's just a paraphrase, a parable. Yeah. The fact that the evil one will come to you, or evil energy will come to you as an angel of light or something good.
So it's just mad you're blowing his cover.
You.
Well, there's that air. I was just going to throw out that. You go ahead.
I don't ascribe to any religion. I don't devote myself to any religion. I recognize all of them and the philosophies and their teachings, and I will utilize for myself that which I choose to use for me, whether it be dark or light, is my decision, but I will not follow a doctrination from any written book.
Which part of dark is it okay to choose from, and when is it okay to choose?
It's your own discretion. I'm not going to govern your. Yes, I'm not going to govern how you think.
Okay, we're talking about you. We're going to stick with you.
Hold on. Let's get everyone's. This will be a good thing because I always don't get to do this, and I always, when I watch back, I want to get everyone's view on judgment, and who's the judge? Is there a judge? And do we judge ourselves? Like, how do we think this works? And let's say someone is, like Axis is saying, and chose the dark way. Is that going to affect them after they, you know what I mean, in some way?
I
Like,
wanted
what do
the
we
dark
think about
defined.
this?
That's why I was taking that with him. I wanted the dark
Well, now
defined a
he's
little
asking
bit. I don't.
the question of everybody, so everybody gets a chance to define it, Joe.
Yeah.
Okay.
What
Well,
do
one of you
guys?
guys start first.
Axis was going. I wanted him to go, or to see. Yeah, go first, Axis.
The ideal is that you are an energy inside of a physical shell. And what you choose to do is entirely up to you, whether it be something good, like giving a hungry man a piece of food, or taking that and watching him starve and die. That choice is in you, and you're the one that's going to have to deal with that with yourself.
You said they are a tool. I'm sorry. All right. Shut up, Joe.
That's right. If you don't like the guy, take his food, watch him die.
All right, I interrupted shit. I should have kept my mouth shut.
So you're saying that there's no judge, right? You judge yourself.
No, I'm saying what you are going to be responsible for the energy that you put out, whether it be life, death. It's all thermodynamic. It's just a change of state of energy. That energy still contains that vibration. Whether you starved the man out of the fact you didn't like him, or you fed him because you do, you're going to carry that energy in yourself, and it's going to resonate out of your body when you die, and that will stay within your confines of energy.
I'm not sure if you're even answering what he's saying.
I get it.
No,
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I like that, actually.
I do too.
No, you carry your own weight. You carry your own fucking weight, man.
So the answer to we judge
Take
ourselves
some responsibility
in that
for yourself.
instance. All right.
No, you just are that. It's not about judgment. If you take on that state of energy and die, that's just what you are. Yes, that is the answer. I'm not saying you're judged. I'm not saying you judge yourself. I'm not saying you're being judged by a higher force. I'm saying once your energy leaves your body, that resonant energy and that vibration continues on, and it will be whatever it is that it has developed itself to be.
I would agree. I'm not sure that negates his question, because in the end, we all return to energy right here. Do we judge each other?
There's no judgment.
Well, let's all give our opinions on it without us responding to what other people say or even reacting to it. I wanted to see where everyone stood on it, because then we could go off, and I wanted to see where like Boy and Flo and Joe stand on that too. So I want to go next.
I'll go, or I can wait.
Yeah.
I think my view is probably a lot like Rat Blood's. I think that we have actual free will, and we are actually made in God's image. And so we get an equal part in creating the world that we want. What we want is not what we say we want, like, oh, I want peace, but what our behaviors show that we want. Where do we give our attention to? If you give your attention to fighting things, you're going to get more fighting in your life. If you give it to, you get more of what you engage with in the world. That is your free will, and that is your co-creative part in it. And so I don't think that there's a literal judge, but I do think that you can put yourself in hell if you focus on hell.
What's up, Boy?
Yeah. What's my take on it? I think somewhere similar as flow state and Axis said, right? It's like an accumulation of your former choices already. You're already going in that direction as you are going, whether it goes on beyond this life, yeah, I don't think you're gonna be. People always think that this realm is a school and you're gonna be judged, and I think that's just part of the programming. That's the way our brain has been structured and designed. And so we think in those terms and terminologies of school and test and judgment. And I don't think it's like that. You know, that's way too worldly a view to have of something that's, you know, that's not worldly per definition. So I don't think there's a judgment day and a judge. No.
I think judgment has been defined when earlier as to define it. I think, well, now has been defined as judgment day. The other judgment, the worldly judgment and all of that shit is much better fucking because it's harder to talk about. I don't believe, as far as what we're talking about, I don't believe you're your own judge. If you think you're down wrong, you've created that, and but you end up judging yourself. That's kind of like what Flo said, and I agree with Rat, and fucking Ian. In that sense, there is no real judgment in that sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think this whole thing with Jesus, real quick, 1 second. Jesus dying for our sins is a big cop out. It encourages these acts of evil, saying he died for all of our sins, so we could just sin all we want, ask for forgiveness, and then if we're accepted, we're good. It's a big cop out. I think worse. It might be worse than the Bible God, because you're going to be facing the mirror after this. Everything you've done, thought, everything is there. There's no going away from it, and you're going to have to live with it eternally on a spiritual level. In every life as a spirit, you have to live with every life you lived, regardless of the circumstances. We all have to face it. So, and like I said in the last thing, I think for some people, what they've done in this world, they would rather be burning in hell on this Bible God thing. They would rather be there than have to live with it spiritually in every lifetime. You know what I mean? So I think we're the master judge. It's the mirror.
Yes, take responsibility for yourself on any energetic level, whether it be the physical realm, the next realm, or whatever.
Do you take responsibility?
You're going to be responsible.
Do you owe a duty to others?
I don't tend to interact with others off of my decision, other than if you approach me in a negative way, you're probably going to get a lot of negativity back. If you approach me in a positive way, then I'll probably give you positive. But if I'm up to something nefarious, I'm not going to let you know what the fuck I think.
I'm not sure that tells me if you feel there's a duty or not. The only duty I see is to reflect the energy given. Is there?
That's because I don't ascribe. Okay? I don't owe man nothing.
I was just asking.
I don't owe
so
the
answer is no. The answer is no. All right. Do you believe in that we are all one and we all make up one? I know I believe that.
No, I believe we're made from the same fabric.
You don't think we're literally make up one individual? All right. Okay. Well, your shit makes sense. It does not make sense if you think you're all one, though. I think we're all really just one entity in some ways. We're separate and one at the same time.
We're made of the same substance, but we have a division between each of us. Because my sin, if you want to say sin, or my good or bad, does not influence your field of energy whenever you leave this earth, other than what you choose to take of it.
Your field of energy influences me now on this earth. If you are bad, it influences me. It influences the whole. If you are good, it influences the whole. When babies die, don't wonder why.
That's why I said you will take that with you if you choose.
You're talking
why
about
don't you wake up each day? Why don't you wake up each day like it's a brand new day and you have fresh baby eyes, okay? And you got a fresh baby body, okay? And you don't carry the baggage and weight of what everyone's told you. You don't carry that indoctrination. You wake up with a free, clean, observant mind, like a child looking at the world for the first time. indoctrination?
I think you and Ian both have an aversion to religion. I think that perhaps I didn't listen a lot. I think one of you cats, yeah, you, Red Blood, said you had a religious background. I forgot what Ian said, but I believe both of you have played a bigger part of trauma in your lives than you see and certainly care to admit. But it has given you the opposite reaction where you're angry. It shows, both of you.
I say we're free. I say we're free of indoctrination.
I didn't say nothing about indoctrination. I said you guys don't like God. You're mad at religion. That's what I'm saying. Your response to me is always nothing to what I'm saying.
Look, Ian never denied God, the creator. I don't deny God, the creator.
I said you're angry at me. Thank you for fucking rephrasing my shit weirdly.
Have it your way, dude.
I stated pretty clear. Like, I don't like these many thousands of gods that's been presented to us in this reality. I'm with the creator of all, but like I said, the creator created its creation, and that's it. It doesn't have its hands in everything, controlling everything. You know what I mean? So
do you believe
I'm with the creator, right? I don't think we have a choice but to recognize it. We might come into a life and we might be against God and all this. On a spiritual level, we're all connected and rooted in the creation and the creator, regardless of what we think about it in these lifetimes. That's what it's a fact, people.
Agreed, agreed.
So
do you think we're all one?
I think that we're all fractal of God or the creator. I don't like to use the word God, but
yeah, but I like it. I dig it. Yeah, I hear you. I agree.
So, I mean, I'm with
that. I think in that sense, that's why I think I am my brother's keeper. If we're one body, we all make up one whole. It's in my interest to have you healthy. So I do think that I owe a duty.
And that was Jesus' message. So when people say, that's the thing.
I still owe you a duty, even twice more, motherfucker. Smart ass.
That was Jesus' biggest message, but they're all hypocrites because they come in, they just spit out verses of men and just quote verses saying Jesus is the only way. What do you mean he's the only way? When all of you guys that say that aren't acting like Jesus, you condemn people for not bowing down and begging for forgiveness to this character. Like that's when you guys say that Jesus is the only way, that's what I get the vibe of. Like, okay, I have to beg for forgiveness, get on my knees and be obedient to this character. What about being like the being that being, instead of being a sheep, a slave to it?
I think Jesus would be happy.
What do they mean when they say Jesus is the only way? I don't get it. It's confusing. It's very dark and wicked to me, honestly.
Yeah, but that's what happens to good things, right? They get corrupted in this world, and I think that the whole concept of religion is not a good one. But being a good person is. You can't make a religion out of being a good person. It's just something to be, right? It's not something to promote or to.
And when you bring people together,
right? It's something about leading by example and not.
When you bring people together and call it a certain religion, you immediately cut off any room for individuals. You all have to have a mob mentality and believe the same thing. There's no way that can be good.
Well, think about it this way real quick. Think about it as you're the creator of a world. Now, you're the creator. I know we're not, but let's just say, for instance, you're the creator. Now, you're looking at the world. Everyone's sinning. You need to give them a powerful message to wake them up. How would you do it? The way this God did it and send his only begotten son or whatever to die like that and let all these people manipulate the story and have all these different scriptures and confusing and dogma and all this confusion? Or would you do what the creator actually did to us? Gave us an instinct to know what's right and good. I wasn't taught that. We knew as a fucking infant we were given this instinct. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do
the people
both.
around us feeling that love when something was done wrong to us, even growing up, we have that instinct automatically. That's the word of God to me.
You wouldn't make a move. You wouldn't make a move within the matrix itself. Yes, you've given them that tool and you're down here and things are what they are. You wouldn't make a move. I think putting Jesus down here was brilliant, right? The people who have no vision, they draw the worst from it. The other guys, the good guys, draw the good. It was fucking brilliant. It's a masterstroke. The guys remembered throughout time and debated that more than anybody ever, blah, blah. We just our time, the year 2024, it's on Jesus. It was a masterstroke. How it was brilliant. Fuck, why not do that? Are you
Yeah, but
shitting
look
me?
at when you're talking about Jesus, everyone has a different perspective, and some people go to this thing where you have to beg and like you're my savior and you took away all my sins, and if I don't beg, I mean, there's all these different denominations and ideas of
If
this
you're mad
character.
because people will take a thing and misuse it and mischaracterize, that is man's nature. If you take any other thing other than Jesus, a book, or whatever it is, and man has perverted it, you don't start saying I hate the book or I hate the original thing. We know man will pervert it, and you know I hate it because
So
man's perverted it. I'm not sure how logical that is.
So you know, I see where you're coming from. I get it, but it doesn't mean that that's the ultimate truth of this. I think that Jesus could have been a normal person, just like this is what they don't want us to know. They made it into the Son of God. Now remember, in Hebrew, the Son of God means coming from. It means to be like. It doesn't mean the actual son, like in English. It's a totally different language and meanings when they translate it to English, people. That's what we need to go to. When I hear the Son of God in the Bible, don't just stick on that and think of the English translations of that. I go to, what did the original Hebrews say? What did the Greeks say? What do they mean by Son of God? It's different than English. So like, I think that he could have been a normal person just like us, just normally born with just decisions and a way of being like anybody else. You could become whatever you want. And I think that he became something amazing and special, you know what I mean? And transcended so many things and became a big example. And they wanted to throw all these extras on it like it's someone that we can't
That
be,
is the
and we need to bow
smartest
down
move.
to.
If I was a bad guy, the smartest move that I could do would be take Jesus, who said, you know, who ascended to a certain degree and showed you what is possible. I would separate him from you. And the more I separate, the more you believe you can never do what he did and never be able to be that guy. Are you comparing yourself to Jesus? It would be a sin to even say such a thing. Now you're successful as a bad guy.
It says in the New Testament, he says, you will go on to do greater things than I.
So we're in agreement.
Jesus, your Jesus said that.
We're in agreement. That's exactly what I was just saying. Yes.
Yeah.
I swear, people, I'm not even joking. Listen, real quick. I'll be honest with you guys. I was like last week or a few days ago, like I was thinking about Jesus, people, like deeply. I swear, people, like I've never felt so light as a feather. I was like walking around like I felt like an ascended being. Like I was like, I'm not even joking, people. I felt this energy like I can never imagine. It was so amazing. And like, but the visions I was getting of the Pope with the cross and all this stuff and how the story's been fucked up. And it's like, if these other people are really channeling Jesus, they're not, because they come with condemnation, judging, and they're totally the opposite spirit of Jesus. I really channeled this energy, people, and it gave me all the lies they're giving to us and it gave me the truth of it. So you guys aren't channeling. You're channeling. You can throw your labels on what you're channeling all you want, because all you guys do is condemnation. Jesus didn't tell me I'm the only way and this and that. It's an energy field we can all tap into. That's what I get from it. But it's not required.
Jesus was saying the opposite. He was saying, "I'll be with you. The power to discern good from bad is within you." His message was, "It's within you. You don't have to go outside of yourself." You know, if they say I'm looking, look for me elsewhere, I am within you. I think he is telling you, man, do for self, man. You can achieve all things, like Rat Blood just said. You can do greater things than I. Stop selling yourself short to put him on a pedestal and say, that's God's kid. Of course he can do it. I can't. Sucks.
Hold
I've done incredible things.
I don't think now we have to go to the word kingdom. That's another word that bothers me. I don't think there's any kingdom in the spiritual realm. Maybe there's layers of that we're still matrixy.
Yeah.
But what does the word kingdom mean? And what does the word in Hebrew kingdom really mean?
Okay.
But it's a country or state territory ruled by a king or queen, under control of a particular
Monarchy.
person or thing. It's another trap. It's another matrix trap, people. A kingdom.
Yes.
Somebody at the throne. It's another trap, my friends. That's my thing on it.
I agree, and it's a monarchy. I consider myself a sovereign energy in a fractal universe at the moment, or a life force, whatever that may be, a fucking simulation, whatever. But I don't depend on anything outside of me to work my energies. And if I want to raise my energies to do something, manifest something, I can do that myself. I don't need to go to Jesus for that.
Right. And that's my point. If everyone's going to get an equal chance to get the word and have whatever we need, everyone should have equal chance, whether we know a book exists, whether we're joined in the jungle, whether we're born as a Muslim in Saudi Arabia and forced to go into that system. No matter where on this planet existence you are, we should all have an equal opportunity to tap into the so-called, let's call it the word of God, instinct, knowing what's right and wrong. And we all have that automatically. So that's my thing. And when you have this God and this religious God, it takes away your moral compass to where they say, God is so perfect and he's so great. And then they come along around me and say, I go against our religion. They're like, oh no, you just don't know God. I chill with him all the time. He's so great and perfect. And then you point out scriptures and things that God did that wasn't so perfect at all, goes against his 10 commandments left and right. And they still say he's perfect. And it takes away your moral compass. That's what science, religion, and politics do, governments. It takes away your within moral compass. And accept whoever your God is, your ruler is, your landlord is. You said they're perfect, then they're amazing. While they're sinning left and right, while they're murdering, poisoning, all this stuff. Just like the God of the Bible.
I don't think...
the same goes for money, right? And the same goes for... because money's being corrupted too. I mean, money doesn't stand for anything anymore. Courts don't stand for anything anymore. I mean, you know, they just justify evil. That's what courts do. Courts are not here for you and me. They're here for the government, right?
I dig it.
They should be here for you and me. And so everything gets corrupted. And we should take that into consideration. And it's not like, oh, if you have good intentions, then you will be forgiven forever. But we must take into account that these things actually started out with good intentions and good results, but got corrupted, like with everything in this world. You know, it needs, right?
Did it really? I mean, when you're dealing with, I think all these things, even language, is all limitations.
Yeah, not necessarily, because it starts out as a clarification of something that is unclear, right? And so therefore we use words now to come together about something, right? To get things clear in our eyes and in our ears. Like,
Ian, are you saying that we could communicate telepathically if we weren't using language? We should be communicating telepathically. Is that where you're going?
I think I think that's the ultimate form of energy and that type of universal communication, which we're getting to here as well.
The Tower of Babel, man, it pissed God off. So what did he do? Diversified the languages. Confusion. God implied confusion.
Well, when you say it started out good, Void, that's a good point, Axis. Yeah, I agree with you. When you say it started good, like, where did it start and where and what? Like, what? Because when we're dealing with the Bible, it's a bunch of stories recycled. Some of the stories in the Gospels of John and I forget, Luke was hundreds of years after even Jesus was even born. He wrote this stuff based on other people's stories.
They all
were dealing with Jesus was talking to God. Everyone was asleep. That is a stage play, a Greek Samaritan stage play that they would perform for a crowd in a theater. And they took that script story and put it in the Bible as a gospel of Jesus.
No,
you know what I mean?
Interesting.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm not familiar with the play or what part of the Gospels you're talking about. I'm not familiar with which part.
Ian's being, I've researched
it
that.
goes back to they recruited the best writers and things like that really had that deep writing and will really affect people energetically. We see people and we see musicians and different people now with their ability with words and things that really hit you, gives you that visual, all those senses. But just reading a sentence, you know what I mean? And a lot of that's in the Bible, super powerful stuff that hits you all your senses. You know what I mean? They recruited these people to write this stuff. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I could take those verses just like everyone does. They cherry pick the nice verses, and then they want to disregard all the evil. You know what I mean?
I'm not so sure. If you look at the evil, which I do a lot, most of the ones that people cherry pick to show the Bible is evil are just way the fuck off base.
If I may, the scribes, well, they weren't scribes then, but whenever the Council of Nicaea gathered, that was after the burning of the Library of Alexandria, a depository of knowledge of past ages to that point in time.
Yeah.
It was burnt to the ground, and then Constantine II had his scribes and his people come in, gather these letters together, edit them into a book of philosophy, as I see the Bible as. And
what are you saying? Can you back up a little bit? You're saying that the books themselves burnt up in Alexandria and they had to put them together from scratch? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, absolutely. The Library of Alexandria is where everyone around the entire land, the known land, would come because it was the biggest depository of information, mathematics, history, science, biology, and that
everyone had those books at the time. That wasn't the only place where you could find them. Right, they were all over the place. So burning Alexandria would not have solved the problem, and they couldn't have rewritten it from scratch without everybody who having an original saying that these niggas blah blah blah.
No, I'm saying that the text letters that were derived to create your book of philosophy, the Bible. Okay. Why did they have to get rid of all the depositories of literature and knowledge
of the originals
predating? Yeah, they burn them. They burn them in Alexandria.
Yeah,
and there are depositories still left, but
the Dead Sea Scrolls. If you're looking for the Bibles, the Dead Sea Scrolls goes the conversation is strictly about the Bible. People saw it coming, and they saw everything changing, and they took to hiding stashes of the books as they were. And some kid
they're not the only one.
Hold on, there's some kid in the mountains in Qumran in the caves was throwing a stone and it hit and you heard a vase crack. That's how they found the first one, Qumran. But since they found other stashes buried underground, blah blah, people hid these books and they've all been interpreted. So if you're curious how distant your King James is from the actual words, get the Dead Sea Scrolls and read them side by side. I used to do it all the time.
Real quick,
let me drop a bomb too.
Oh yeah, no, don't lose your thoughts, guys. I want to drop a bomb for Miss Clementine. Everyone's on fire in the chat, but I've definitely before Tommy came on. I want to. It's kind of where you guys are talking about this same area, and we were talking about the cataclysms, and are we manifesting this? If like this is my biggest thing with this whole religion thing is like your future's written in stone. This is what's going to happen. It's going to get fucked up whether you like it or not. Like judgment's coming and everyone's like, God's coming with fire and going to bring a flood. And it's like, are we manifesting this? Why can't the true creator say, I mean, imagine you're a creator, like a flood's coming. I'm going to come with hell and fire. You're all being judged, or say, hey, Here's a blank page. You guys go and write your own story and create and do your thing. Why
That's
can't it
what
be
he
like
did.
that?
Ain't that what he did? He gave us this. We sit over there and we say we're good people and we're the greatest, blah, 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 and we're equal to God. We're gods ourselves. We're the creator. We're kids of gods. We are gods ourselves. Okay, you throw us in here and let's see what you create. You create a shit show and blame him for it. Why didn't he make it better? Why didn't you do better, God? Then you go back over and you fucking eat humble pie.
No, I agree. I'm with you, Joe. I like your perspective on that is, but I'm just saying most people are focused as this is what's going to happen. All religions. It's all a thing of judgment coming from God and I'm gonna fuck shit up. Now, collectively, with most people in the world thinking that this is going to happen,
You're
are
right. I
we
was with you on all
manifesting
of that.
this?
There's
I mean,
zero chance that we're not, right? There's zero chance that we're
even
not.
you go to like archaics and these different cultish groups outside of religion. They all have the same type of thing. And I just wonder if this is a program that they want us to be under in these lifetimes for us to create the cataclysm, to create the cycle, because
it's logical as fuck, right?
We're waking up and like I think humanity gets to the point where like, okay, now we got to start over now. You know what I mean? But it's a long process.
That cycle shit Rap Lil was talking about.
Yeah, so they want to burn all the remnants of these other ages, like he's talking about. That's the type of discussion.
No. He was talking about how it seems like man, shit repeats in a cycle, like the Eastern philosophies and shit. Now it looks like we're on the uprise. He was talking about some shit like that earlier. That sounds like what you're talking about.
Oh, now. Like a wave, like we're going.
We're becoming aware of
that.
We're becoming aware of the base number program. So let's say hypothetically that we are in a simulation. We are becoming aware of the simulation. They can't allow that to happen.
Agreed.
So what do they do?
What do they do? What do they do? What do they do?
They fucking wipe us out.
Wait, hold on. Let's stick on that.
And
I want to stick on this
again because we became aware.
Real quick, Axis. When you say we're in a simulation, and what people say a lot of time is that when you look at the definition, you really look at how this reality works with our senses and all the coding within every molecule. It points to a simulation. But when you hear people say, well, Elon Musk promotes that and all these elitists are promoting the simulation theory, so it must be false and I don't want to go along with it. What would you say to those people?
Right.
I would say they're right.
That's why I said
Go ahead.
That's why I said hypothetically we will say this is a simulation. The reality is you live in a base mathematical construct, regardless of whether it's a simulation or it's a program. The fact is it's governed by mathematics. So whatever you want to be or think is fine, but you're gonna have to apply it to the fundamental base reality, mathematics.
In the sense that Ian was talking about it, and the matrix sense as we discuss it, I do believe that in that sense, every bit of technology, all of it is built in some way. I don't know if it's built for, it will be used, or it's probably the whole thing of it will take you away from yourself. Every bit that you indulge in the matrix separates you from what you really are.
And the question is
the more.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. You mean the more that you accumulate and involve yourself into the material mathematics of this world, the more consumed and loss of your base existence as being a persistent that is hitting a constant.
The material mathematics, exactly. Yeah.
So what do you think the odds are that we're about to create another world for us to enter, another simulation in this reality, and then we're going to be in that reality with another time loop, and if we break out of that world, we're going to be back in this world. But what if we break out of this world and we're in the other one we created a simulation? We could be in simulation on top of simulation.
Inception.
Right.
Isn't that what they're doing
it's a
right
possibility,
now?
right? Huh?
Isn't that what they're doing right now? Creating a virtual universe.
Yeah.
You know,
this is a
reason.
good picture here. No, go ahead.
He says
it stands to reason. It's fractal. You know, it's just layer on top of layer on top of layer.
And so that's my point, that the matrix system that we're in, people, and it doesn't make it, forget about terminology. I'm telling you, once we shed this avatar, we're in another avatar that's in another system that we have to break out of that avatar. We're in multiple layers of avatars. I don't know how many, but at least 3 or 4. And they're creating another one for us, my friends. They're creating another avatar for us to enter, and we're going to be in another layer. That's what's been going on. And then when they reset the game, they make a copy. I don't know how they do it. And a lot of us, we can't understand it with these limitations. But when they do it, they create a new setting. So when they create the next simulation, they're going to put the setting of this Earth into that one. So a lot of the stuff here, I think, is just a setting in this matrix.
So it's kind of like your video game getting a new pack install. Is the original is still there, and they change everything to change, and they just add it to the original. I think that's what you're saying.
Genetic coding. That's what it boils down to, is genetic coding. Why do they take your DNA when you're born? Why do they poke your heel? Why does the government database have all of our DNA? Well, what if they took all that DNA and transferred it into machine technology, such as what Zuckerberg and Musk are creating? So then they would have your personal identity. There you go.
With quantum computing,
and then they would take your identity. Possible. Exactly, and it is. So they take your DNA, your signature, your energy, and transfer it through your DNA and replicate you in that universe. The one that they manufactured.
Damn, that's heavy.
And, wait, hold on, because I want to get the sun kiss. But when I was, wow, no, let me. This is what I was thinking. I was thinking deja vu is that. Deja vu is us connecting with our other avatars in the copy world.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this the other day, and I was like, I'm gonna get to Sunkissed. Where is it? Oh, I'll find the image. But Sunkissed, if you wanted to jump in, go ahead. I'll find out what I'm looking for while you're much love.
No, before you jump in, Sunkissed, I'm gonna take the chance to say goodbye. See you on the next one, Ian. And
thanks, boy. Much
take
love,
care of yourself.
Okay, I will. See you, Sunkissed.
All love, baby.
Bye, boy. Take care of yourself. I don't have anything else like really to say. My connection after I said whatever I said last time, like my phone completely like shut down, and then I had no connection. I really wanted to tell Joe that I enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you.
You gave me some really beautiful, powerful gems to think about. And I hate getting off panel and not thanking, the host and Ian. Always thank you for this much needed conversation. Yes, some people may say it's redundant or repetitive, but just look at what it's doing. We need to air it out. We need to have these conversations because there's a lot of confusion, and there are people. I was in the religious mind state, and I was in fear. I was on that line where I was like, oh, I'm questioning this, but should I do that? People are going to shun me. I'm going to burn in hell. So these conversations are needed, I think, for people who were in my position, and they have a safe place to come and openly talk about these things. And we should be able to question everything. If we're able to question everything within our governments, within their testing, within what they're telling us about space and all this and that, we should be able to question everything that has been thrown at us.
Let me add something before you leave. Let me add something. The question everything part. It's important that we have these conversations, like you said, and question these things, because a lot of my beliefs, I couldn't articulate them until I heard someone else articulate them better. and it helped me fine tune my shit. So even if it's something we've discussed before, man, these things are helpful.
Yes. And even if it's like 3 years down the line and somebody comes and sees this video and they're like, oh my gosh, Joe Cool just said exactly what I was feeling. Access just articulate what I was feeling and I didn't understand. And Ian is having another conversation. So I appreciate that, Ian. I appreciate you. I'm going to get off of here because I don't want to, you know, my network just went crazy, but keep the conversation going. Much love to you guys. And I'm going to say this to anybody that's thinking, this is what I wanted to conclude with when the comment about us being demons and we're talking about the frequency and vibration of love, which is that Christ energy, which is that Christ consciousness. And there's so much judgment. You're going to be condemned to hell. And they always say he's going to condemn you to hell. I love to reference John chapter 8, 1 through 11. And it's the story of the harlot where everybody's talking about her. They're ready to condemn her. They're like, look at her. And he's like, they're like, are you going to do anything about it, Lord? And he's just drawn in the sand. He's like, okay. And then he looks up and says, he who is without sin cast the first stone. And they all get mad and they throw the stone. And then in verse 14 and 15, he tells them, he looks at the Sadducees and Pharisees and he tells them, ye judges the flesh. He says, I judge no man. Read it. So if he doesn't condemn, and he even said in the verses previous to that, he told the lady, I don't condemn you, or there's no one here to condemn you. Neither do I. Go and sin no more. So we need to check ourselves before we start checking other people. Much love to you guys. Y'all have a beautiful rest of your night. It was so cool to be up here with you, Joe. Bye, Access.
That was great, man. All right, I think I'm gonna cut out too. She got to keep it going, even though she gave me a million thoughts that I could keep going on. I'm finna cut out too, man. I'm neglecting some work. All right.
Yo, later on, brother.
Yeah, I still have both a video that I wanted to get to. I'm definitely not going to leave until we do, but I forgot where we were at. But she makes a good point. That's the thing, is people will adopt the biggest teachings of Jesus. You know what I mean? To love your neighbor and to be a good person. To love the Creator and love your neighbor as yourself. And these people see people living like that, but not bowing down and begging for forgiveness and thinking that he's some God Almighty and I need to be accepted by you or else. No, he was saying this is a state that you should be in. This is a state of being. And so when you see people there, now you go to the Yahweh evil God perspective that they threw into this story. And you guys take that perspective. You guys jump around from being Jesus to being Yahweh as these big judges like you're God. It's disgusting.
If I may say before I go, Ian, I have shed all indoctrination. Okay? I hold myself responsible for my energies. I hold myself responsible for my actions. And I'm experiencing this world without any indoctrination. And if I need to learn something, nature will teach me. With that, all love, Ian. Thank you for having me. And it's been real.
Thanks, bro. Everyone, thank you for joining. We're still here. I'm not going anywhere. We're going to get to a video now. Let me stop my screen share and reshare this. There we go. Okay. So real quick, before I move forward here, let me go to my history over here and let me share with you guys something here. Okay, there we go. Okay, guys. So this right here, I'm going to put this. Okay, my internet's buffering. I'm going to put this video into the chat. This is, let me set this up and we're going to continue. Anybody wants to debate, also a one-on-one. I know there's been a lot of people up here, but if you wanted a one-on-one to discuss this or to debate, there's definitely an opportunity. I'll definitely put the videos to the side. And so my internet keeps buffering. But anyways, this is a compilation of Morrow and Paul Wallace, all the 4 hours of him going through. I'm telling you, you guys need to check this out. This guy decoding the original Hebrew and what it meant, Elohim, these different words from the original Hebrew and what it really meant and what they changed it to on all throughout Scripture in the Bible. And their biggest message is the Bible is a great book. You know what I mean? There's a lot of history and a lot of truth in it. They're not getting people away from the Bible. They're saying that they changed the translations of these different entities that wanted to be gods and be called gods and everyone be submissive and bow down to them as God, Lord, Most High. There's a lot of other things that they go through, but this is a fascinating thing, and it's the entire thing in one. He goes to the original Hebrew and shows what they changed. Let's watch a part of this right now. Let's check this out. Oh, hold on.
So also,
and then we'll play a little bit of this, and then we're going to get to this video here that I have ready. It's about 2 hours too, so we'll be here a little bit longer.
So when the Christians today say Hallelujah, the first.
Let's go here.
We are in.
So I don't want to play too much of this because I don't want to get confusing. But if you're really a researcher and you want to get to the bottom line with the scriptures, wouldn't the place to go be going to the original? People want to point out the Vatican vaults, all this stuff. They have all this stuff they're hiding from us. They're pedophiles. They're this and that. But then they take the scripture that they translated as the gospel, as the truth. But they don't go to the original. I don't get it. So if we think that the Vatican's hiding all this stuff, then don't we think that they're going to manipulate the scriptures on the translations? So I don't get it, people. Let's watch this for a second. If my internet's...
Chapter 3, where Moses asks the alleged God a question that turns out to be fundamental. We read in a traditional translation. Moses said to God, I go to the children of Israel and say to them, the God of your father has sent me to you. They will tell me, what is his name? We can understand that it would be absurd to ask for God's name if that God were the only and therefore unequivocal God. And this is more evident in Hebrew, because in Hebrew it actually says, and Moses said to the Elohim. That is, Moses speaks to that Elohim who presented himself to him.
Anyways, I'm going to share this link in the chat with everybody. Please, definitely check it out. If you, what's up, Brian? If you go to, let's see here. Marino Bigliano. Okay, so I put that in the chat, I think, yeah. Let me pull up YouTube real quick. I want to show you guys something, and then we're going to get to this video I have ready. So, Moro Biglino. If you search Moro Biglino and you go to Yahweh, that's probably the best way to search. If you search Yahweh, you will see these here. Watch these from episode 1, God Yahweh, the shocking truth behind the original Bible story. Going to the original text, my friends, and seeing how they twisted and renamed these evil men back in the days that were ruling over territories as God and Most High. So this is my biggest point, people. If this is a perfect opportunity for people to take Jesus and his teachings and run away from this evil God. He wasn't referring to this God of the Bible, people. These were stories changed and names of characters that was changed to God Most High and Lord, my friends, landlords. Okay? Nobody's my Lord. You know what I mean? My friends. So if I was a Christian, I was with the Bible, or if I was whatever, I would be happy to know this, because then I could separate myself from all this evil. Like, that's not my God. But Jesus, I can roll with that in his teachings. And I'm with that. See, I can respect that. For the people that still deny and accept this as the one singular creator God of the God, especially in the Old Testament, it's very weird to me. So I don't get it. So it's a perfect opportunity to go to the original text and see what it's all about. You're not going to be damned to hell by denying this evil God. You're not going to be burning in hell for eternity. This is a big joke to put you in fear by the slave masters, people. They know the biggest tool is fear. So obviously with religion and scriptures, to control us, they want us to be what? In fear. What does this do to you? Bring you in fear. To a point to where you project it on others. You project it on me, left and right. Saying, I'm condemned. I don't know God. I'm condemned in hell because I don't accept your biblical God. I'm with the Almighty Creator, but it's not controlling everything. You know what I mean? There's a creation. There has to be a creator. I'm with all that. But this biblical God, they could take that God and shove it up their ass, because the real creator doesn't want me to be living in fear. We need spiritual sovereignty, my friends. All right? That's what we should be searching for. And a good way to get that is to deny. I'm not saying people should do this or whatever. You make your own decision. But denying this God is, and denying the fear, people. When I was in the truth in the beginning and going over everything that's going on, all the news, AI and all this stuff, I was living in fear. Going from one, some of you guys are the same way right now, going from one fear video to the next when the Alice Jones days. Once I freed myself a year or two ago of the news and all this fear, I've never felt so sovereign and free in my life, my friends. Not worrying about what could happen, this and that, and stuck in the past, or what happened, or in the future, or all these things going on. It's good to have the awareness, right? Awareness of what's happening, what people are doing, what they're poisoning, things like that. That's awareness. But to be in the fear vibe, it's not a place to be. That's a prison in your mind, which affects everything in the world around you. That's how we created this prison in this matrix soul trap. It started with them poisoning our minds with the fear of God and fear and judgment and all this stuff. So obviously the powers that be are going to give us nothing but that. So they did that with scriptures and the word of God and all this stuff. That's exactly what they did. So we should be able to decipher what's the word of God or the words of men. And so it just baffles me, very perplexed at the people that don't deny this fear. And they accept all of the Bible God as the one creator God. But you go to the original text and it's referring to multiple entities, into judges, angels, sacred beings, divine beings. When you look at the original definition of Elohim or even Yahweh, it's plural. It's referring to the gods, people, to these engineers of our avatars, all this stuff, okay? So we need to be specific on what God we're trying to talk to, what labels we're throwing on, because some of these people that say they're connected with God, I tell you what, they're coming with nothing but fear and judgment. So you're not connected with the God. You could throw your labels on those voices in your head all you want, but all it is programming to me. All right? So anyways, let me pull this back up here. So check out Mauro Biglino's thing with an open mind. There's a good interview here with Graham Hancock. That's pretty good. I watched about, I'm not a big fan of Graham Hancock anymore. I used to be, but this is still a really good interview here. Check this stuff out, people, and you're going to see what I'm talking about. And if you search Mauro, we're going to get to this video in 1 second. I just want to give you guys some tools. Maura Biglino, and you search, what's his name? Paul Wallace. Okay. Now the vibe I get from these people is that these are real motherfuckers wanting to get the truth. Okay, check this out. Elohim are not God, part 1. There's multiple parts. I think there's 3 or 4. Each of them's 37 minutes. Check this stuff out, people. These dudes know what the fuck they're talking about. He goes over in detail this entire thing in the original Hebrew language and what it's referring to with all these different landlords. So anyways, I'll put the link to this in the chat as well. A lot of people are familiar with this. It's word magic, my friends. Okay, let me go to the chat for a second and we're gonna get started on this other video. It's only been 3.5 hours, so we'll be definitely another 2 hours or so, and if other people come up, maybe longer, but this is exactly what I'm talking about, people. Big shout out to Watchmen. When you reach the end of your wit, Jesus, y'all real good at riffing on your own minds and energies and vibing and love frequencies. You must be born again. What the fuck does born again even mean? What the fuck is this? I must be born again? This is another fucking program given to you by the Matrix to condemn others. You'll see people in connecting with others in a love frequency and wanting the best for everybody and still damn them to hell. You guys will find something from the Bible that says you must be born again. Have you gone to the original Hebrew of what that means yet? I don't think so. Whoa. Or you're just taking the translations of what the Vatican and these clowns have done to these texts. Not that they were perfect in the beginning anyways. You know what I mean? What the fuck does that mean, born again? I need to ask for forgiveness and that, and then I'm born again through some mystical thing? Or does Jesus want you to be like him and be that energy frequency of love and unconditional acceptance? So if I'm in that, let's go to Jesus in the beginning. Let's really see if we could go to that person back then and go up to him and say, you know, do we need to be born again through you and all this stuff? And do we need to eat your flesh and drink your blood? All the satanic rituals and extras we threw on this man, this character, that we don't even know what's true. And so obviously they twisted it and you must be born again through him, all this other stuff for you to condemn others, another tool of division. So what is so that's what I say. Watch this. Okay, let's pull this up. This is one of the ones I'm talking about. Check this out, people. John 3:5-7. So this is the thing, people. It'll be one verse in this hundreds of pages and thousands of words. They'll get one verse that was written thousands of years ago by God knows who. And what their intentions really were, we have no idea. And we'll take this verse that was given to us by these evil ass entities and damn people and say that this is the way, like this is the truth of everything. This is what you must do. That's taking the slave master. Wow. John 3:5-7. Jesus says, no one can enter the kingdom of God unless they are born of water and the Spirit. And the flesh gives birth to flesh, but the Spirit gives birth to spirit. Then he says, you should not be surprised at me saying, you must be born again. You must be born again. Okay, but what did he really mean? You know what I mean? This is another fucking bullshit. What the fuck does that mean, born again? This is another tool. That's why they went after all the indigenous people and shit that were, what their stuff said was, I'm born again in the blood of my mother. We all are. So they come along with their opposite day and said, nope, you must be born again in the blood of this man. But the truth is, we were all born again in the blood of our mother. What else do we need? You know what I mean? Now I need to say, I'm born again through you and be accepted by you, or I'm going to be burning in hell for eternity. You guys are fucking fucked up. I'm sorry. It's ridiculous. I don't get it. Okay, so I was going to talk about this other thing here. Let's pull this one up. Jesus said, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. How do we know what this is really saying, being born again? What the fuck does this really mean, people? And so people turn it into whatever they want. You know what I mean? What did the original Hebrew say? Like I said, I think I have it here. Let me see this real quick. Okay. So we take that and we take the church's definition of that, which is being obedient, worshiping. People, get off your fucking knees and don't worship shit. It's a fucking trap by the Matrix. You should worship nothing. This is the whole fucking plan. This obedience and worshiping stuff, people, is fear, being submissive, and not a place that we want to be, my friends. You are sovereign. Okay? Take the chains off. Stop worshiping. Oh my God. Anyways. Hebrew born again means is born anew. The term is derived from an event in the Gospel of John in which words of Jesus were not understood by a Jewish Pharisee. The word translated as again is, which could mean either again or from above. Thank you very much. It can mean multiple things. Born again means born from above. Okay? Maybe some of us aren't, some of us are. I don't know. I know that I am. I know I have my direct connection. I know I'm rooted in the creation and the creator, and I have my abilities. I know I have the word of God within me. I know what's right and what's wrong. Okay? And I can see the fucking truth. So you guys take that born again thing and turn it into what the church wants you to, and what the Pope and the Vatican wants you to damn others, saying you must do this or else. But the original Hebrew means born from above. Let's wake the fuck up. Anyways, I don't mean to get all whatever, but this is the type of research that we do as truthers. When they give me some medicine or some food or whatever you want to call it, censored topics, and they say, this is good for you, it's cuddly and nice, we care about you. What do? We look at the ingredients. We study the ingredients, all these metals, the chemical, you know how many hours I spent, not just studying ingredients in these heavy metals, but studying the chemical compound of these 2 metals, of these 4 metals. The chemical compound when you have it in your body, you know, this and that. I've studied all that stuff, and that's how deep I go with it. Now, why wouldn't you do this on your scripture? Why wouldn't you go deep into this like you would in the ingredients of something you consume or they say is good for you? You guys want to look at the ingredients, but they hand you the scripture and the word of God, and you take it hook, line, and sinker, not studying the ingredients or the characters involved. So you don't trust Bill Gates. You don't trust this person and that person that's involved with all these different things that we consume. But you're going to trust all these characters that gave you the word of God. Right? Make sense of that. Anyways. So please check out Sorry, it keeps buffering. Check out Paul Wallace and Mauro Biglino. Okay? I think I put this link in here. At least give it a shot. It's just 30 minutes. You know what I mean? Break free of your indoctrination. Break free of the chains. Study the ingredients of these scriptures and these characters involved. I'm telling you, it's a dark, dark vibe when you see what the original text said and what they changed it into, and how one word in Hebrew can mean like 4 different things. And you're like, wow, this is a big range of differences, whatever they want to change it to. It's like, wow, this could be a really bad thing or a good thing. And of course they changed it to the bad thing: judgment and programming, fear. Obviously, if they see a word in Hebrew that they want to translate to our languages, obviously they're going to want us to be in the more fear vibe, right? Obviously they're going to throw extras on it and change shit up because they want us in fear. So they did the same thing with scriptures, and we don't even see it yet. It's disgusting. Can he enter a second time in his mother's womb and be born? Jesus answered, truly, truly, I say, unless one is born of the water and spirit. He meant born of the water and spirit, my friends. Wow. So what do people meaning when they say born again? I don't get it, because you look at these definitions and stuff, and it's like, okay, it's not equaling what you're saying. You know what I mean? It's not such a bad thing of fear now. See what I'm saying, guys? See how they changed it to this fear, judgment, condemnation, this dogmatic God? This is getting out of control. Okay. So I shared those. Definitely check these guys out. 1 second. Let me get rid of these tabs and we're going to get to this video. Okay. Okay, we're not going anywhere yet. Okay, I want to get to this next because I fast forwarded about 22 minutes of this. I watched this for the first time yesterday. So have an open mind, my friends. But the important thing is that she was a hardcore Christian, the girl on the left. She's been interviewed by Elena. And she goes over the scripture and different things in a better way than some of the other ones that I really like, and makes some great points in this. So we're going to watch this together with reaction. Anyone can come up as much as you want. And we're not done with the soul trap thing. I think after today, and what Jake was saying, or somebody, the next thing I want to get to is this cup of forgetfulness that's in all these scriptures. Okay. So, and the mind wipe, I've been wanting to cover that. So we'll definitely be doing that soon. And I'm collecting data on that. Okay. So let's pull this up. Let me get rid of all these tabs and we're going to start off fresh here. I'll go into the chat for a second. Okay, we're good. Come on up. Nobody's here. If somebody wanted to come up and say whatever that they want, if you want just the open floor, I'll put you by yourself just like I am here. I will take me off the stream and let you say whatever you want. You can have your camera off. I don't care. Anyone could click the link and come up here. If you want a discussion, to say a statement or whatever, why not? You know what I mean? If you have the truth, why not share it with us? If we're so lost, why not? So the opportunity's there. Okay, life is short. It's 2024. Let's get up and speak our truth. You know what I mean? Okay, so okay, guys, listen. I'm gonna come back on the stream in 10 seconds. I'm gonna disappear for 10 seconds. I'm gonna refresh my internet. 1 second, guys. 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, my bad, guys. So we're going to give this another shot here. Let me cue YouTube up. This is going to be important. Okay, everyone, stay tuned. And I'm going to prove my point with this right now. Okay. There it is. I'll put the link of this in the chat in a second. Let me go into the chat for a minute, and then we're going to get started with this video. Sorry, I don't even want to respond. Honestly, like, I'm ready to move on to that inner technology and being what I'm supposed to be and tapping with my true spirit and getting the fuck out of this matrix and doing what I need to do here. When these people come along, I'm sorry, and throw this stuff at me, it gets me. It's not like I'm getting the truth or anything. It's not like I'm stepping into that divine spirit or even Jesus. It's a condemnation, a judgment, and fear and punishment and all the things that people do in this world to us that we know's not right in these governments and stuff. It's fear, judgment, punishment, condemnation. That's the only vibe I get from them. And then they'll be like, well, you're just not cuddly with God like I am. I speak to God all the time. Well, if you were really speaking to God, trust me, people, you'd be getting the truth about what this is about. And it would let you know you don't have the word of God, you have the words of men. Okay? So be careful how you judge people that, oh, I'm connected with God, you aren't. I'm connected with the Creator, you're not. I'm this and that, and I'm so special. You guys aren't connected. Sorry. Every once in a while, possibly, but you have a mixture of the Matrix and the true Creator, that spirit, that divine energy. You guys have a mixture of both, and you can't decipher which is which. That's why they take the Old Testament God as the almighty singular God. Okay? Anyways. But I love you guys. Sorry. Let's see what we got here. Punishment. Punishment, condemnation. My empathetic levels are on another level. I can tell you have a migraine because I do. I can tell that your muscle is pulled. Shout out to Miss Clementine. You've been on fire in the chat, everyone. Okay. Let's get right into this, guys. So I fast forwarded 20 minutes because I kind of go over some things. But the girl on the left, she's a Christian. She was born a Christian, and the whole family in her family, and had her own like monastery or whatever it was. I don't know, her own like place of worship, and she was like a preacher or something. Anyways, she woke up to who the God of the Bible really is, but she still considers herself a Christian. Bear that in mind. And she kind of goes over that in the beginning. Both of them kind of tell the story. So we're going to start from here. And we're going to get through this whole video today. It's going to be another hour and a half. Anyone's welcome to come up in the meantime. But let's get this started. This is from Elena Dannon, who I just discovered yesterday, by the way. Okay.
I want to make a break here to ask you, Corina, from all what I've said, from my perspective, and the perspective of the Sumerian text, what you, as a Bible researcher, what have you found that already could corroborate what I just spoke about, please?
Wow, well, a lot. As a matter of fact, 90, I'll be gracious, 97% of the Old Testament is depicting a deity that likes to be called God, that is full of hate. So what I'm doing, Elena, I'm literally using the Bible, because there's so many, Christians out there that are like, we don't want to read anything else but the Bible. Just the Bible is the word of God. And I have a huge problem with that, because it's not. It says that the Bible was inspired by the Holy Spirit. Well, the beautiful sun outside inspires me to write a book. The sun did not write the book for me. And even that was messed up. When we put anything in the middle of my personal relationship with divine source, there's a problem, including
that's the biggest tool, people, putting the middleman. There's people, you need to have your direct connection, and you think you do, but it's been tainted, my friends. We all have that direct connection, my friends. We all have it. Not through a book, not through what the enemy gave us. It's already there. And there's many ways of living and to get that connection, my friends. So anyways, I don't want to keep saying, we want to watch this
Bible that was written by men, and specifically the Old Testament. So there is a lot of problems with the Old Testament. May I share some of the scriptures?
Please.
Okay. This is a lot for maybe the Christians that are watching and that are like, what are you talking about? So I'm just going to go through some things here. Yahweh is a liar and a deceiver. Where do I find this? 1 Kings chapter 22, verse 23. Now, therefore, behold, Yahweh hath put a lying spirit in the mouth of thy prophets, and Yahweh had spoken evil. Now, Elena, the other thing that I want to make a parenthesis here, the problem is that the Bible that we have has been the translation is horrible. They made it so difficult. The powers that be, who we're talking about, made it so difficult for anyone to be able to find the truth.
Sorry, I gotta say something. This is a powerful video, guys. Definitely stay tuned. I'm telling you guys. And that's the thing with them. It's not even, they don't even look at your deeds or nothing. And I've been in these groups, in their chat rooms and stuff. What's her name? EYA and stuff. And I can't watch anymore because it's like, they don't care about your deeds or nothing. And that's a big program with the Bible. They don't care what type of person you are or anything. If you don't say Jesus is your savior and this and I'm born again, they think that you're condemned and they judge and you're getting punishment from God. Even if they're a great person, they don't care. It's disgusting. I don't care what God you're worshiping or nothing. I go on the energetic being you are, the core of you, what you're really about, and how you treat yourself, others, and the world around you. That's what I go off of, not what this is my God, I worship this. That means not much to me. It just tells me what matrix programming that you're under. But what's underneath that? What person are you? You know? And so I really believe this whole Jesus came to take away all of our sins is a big programming. It takes away your moral compass, and it's just like, doesn't matter. Even like I said, you need to ask for forgiveness, and you could go back to sinning left and right and murder people, whatever you want. But if you're not born again, then you're not saved. You're not in the book of life. What a program. What a disgusting way to look at this world and the cycle and everything. It's disgusting. Anyways.
They put a little tiny piece of truth like a needle in a haystack. And you have to dig and find and discern. So Elohim in Aramaic, in Hebrew, is not God. And so many places where in the original it says Elohim. For instance, in Genesis chapter 1, Elohim in Hebrew, in Aramaic, is gods, little g. Plural, not singular.
People, we're worshiping we're worshiping the so-called gods of the ones that created these avatars we're occupying, my friends, with these limitations. That's what we're worshiping as God, my friends. All right? Wow.
And in Genesis chapter 1, it says that the Elohim, the original translation says that as original as you can have, right? Yeah. What they did not manipulate. That the Elohims made the heavens and the the heavens and the earth. And then when you go to the being, it says, let us make man in our image. So again, Genesis chapter.
Let us make man in our image. This is them re-engineering the avatars, my friends. Every age, cataclysm, repopulating the earth with souls, new avatars for us to occupy with specific limitations that they're engineering. It's not the true creator, my friends. I'm not worshiping the creator of this body, the creator of all, the creator of my spirit, if there was one. Maybe we've always been and always will be. I don't know. So you need to be specific on what God you're worshiping. Which God are you serving? The many gods? The Elohim, who they're referring to, plural, gods?
Chapter 2. It's no longer Elohims. Okay. Oh, I can go in so many directions. So just hold on to me because we're going.
We're going there.
There are many creations. There are many, restorations of what was already created. But because we have been so brainwashed with in Christianity, we don't know that. So that's why I'm using exact scripture. So the problem is here. As I'm going to read to you, it clearly states, because as you know, they have to tell you what they're doing, right? It's the law, right? It's the law of the universal law. So watch this. Judges 9:23. Look. Then Yahweh Elohim. So Yahweh, one of the gods with little g. It's not divine source. But see, if we don't know how to read and search and research and go to the most original that you can, we're not gonna understand. We're being lied to. Watch this. Judges 9, verse 23. Then Yahweh Elohim sent an evil spirit. Okay. I'm
staying tuned, guys. This is really powerful. Really powerful. Please stay tuned for this.
Just dealing with him lying. Just dealing with him. There's all throughout the Old Testament, you can see where he lies. I mentioned this with you yesterday. When the Israelites got sick and tired of eating the manna that came from heaven, they went to Moses and they said, we're tired of this. Can you please tell Yahweh to give us meat? Yahweh got angry. And Yahweh, this is Numbers 11. Yahweh sent a wind for the quails to come. Okay, from the water. So the quails came, and Yahweh said, I'm going to give them quails to eat for a month. I'm quoting, until it comes out of their nostrils. Wow, that's a lot of love. Yeah. Now, these were supposed to be his children, right? Okay. But he lies. The quails came for one day. And the quails, when the people ate the quails carried a disease and it killed them. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm using the Bible to prove the Bible, because there's many Christians out there that are like, don't tell me Sumerian text. Don't tell me that. Tell me the Bible, because it's the word of God. It's God's word. Okay. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, let's go.
That's what we're doing. Okay. Yeah. Now let's look at what the New Testament says, which, there's a lot of problems there too. And we'll get to that. But it says, Hebrews 6:18. Therefore, God, being abundantly willing to show his promises, he bound it to an oath of two things: First one is that he cannot lie. And the second one is that he brings hope. So we're looking here at the Old Testament of that thing, and we're looking at the one that Jesus spoke of. Okay. You want me to go on?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so, because I have a lot.
Yeah, go on. We have all our time. We take our time. Okay, the time we need.
Thank you. Because I want to make sure that the ones that are watching, that they understand and they see that what I'm doing here is literally backing up what you are saying with scriptures. Okay, we're not fabricating this. Yahweh uses death to control people. We see it throughout all of the Old Testament. So I'm just going to read a few scriptures here.
Not a God I'd worship.
Oh my gosh. Psalms 137, verse 8 and 9. This is Yahweh speaking. O daughters of Babylon, you devastators, how blessed will be the one that will seize and dash the head of your little children against the walls. Wow. Now, again, I'm using just the Bible. According to the biblical counts of how many of his people, because it says that Israel is they're my people. I'm their husband and she's my wife, right? That's what it says. Just according to the Bible, he killed 14,700 Israelites. Yahweh. Now listen, it includes, and it started with also, this made me so sick, 42 children that came out to make fun of the prophet Elijah's, the prophet Elijah is really well known, and he was bald. So there were 42 children, you know how children are, that saw his bald head and they came out making fun of it. Listen, Yahweh sent a she-bear to rip them and tear them to pieces. 42 children. Okay.
Only a reptilian mind can do that.
Oh yeah. It gets better. Estimated Bible killings. Again, just the Bible. We're not even going anywhere else outside of the Bible. Of totality, not just the Israelites. You ready? 2,476,636. Again, 2 million. Almost 2,500,000. Now, when you combine the biblical accounts and the other historical books, like the book of Jasher, the book of Jubilee, that are outside the Bible, but the Bible mentions them, the number goes to 24,634,205. This is Yahweh. Okay.
But Yahweh killed himself.
Yahweh killed them. Opened the ground, sent fire, sent plagues. Yes.
Oh,
now,
what a great God.
According to the character that we read about in the Bible, Satan.
Yes.
He's not good, right? But I would just want to show something here. He killed 10. Yahweh killed over 24,634,000. Satan, according to the Bible, killed 10. You know who those 10 were? I thought this was very disgusting and fascinating at the same time. There's Job. We all know, you guys watching, you probably know the story of Job. Job was tested. He was very rich. He had 7 sons, 3 daughters, very wealthy man. And it says that Satan went up to Yahweh and said, of course he worships you.
Come on, QD. Why does it seem like the girl on the right is doing some of those Masonic hand symbols? Come on, guys. We're beyond this now. Please. Let's not get stuck on things. Let's let everything flow, and then don't be stuck on one thing and let it disregard all the information that's going to be coming at us. This is very important. Please.
I bet if you let me take his wealth, he's not going to worship you again. Yahweh says, go ahead, take his wealth. He still worship me. Takes his wealth, worships him. Then Satan goes back up to Yahweh and says, you know what?
Actually, so real quick, a little backstory. We're gonna go right back to this. I was on Jesse's channel, which I'm gonna be interviewed, I think, next week by him on the Missing Link. I saw that he interviewed her. I remember him talking about it. Her name's Elena Dannon. I was going through her channel yesterday. I really liked her channel, and I really like her vibe. She has a powerful message. So anyways, so I found this video on her channel, and I watched some of it yesterday. I figured this would be perfect to go over during the stream. So I'll share her channel in a minute. I'll pull up her link, but we're going to continue the video.
I bet if you let me take all his animals, he won't worship you to kill them. Okay, try it. Do it. We get to his children. Killed 7 of his sons and 3 of his daughters on a bet with Yahweh. Now, Yahweh causes evil and calamities. I'm just going to throw one scripture here.
Yeah.
Amos, for those of you guys that are familiar, or you can go check open up your Bible and check. Please make note of all these scriptures and go. Don't just listen to what we say. Go research for yourself. Amos 3, chapter 3, verse 6. Shout a trumpet. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in the city and Yahweh had not done it? So he's bragging on his ability to cause chaos and calamity. Okay, this is Yahweh again. Okay. Now the 10 Commandments. 10 Commandments. Oh, it was given by God. Okay. Do you know what the New Testament calls the 10 Commandments? I thought this was very interesting, Elena. 2 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 7. They are called the ministry of death and condemnation. The 10 Commandments in the New Testament are called the ministry of death and condemnation.
Thank you. Take your 10 commandments and shove it up your ass. You know what I mean? But when I say that, I don't mean that you can kill and do whatever you want. The ministry of death and condemnation. There you go, my friends.
There were laws of death. If you don't do this, I'm going to do this. There were mysteries. Now listen, we have built the whole Christian foundation on this evil thing and his commandments. Okay, let me get this right. Oh my gosh, I'm getting fired up. Let me get this right. It says in the 10 Commandments, do not kill. Are you freaking kidding me? Throughout the whole Old Testament, all he does is kill. Let's see. It says, do not covet another man's wife. Throughout the whole Testament, they go and they kill the men and they take the young girls as virgins. I'm getting fired up. Let me get this right. It says in the 10 Commandments, do not kill. Are you freaking kidding me? Throughout the whole Old Testament, all he does is kill. Let's see. It says, do not covet another man's wife. Throughout the whole Testament, they go and they kill the men and they take the young girls as virgins.
I don't know, people. For me, I mean, I'm not going to really go there. I'm just saying, like, a part of me is like thinking, like, if you're going to claim this God, it's almost like you're standing with the enemy against us. You know what I mean? It's just like where even family members or people that we love were like with the medical association and these different government heads and would go against us. You know what I mean? And would separate for us. And it's like almost like our own loved ones are standing with the enemy against us. We saw a lot of that in 2020, right? 2021. And even before that with different things. For me, when it comes to this stuff, wow, if you're going to claim this God and it's going to take away your moral compass and you're going to say he's perfect and amazing and accept all this, I don't know, people. It's like you're choosing a side of evil, in my opinion. Just my opinion. Killing soldiers and taking their virgin wives and daughters or their virgin daughters as your own. God commanded this. Disgusting. And you want to claim this God? Wow. That's
to have them as sex slaves for them, for the men and their sons. So something is wrong. Okay, let's see. Yahweh loves those that love him and hates those that hate him. Okay. Proverbs chapter 8, verse 17. Again, I'm giving it to you guys so that you can check for yourself. I love them that love me and those that seek me. And look, Deuteronomy 28. This is when he blesses them, the ones that love, fear, and obey him. Elena, watch this. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto my voice, the voice of Yahweh, thy Elohim. Notice again here, 98% of the translations do not say this. They call him Lord or God. Okay. If you hearken unto the voice of Yahweh, thy Elohim, to observe, to do all the commands which I command you, I'm going to bless you. Bless you in the city, bless you in the field, bless you coming, bless you going. Now it says, but if you do not fear and obey me, I'm going to curse you. You're going to be cursed when you go out. You're going to be cursed when you come in.
So again, a God that's not about your works and what you do and being Christ-like. It's about fear and obey me. That's your ticket. That's your cuddly ticket. And all you guys throw it on other people. It's ridiculous. What a disgusting God.
Jesus says, what use is it loving those that love you? This is in Luke chapter 6, verse 32. So we're going to begin to see, Elena, a clear distinction between who Jesus introduces us to, which is in complete contradiction and contrary to Yahweh. Yahweh says, this is what I command you, to fear and obey me. Wow, so much love. This is what Yeshua says. Don't you understand? My Father has not given you a spirit of fear. This one says, fear me.
He's not talking about the same guy.
That's what I'm saying, guys. I would take Jesus and run away from the rest. That's what I would do. It's a clear message in the distinction. Wait a minute. So Jesus is denying the so-called God I'm calling God and his Father. He's talking about the true creator, more than likely. He's talking about something that's not this fearful, you need to be obedient, you're my slave God. I'd take Jesus and I would run away from this whole thing. That's just my view.
He is not giving you a spirit of fear, but of power. Oh my gosh, because everything's inside of you, of love and a sound mind that is outside of fear. Is it okay? You want me to continue?
Yes, please. Can we?
Yes.
Now, Jesus said he speaks about his Father who had never given the people the spirit of fear, and instead has always wanted to empower them by telling them that they have the kingdom of God within themselves. That Jesus says, what I can do, you can do it as well.
The kingdom is God is within, and what I can do, you can do better. So when you see people acting like that, you still condemn. See, that's why they're hypocrites, people. It's so hypocritical. Anyways, I'll stop pausing it so much. So yeah, by the way, I'm on a 3-day fast, 3 days, and oh, now it's 3 days officially. I haven't eaten a morsel of food. I bought one of these copper thermoses on Amazon for like 30, 40 bucks. It's so worth it, people. I put my water inside of this thing, and after like maybe an hour or so, the water tastes like completely different. It's super light, and it does some great stuff to the water. The copper cups, copper thermos. I would suggest people invest in one of these. 40 bucks. I just want to point that out. And I feel great. So let's continue this.
I'm not a Bible scholar, but I know the few things I know, you know. Jesus' father, biological father of his bloodline, well, was Enki because he had engineered, he has put some of his DNA also in this bloodline. But that was so slight. He was the father of this bloodline in the way that he had activated the perfect man and the perfect woman, and that's how he was kind of a father for them. And I believe that Jesus or Yeshua either refers to Enki or either refers to creator source. One or the other, but anyway, it is not Yahweh. It is not
I love that you're saying that. The point that we're trying to make is that Yeshua was making a very clear distinction between the Father he was talking about. It was not the same as this God of the God of the Old Testament. And I don't know if I should say this, but I'm going to say it, and I hope it's okay. Literally, Yahweh, Elena, means the God of war. That's in the Hebrew. Then we wonder why these beautiful people of Israel have been in war after war after war since their foundation. Because whatever you look to becomes the source of your supply. Whatever you look to multiplies. Let's say it this way. Whatever you worship, you're going to reflect that very thing that's going to manifest in you and through you. So,
whoa, gigantic bomb there. Yeah, and we see it, we see them internalizing it and reflecting and projecting it on us. You're evil God of war. You know what I mean? The definition of Yahweh in these original texts means God of war. Wow.
If he's the God of war, which that's what his name means. Go ahead.
I want to stick something in the God of war. Could it also be read or interpreted as the commander of armies?
Of course. Of course. Yeah, and actually there's scripture that says he's the man of war.
Man of war. Okay. And Lil means the commander of armies in Sumerian. Period. Go on.
Wow, wow, wow. Yes, now watch this. Let's just talk about, before I get into sex slavery and slavery that Yahweh required, let's talk about human sacrifice.
Oh yeah, go on.
That Yahweh accepted. Elena, since I was a little girl, because when I was not bound to religion, even as a child, I had experiences like as a 9-year-old. You know what I would do when we finally moved to America? We were living in Chicago. I'll tell you what I used to do as a 9.5-year-old. We had an apartment in Chicago. My parents had a bedroom. Me and my brothers, I'm the youngest of 3, had bunk beds in a room in our second bedroom. In the kitchen, there was a burgundy velvet sofa. What I would do is I would leave that room and go on the sofa, and I would spend the whole night engaging with divine source. As a 9-year-old and 9.5-year-old, I would look at the time, the clock would tick, hour by hour. And in the morning, I would go to school. This was my childhood. I didn't have dolls. I didn't have a Barbie doll in my life. I was always so connected. And because I knew that love, I realized that reading these scriptures did not make sense. So I would ask my dad, Dad, why would God require Abraham to kill his son, his promise, just to test him if he loved Yahweh? I never understood that. And Elena, as years went by, and as I've been in this discovery of the tales of the two fathers, what I call it, I knew that for Isaac, not to freak out when he said, Father, we have the wood, we have the matches, where's the sacrifice? Because remember, Yahweh told Abraham, you prove to me that you love me by sacrificing your beloved. Yeah. What parent would do that? And the fact that Isaac did not say, Father, have you lost your mind? We don't have human sacrifice. What are you doing? I knew that human sacrifice was done, but I needed proof.
And it was a current thing to do at the time.
It was a current thing to do.
Yeah.
And among Yahweh's people, I need a proof, Elena. And by gosh, I found the scripture. It is in Judges 11, verse 30 through 39. You can read the whole thing. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to read just a few of them. This is about Japheth, and Japheth was a warrior. And this is what it says, verse 30. And Japheth made a vow to Yahweh Elohim. If you give me, Japheth went to war against the Amorites, right? So he made a vow to Yahweh, and he said, if you give me the Amorites into my hand, whatever comes out of the door of my house, a cow would not come out of the door of his house, to meet me when I return triumphantly from the Amorites, I will give to you, Yahweh, and I will sacrifice it as a burnt offering. Okay, let's go on. Verse 32. Then Japheth went out to fight against the Amorites, and Yahweh gave the Amorites into his hand. Verse 34. When Japheth returned to his home, who should come out to meet him but his daughter, dancing at the sound of timbers? Verse 35. When he saw her, he tore his clothes and cried, and he said, oh, my daughter, have you brought me down, and I am devastated. I have made a vow to Yahweh that I cannot break. This is sad. This made me cry. She said, verse 36, oh, my father, she replied, you have given your vow to Yahweh. Do to me just as you promised Yahweh, because he gave you a vengeance. He gave you victory against the Amorites. And she says, but Father, grant me this one request, please. Give me 2 months to roam the hills and weep with my friends, for I shall never be married. Verse 38. You may go, he said. And after 2 months, she came. Verse 39. She returned to her father, and he did to her as he vowed. She was a virgin. Now, Elena, you and I have discussed this. A virgin, they would marry the girls really young, right?
Yeah.
So when a girl would get her period, sorry, I had a little insect. When a girl would get her period, she would be ready for marriage. What is it, 12 years old? That girls, received their menstrual cycle. So she was a virgin. That means she still did not have her period. That's a young girl. And you know how they used to, and you know the way they used to sacrifice is they would dismember. They would kill, and they would dismember the body, and they would put it on the altar. Now, commentaries on this are ridiculous because we've been so bound in a program based on fear, control, and manipulation. Even if we see it, Elena, like here, black words on white paper, we would try to justify it. All of the killings that were done, the justification is the fact that they were Nephilim seed lines. And that's why Yahweh wanted to get destroyed, because they were not pure seed lines. Well, King David, when he hid in the caves, he had with him 400 mighty men. The Bible calls them mighty men, which means they were of a different seed line. They were Nephilims, Elena, because one man would put 300 down and one man would put 800 down. And when David became king, they became judges. So it's bull. It's not because of the seed line. It's because Yahweh wants blood.
Yeah.
Do you want me to continue or do you want to jump in?
No, please. Okay. Take your time.
Okay. Exodus 21:7-8. Fathers have the right to sell their daughters as slaves, including for sex, to be forced to sleep with men. And if they try to be redeemed, again, Exodus 21:7.
What the fuck is this shit?
Continue, or do you want to jump in?
No, please. Okay. Take your time.
Okay.
This is the God that they're claiming right here. Okay, let's point out another evil, fear, disgusting, horrible God that they're representing. Regardless of if you have Jesus and you have this, and this, if you haven't separated yourself from this God and realized who it really is, yeah, you're with this stuff, and your moral compass is gone. You don't have a moral compass because you said this God's perfect and so amazing, and we need to worship it. But then you look at what is written that is God is doing, and you don't denounce that. You don't stand up to it. You're disgusting. You're looking the other way. I remember when I was a chef at this place, a big kitchen. And remember when the Pope came to America or something, or there was like a new Pope in 2013, 14. I forgot what it was. And I was going into work, and the dishwasher said, "Ian, did you see the new Pope?" And I was like, "Wait." No, she said, "Did you see the new Papa?" And I was like, "Papa? Like, what do you mean? The new Papa?" She's like, "Oh, the Pope, the Pope." I was like, "No, I don't watch those. I don't care about those people. They're a bunch of pedophiles and this, and this." And I was pointing out some truth about what they're really about. And she says, "I don't care. It's the new Papa." Whoa, brainwashed. Meanwhile, she had a bunch of young daughters. I mean, what the fuck?
Exodus 21:7-8. Fathers have the right to sell their daughters as slaves, including for sex, to be forced to sleep with men. And if they try to be redeemed, again, Exodus 21:7-8, and if they try to be redeemed or to be set free, their punishment is to be stuck with her master. These are the laws that Yahweh gave to Moses to write down. Leviticus 25:44-46. Slaves can be bought and sold for different amounts. Now, Elena, I have to tell you, when flags start continuing to come up with me.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it just proves the prophecy thing, this entire thing, people. Oh my gosh. It like debunks so many things. It's like, I don't see why people don't see anymore. The truth is coming out, my friends. Religion is getting destroyed. I'm telling you, it better be. I mean, with all the truth at our fingerprints of the translations and all this stuff, I don't get how people don't see anymore. Anyways.
I don't know if I shared this with you. I have a private group that is called Revolution is Here, where we engage. We go in the spirit realm. We go beyond, and we fight to rescue children. We engage with celestial beings. We engage with elemental beings. We engage with nature, with angels, and what we do is incredible, because everything that we do in that realm is being confirmed in the natural, even a few hours after we're done. Here we are fighting against these atrocities that are happening to little girls, to little boys. But wait a minute. It's throughout the Bible. It's throughout the Old Testament. So what is going on here? How can we say that this father that Yeshua was desperately trying to connect us to and to introduce us to is the same.
How much ridiculous crimes were committed and welcomed, and people didn't even have it in their awareness. It was like, wow, God says I can sell my daughter. It says I can do this, I can do that and this. You know what I mean? And that's encouragement of the sins. There's more encouragement than not. And the encouragement also is like, if you do it, it's all good. I'll forgive you. They're encouraging it. And people say there was no moral compass until this came around. Yeah, right. That's where we lost it all.
And we are literally fighting, Elena, against these monsters. But yet Yahweh does this.
I have a commentary here. So there is definitely the proof in the scriptures, you're not inventing anything, that there are two different God.
Yep.
The Yahweh, the God of the Ancient Testament, the commander of armies,
yes,
who is bloodthirsty and wants to enslave humanity and just make them miserable, fighting against each other, etc., etc. There's this one. And in the New Testament, it's about a different one. Jesus comes, and Yeshua comes from his bloodline that I've spoken about, and he brings awareness of a different entity, and who Jesus is raising against the Roman Empire.
Absolutely.
Okay? The Roman Empire, who just shift name to become the Holy Roman Empire. Okay? We know what we're talking about. So, and he was hunted for that.
Oh my goodness.
You know, that's how it makes sense.
Oh,
just
yeah.
go on.
Elena, it makes so much sense if we just get out of the programming of fear, manipulation, and control. If we just say, and this is what I keep saying, I am not, as a matter of fact, I'm standing up. I want to shout it from the rooftops of the one that Yeshua was talking about. I don't deny any of that. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to say, listen, this is who Yeshua was talking about, and it's not this.
Yes.
Because Yeshua was, and in a little bit, I'll get to what Yeshua told the Pharisees, the high priests, which were the Levitical priesthood. The Levitical priesthood served at the altar of Yahweh. Oh my gosh, I can get into some deep stuff here. They served at the altar of Yahweh, continually doing burnt sacrifices of innocent victims in the Tanakh. They're what they're called. These sacrifices, Elena, you know what they're called? Innocent victims.
And think about it. When you think Jesus is the way, well, what way are you talking about? What would Jesus, if all that's true and stuff about this character, or a lot of it's true, we know that they're throwing extras on the story. We know they're going to turn it into something that it's not. Just like this. Hold on. This is a spell, my friends. And I tapped into this energy myself, and I felt it, and I saw a vision of this. This is the curse that they put on this character. And you carrying her on the cross, and this guy nailed on a cross is representing a divine being with a powerful message being slaughtered by this empire, my friends. And so when you say Jesus is the way, for me, it's being like Jesus. Following his teachings is the way. Not worshiping, bowing down, and whatever. The way is that high frequency of energy and love and unconditional acceptance, and that's a tough one for all of us in this world. Everybody. That's the way it's referring to. Not worship. Being that being versus worshiping it. I guarantee you, if we went back to where Jesus was, you know, a week before he was going to get whatever happened to him, and we asked him, what is the way, Jesus? Is it, really try to think about this, is it to worship you or to be like the being that you were and are? What do you think he would say? So why condemn people for not worshiping him? Come on, people. So this is a big spell that these guys put on it, and people are representing this and holding it up and focusing on the death instead of living like him. Wow, please, my friends.
So I'm going to get to that. Let me just continue on here. Leviticus 27, verse 3 says, set the value of a male slave between the ages of 20 and 60 at 50 shekels of silver.
Well, we're going to rewind it. So I want to reiterate one more time. So this is why it's so confusing. So you guys don't care if someone's even Christ-like or being like Jesus, but they have a different name for the creator. You guys don't give a shit. All you care about is who's worshiping. Are you worshiping Jesus? You look beyond someone's deeds. That's the big programming, my friends. It's such a disgusting perspective on this. It makes zero sense. Oh, rewind a second. Okay.
Innocent victims in the Tanakh. They're what they're called. These sacrifices, Elena, you know what they're called? Innocent victims. So I'm going to get to that. Let me just continue on here. Leviticus 27, verse 3 says, set the value of a male slave between the ages of 20 and 60 at 50 shekels of silver. For a female, set the value for 30. For a person between the ages of 5 and 20, set the value at 20 shekels. For a baby between 6 months and 5, set it at 6 shekels. Give me a break. This is not the father that Yeshua was trying to introduce humanity to. Now, let's get to another interesting one. Numbers. No, let me get to this one. You know what? Let's just go. And then I want to, yes, Numbers 31. You guys, write this down. Numbers 31, because this is going to shock you. Verse 15 through 41. I'm not going to read all of it. Yahweh needs 32 virgins. And again,
oh my gosh,
Elena, virgins are not 20-year-olds, right? Well, they could have been, but back then it was any girl. Write this down. Numbers 31, because this is going to shock you. Verse 15 through 41. I'm not going to read all of it. Yahweh needs 32 virgins. And again, Elena, virgins are not 20-year-olds, right? Well, they could have been, but back then it was any girl.
Does this same sentence, this very sentence, Yahweh needs 22 virgins?
Yeah, let me read it to you.
That's already telling a lot. Go on.
Yeah, let me read it to you. This is Yahweh saying, why have you let the woman live? They follow Balaam. Balaam was a prophet, right? But Yahweh did not like Balaam. They follow Balaam's advice and cause the people of Israel to rebel against me. You must kill them all. Every man, every woman. Listen, key word here. Every man, every woman and child, except the young virgin girls. Keep them for yourselves. Moses, take the virgins, listen, 16,000 young virgins to Aaron, who was the priest, Levitical priest, right? The brother of Moses. And have Aaron give them to the warriors. Now,
What a wonderful God. He's so perfect. Whoops. Anyways, I'm not going to pull up the verses. We get it.
Yeah, okay. Except the 32 that Yahweh Elohim demands for himself. These virgins are to be the shares of Yahweh. Why does divine source or father need 32 young girls that are virgins?
Oh my goodness.
Are we going to still claim this God? Numbers 31:18. But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. What a great God. Sounds like an evil landlord back in the days. Taking control. Disgusting. Whoever hath killed any person, whoever has touched any slain, purify both yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day and on the 7th day. Kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known a man by lying with him. The fuck is this shit, people? And we see Moses involved. Right. There we go. That's something to claim.
Okay. Now, we keep looking, Ellen. I mean, I can keep going and going. We keep looking how when the Israelites, in Numbers 21, verse 5, the Israelites were sick and tired of eating the same thing. So he asked Moses, he said, please go to Yahweh. They were terrified of Yahweh. They didn't approach him. They went to Moses. Please ask him to give us different meat. We're tired of eating the same thing. Verse 5, and the people spoke in frustration towards Yahweh to Moses. Why have you brought us out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no food and no water for our souls hate this worthless bread, the manna that came from heaven. They were sick of it. Verse 6. So Yahweh Elohim got angry with them, and he sent them fiery serpents to bite them and to kill them. Okay. Yahweh kills the people for asking for food. Jesus feeds the people. Okay. There is this reference in their journey out of Egypt, Elena, when they were thirsty. And Yahweh wouldn't give them water. So Moses got angry. He said, please give them water. They're thirsty. Aren't they your people? You brought them out. Give them water. Yahweh wouldn't. Moses got angry. He took his rod and he hit the rock. Water came out. So I'm putting that because I'm going to see, we're going to go now at what Jesus said. He says, do you not understand? If you ask my Father anything, he'll give to you. For if you ask him for a piece of bread or water, he will not give you a rock. Do you see the correlation? Mm-hmm. And if you ask him for a fish or meat, he will not give you a snake. He is literally showing us, this is what this one gave. This is not what my Father is going to give. For my Father is good. Ask him and he will give to you. Elena, there's so many places where Jesus makes a distinct difference between the two. He
actually mentions
absolutely
the old story with the other one to compare, to oppose.
Absolutely.
That's interesting.
It's all throughout, and this is what I say. It's frustrating.
So Elena has an interesting message. I haven't known much about her until yesterday. I didn't even know anything about her, but she has a powerful message. And like I said, we've been programmed in so many ways, but getting into past life regressions, near-death experiences, and doing a past life regression myself, and studying hundreds of them and watching them. And I've learned that there's souls being born here from all different areas here to help, coming from this and that. You'd be surprised when they go to their life. Okay, go before this life. Go to that moment before you stepped into this body, before you started this life. Let's back up to that moment. And when you get to that moment, a lot of them are on some sort of spaceship or I know it's hard to believe for people, but you have to have an open mind. They're coming from all different types of areas. Not all of them are being recycled here. So some of these people, they talk to interesting beings and things like that. And for people are probably going to be like, oh, well, if it's not God, if it's not Jesus, then it's this and that. So again, when people are having these voices and connecting to these beings outside of our perception, I don't necessarily discount them automatically. I mean, there could be something there. It doesn't mean it's good or bad necessarily. But when people bring aliens and the Galactic Federation to the equation, it would turn me off too. It's a little New Age-ish, but maybe it's not. Because when you look at these ancient texts and you look at these different things, they were all connecting with these celestial beings from out of this world, and they were coming here. So I try not to let certain things get in the way of the information. This is strictly about the Bible. Now, anything else someone said or whatever, I don't know. And then obviously we can't confirm it. So just want to point that out.
To me, again, I'm sorry, just going back to the Bible is the word of God. So I'm going, okay, so let's see. Christianity recognizes Jesus as the first begotten son of divine source of God, of Father, right? The true one, right? Not Yahweh. But I'm going to be gracious here. We have maybe 33 pages written of what Jesus said. Yet the whole faith is built on what Jesus said. Yet why do we only have 33 pages? And even that's messed up, because there's some stuff that it says that Jesus said and he did not say. So, but even in this, Jesus was making, again, the same thing. Fear and obey me. And Jesus says, don't you understand? My Father is not giving you a spirit of fear, but of love, of power, and a sound mind. So many comparisons. Now, this is, again, very, very powerful here, Elena, and I mentioned it yesterday. Yahweh, throughout the whole Old Testament, you see references where he literally sends demonic, murderous spirits. Yahweh sent, and clear scripture. Samuel, 1 Samuel, chapter 16, chapter 18, chapter 19. Jesus, Yeshua, casts out these demonic spirits. Yahweh curses people with famine. Elena, we discussed this. This is really bad. Deuteronomy, you guys, please write these down and check them out for yourself. Deuteronomy chapter 11, verse 16 and 17, 1 Kings chapter 8, 35 through 40, 2 Samuel. There's so many scripture. Yahweh curses the people. Leviticus 26, 28. This is disgusting. He's angry again because they did not fear and obey him. So he sends a famine. And Elena, it says, then in my anger, this is Yahweh, I will be hostile towards you, and I myself will punish you for your sins 7 times, and you will eat the flesh of your sons and your daughters. Cannibalism. Okay. Deuteronomy. Yeah. And I thought that was the only scripture that talked about this. And before I came on today's, before I had you on, I found the scripture. Deuteronomy 28 starts at verse 53. So here Yahweh continues to punish his people because of their disobedience, with the enemies of the Israelites coming to take them over. Watch what it says. Because of the suffering that I will inflict upon you by your enemies, because of the suffering that I will bring upon you as punishment, for your enemies will take you over. During the siege, you will have no food, but you will eat the fruit of your womb. the flesh of your sons and your daughters.
Wow.
For Yahweh Elohim has said this.
And so I'm a little confused at these preachers and these people that I see that their whole life is the Bible and preaching it. And we watch the videos of them making excuses for the child or people and animal sacrifices as the true creator God. Like, how are they a Bible scholar? I'm more of a Bible scholar than they are. Because I know that when they say Lord in these scriptures, they're referring to Elohim and to Yahweh, not the true creator God. Who are these people? I don't get it.
You know what, Corrida, what it makes me think, many times you mention some ancient scriptures saying some stuff that makes me think about methods to brainwash people and enslave mind, to like reset minds of people and enslave them, that they become like vegetable and obey. Yeah. You know what has been doing these methods in our modern times? The Montauk, MK Ultra. MK Ultra has been employing the same methods to force people to commit horrible things. At the point they lose it and they just, yeah, whatever.
Wow, Elena, that's powerful. And it's because it's the same evil beings behind it. It's the
MK Ultra fucking matrix programming to the finest degree, people. What is going on here? What is happening? What a program thrown on us that we've not woken up, even with the internet and all this, I don't get it, information on our fingertips of the truth of this. And people still deny it and accept this evil God. It's so disgusting. I think we should be careful of what we accept as the true creator, people. We need to be very careful and specific in this with our language. Trust me.
Same. Yeah. It's oh my God. Yeah, I mean, just really fast. Yahweh oppresses. You can see it throughout the whole Old Testament. Just one scripture, Deuteronomy 28. Yeshua frees the oppressors. Luke 4:18. Yahweh steals, kills, and destroys. Yeshua says, the devil comes to kill, steal, and destroy. I have come to give life and life more abundant. Fullness of life, resurrection power, for it is within you. That's what Yeshua says. The kingdom is within you. Yahweh says, without me, you're nothing. Without you jumping when I tell you to jump, you are weak. You are nothing without me. Literally, Elena, the foundation of Christianity was based on this program that you can do nothing. You are a weak, helpless, ignorant child that has no ability to rise up, that you need this dictator, this evil being to tell you how to, when to, what to do, what to say. You are literally being told you can do nothing. And the way to his heart is on your knees.
Ooh.
This has been, and Elena, I understand. I'm going to share some.
And we see it in the chat. The way is worshiping on your knees, not being that being. Whoa. Well, he says the kingdom of God is within you. You can do greater things than me. And when you see people with that being inside of, when they're being that being, you still condemn them. I mean,
something with you.
What the?
Help me, Father. Okay, because I want to make sure I get this out right. I understand why Yeshua came. He did not die because God, the Father, wanted to put the sins of the world on him so he can save us from hell. Bull crap.
Yeah, I agree.
That is not what happened.
Yeah, agree.
It says that before the foundations of the world, now hear the word world. If you break it down from the original Aramaic, it says it's not the world as earth per se. See, with, you know, divine source, with all these, it's not this or that, it's this and this, because it's a multi-dimensional level of truth that's being unfolded. So whatever level of truth you can handle, it will reveal yourself there until you're ready to go deeper. Okay, so this word world here refers to also during a time before anything was created. Okay, this is what the scripture says. It says that before the foundations of the world, Jesus was slain, Yeshua was slain. And I was taken into an encounter and I saw what took place. This level of understanding that I have now. Because divine source knew what some of these beings were going to do. I'm talking about Yahweh here. He knew that he was going to enslave humanity by not letting us know the truth, have knowledge, which is retarded. How can you not teach a child knowledge between good and evil and then judge them for not knowing it? So that was again Yahweh, right? So divine creator knew that this evil entity and others were going to enslave the humanity and bind them because of their lack of knowledge, bind them in a covenant of death and destruction. Elena, because of I'm talking about Christians, lack of knowledge of who our Father is, we came into agreement unbeknownst to us with an evil entity that comes to kill, steal, and destroy. We, humanity I'm talking about, would not have had a way out because this thing always wants blood, 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 sacrifice, 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 sacrifice. So in a time before anything was created, because Jesus is a representation of love, what we all are supposed to be, he said, I will agree to become the ransom. I will become the ransom. And he looked at this thing and he said, you want blood? I'm going to become that innocent victim. And now the ones that choose, my brothers, will be able to step out from under your covenant of death, because what Jesus brought was a covenant of life and life more abundantly. So Jesus became the ultimate innocent victim. In other words, this thing wants always blood, 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 blood. Jesus said, enough is enough. I'm going to give my blood willingly and my life so that the covenant that you carried of death can be annihilated. Because, you know, it's frequency answers frequency. Am I making sense?
Yes, yes.
So Jesus came to save humanity, not from hell. Has nothing to do with us going to hell, because our Father will not send us to hell. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with part of humanity that divine creator knew were going to fall under a covenant based on lies because of lack of knowledge with an evil entity that all he wants to release is death, destruction, death and destruction. And there had to be another answer. There had to be another answer. And the only other answer for this thing to have no more power was the same type of powerful life source. And he said, I am freely giving it. You're not taking it from me. I am giving it because I am here to establish a new covenant of life and life more abundantly. So this whole thing, Elena, with Jesus came to save us from hell, is not the truth, because we lack knowledge. And you know, there's a scripture in the New Testament that says, creation, my children, perish because of lack of knowledge. Elena, this is what it says. Yes. So Jesus brought that answer. And I know it's hard. No, God did not kill him. No, because, you know, this is what we've been taught, Elena. You have to understand the church, Christianity taught that God put the sins of the world because he cannot stand sin. So he put them on Jesus, and Jesus died for the sins because we're sinners. It had nothing to do with that. Jesus gave his life. Yeah, it's a bunch of, he gave his life because of love, because he knew he had to answer this covenant of death with life. And the only thing this man of war, the only thing that can trump this is life. There is no greater love. This is another scripture.
So when we're talking about heaven and hell, another thing that was given to us by the enemy. People, it's not you're going to heaven or hell, people. If you do research on spirituality and near-death experiences, all this stuff, experiences outside the body, what is the common thing? You go into the light, you're born again. They put your, whatever you believe in, trust me, you believe in Jesus, this and this. When you die, you're going to have Jesus there. All your family members that you love the most, they're all going to be there. And whatever, and you're going to go into the light and you're going to be born again and born again. It's the same matrix cycle system, whatever, you know? So to think that we're going to be in some kingdom and all this stuff, I think that's a big, total BS lie. All right. I will have a lot to say about that, but I'm going to continue the video.
Scripture, it says there's no greater love that a man lays his life down for his brother. So in other words, when, let's say, Elena, we're in a battle, let's just say, you and I, if I love...
Oh, hold on a minute. Sorry, guys. Let me cue this up here. Okay.
Love you. That love that is in me will get me to want to save you, even if it costs me my life. That's the frequency of love and life versus the frequency of killing, stealing, destroying. And really, in the death of Jesus, this is what happened. It wasn't us sinners. It wasn't, because I say, okay, we got to make up our mind. Are we the sons of the Most High, or are we sinners? Are we made in his image, or are we not? Because we have been programmed, Elena, with something that has been so demonic and so lied. The very foundation of Christianity is based on an evil wannabe God that does nothing but kill, steal, and destroy.
And he was not from even this planet.
No.
Listen, you know, I believe in that you decide what you are going to experience before you come, in order to give you the tools to understand certain things and help your fellow humans on that particular topic. Okay. I am divorced. I was married to a man who was a narcissistic pervert for years and an abuser. Okay. I get out of it. I learned how from a position of power and knowledge, you fall into it. You're brainwashed, and how you bounce and you get out.
Yes.
I learned that by myself. Then now I'm able to help humanity like this. And then it hit me. That's exactly what humanity is going through. An abusive relationship with these bastards. Yes. So an abuser will make you believe, in order to subdue you, he will make you believe that you are guilty. It's always your fault. You're responsible for all the guilt of the world. And that's what this religious institution has been doing to humanity. You were born with sin. You're born guilty anyway of everything.
Yeah.
That's abuse.
And that's such a lie, Elena, because again, I bring this question.
It's an abusive relationship to the fullest degree. Oh my God.
I throw this question back at them and I say, well, wait a minute. If you're telling me that you believe that you are made in the image of divine source, how can you be born full of sin. Okay, I mean, that makes no sense.
No.
So again, you're throwing these things back into this narrative. And Elena, it's to the point where it's being told. There are a lot of Christians that are awakening. They are awakening. They're having personal encounters, not only with Yeshua, not only with divine source, but other beings, not only angels, but other beings, right? They cannot take it to church, take it to your leaders, because the leaders will immediately say that it's demonic. What we have been programmed, I'm talking about through, unfortunately, Christianity, is that your personal relationship, your personal experiential encounters, bad. If it's not in the Bible, it's demonic. It's so bad. Jesus said very clearly, you need no man as a mediator. It's done. You don't need a priest. You don't need a pastor. You don't need a building. This is the temple.
So he said this.
He did. Absolutely, he did. You do not need it. But we are being told, oh my gosh, it makes me so angry. We are being told, do not dare have an encounter. Do not dare talk to Jesus on your own. Do not dare talk to spiritual beings on your own. You can't do that. You have to
understand. Do not dare getting knowledge.
Elena, they do not want it. And I'm telling you, I know that I know, and I know you know this, but it's hard to, I'm very bold, and
You're very brave. You're very brave.
Thank you. It wasn't easy. It's not easy, but you know, I care more to walk my blueprint because I love and because I want to bring the truth. That's who I am. But when I also spoke about the thing of the tree of knowledge of good and evil was not a bad thing. You know what's happened, Elena? Religion has made us take common sense and flush it down the toilet. I have 5 children. One is beyond. I lost her in the womb. As a parent, I'm going to teach my child the difference between good and evil. Justice, don't put your hand on the fire because it's going to burn you. When you cross the road, look to the right or to the left, because if not, a car's. So whatever level of understanding they are, you have to teach them. Because if you don't, you are raising mentally invalid adults. It's part of the responsibility of a caregiver to teach knowledge of good and evil, because then we all have a free will to choose. But this thing here told us you cannot. But then this thing was judging us on something that we were not allowed to know.
You're exactly talking about what I mentioned at the start about what Enki did in the Eden lab with teaching Adam and Eve from the tree of good and evil and the tree of knowledge. You know, he did exactly that to make these humans aware of who they are and, you know, put them on the good path.
Oh, Elena, there's
Yahweh. It is him, and so badly that he chased them out of the lab. That is written actually.
Oh yeah, I mean, see, this is the age, you know, this is the age of apocalypse. It's the great revealing, and a lot of truth. Spirit, being of truth, is here. And you know, I was on Lewis Island in Scotland, 2015 August, and I had a huge encounter. And you know, what I was told, I heard the ancient cries of the ones that went before us, like the rumbling, the wells, the waters under the wells rumbling, crying out for an awakening, us awakening. Now, the Christians, Elena, call that revival. So what happens? You go every year and you run to a building in a city, you wait in line for hours because there is revival and only there God is. You want to feel God? You have to run there because you need to be revived. So, and I heard very clearly, I heard it being told to me, Karina, it's not about revival anymore. And again, I'm using that because this is at the core of the belief of Christianity. We have to go somewhere to be revived. Okay. So what I heard is this. I heard, Elena, a torrent so loud from heaven coming to where I covered my head because I thought it would come down and crash me. And what I heard, he said, Karina, don't be scared. Lift up your head. It's a revolution that is coming. The spirit of revolution is going to hit whosoever chooses to awaken, and the sleeping giants will awaken into the truth of who they truly are. Yes, you heard that right.
You heard that. The sleeping giants will awaken.
Yes, I did.
Oh my
yes,
God.
I did. I did.
That's right. Awaken to who you are, not who you're supposed to be worshiping and bowing down to. Let's wake the fuck up. You know? The awakening is not waking up. Who do I worship and be obedient to? Is who and what you really are. Hello? Oh, man.
Did not understand.
I heard that from Una, the Intergalactic Confederation. She's an extraterrestrial. She said clearly the sleeping giants are going to awaken. She said the same thing.
They are. And you know what? And Elena, those giants are not just, they're not just that. Yeah. It's also here.
Here. Yes.
It's us.
Yes.
And
it's
Elena,
us.
Hear me. Then I was told, look at the word revival. Oh, and I'm telling you, I'm pretty bold. Oh, Jesus. And I looked at the word revival and I was told, Karina, what does it mean? You know, I broke it down, but I know you know. You have to revive somebody when they're dead. That's the only way they come back. I'm like, how many more years do you say you're a Christian? And I'm sorry, I love you guys. I love the Christian audience. Please hear my heart. This is a cry for love for you to, all of us, to awaken and to stop letting the lying religious demons operating through this evil entity bring division and keep us bound in the limitation of a reality that is based on bullcrap. We have to stand up, allow the spirit of revolution to awaken us and revolt against the lies and the programming of this evil matrix that we've all been bound in and its limitations. You guys, we are so powerful. We have the power of divine creator in every little fiber of our being. Just let it flow. Stop allowing the lying demons, the lying spirits, the lying powers that limit you, that bring fear, confusion. That is not divine creator's heart. That is not Yeshua's heart. That is not God's heart. That is not Holy Spirit, divine mother. It's none of their heart. Okay, sorry. So, see, you get me fired up. I can't stop. And Elena, the problem has been, we have been told, the Christians, I don't know if you're in Ireland, so you're in Europe somewhere, you maybe don't see, but in America, there was a revival again that broke out in Kentucky. People were fleeing to it. You want to touch God? You want to get healed? You want to feel God? That's where he's at. It made me so angry because I'm like, first of all, words are spells, right? There's power. The Bible says there's life and death in the power of our tongue. When I'm speaking over myself, I need to be revived. I have just cursed myself that I'm dead. When I say I need to be revived, I'm proclaiming over myself I'm dead. Instead of saying, no, I am awakened and I'm walking on the path of revolting against the lies that have bound me in a limitation. So there is so much, Elena. There is definitely a revolution happening. And so many, I'm so excited that so many Christians are awakening. And honestly, what do you think, Lisa? Just there's me, the crazy, one that has awakened from a Christian background. And there's another guy that's very bold. And I think he interviewed you a few years ago. We are bringing in the unity. We're trying to bring in unity because there is so much truth, Elena, that you carry and others out there carry. And once we realize the lies, oh my gosh, we're going to revolt against that and watch the giants awaken. From here, our king with the giants that are awakening from there.
And remember when I showed EYA's stream on one of the last videos I posted? I forgot which one. I think it was Jesus being that being versus condemnation and judgment. And one thing that she said was he was referring to a Bible verse, and he went to the Strong's Concordance. And they were talking about how evil Freemasons, well, they're reading the King, this is how hypocritical they are. They're reading the King James Bible as the truth, as whatever, not even going to the original. Then they go to Strong's Concordance and they said, well, an evil Freemason wrote that. Okay, let's talk about an evil Freemason writing it. Anyways, I just lost. The King James Bible was edited by Francis Bacon and prepared under Masonic supervision. People, how hypocritical is that? Crazy. And these Freemasons aren't what you think, like I said, people. I'm going to say this one more time. When I worked at an assisted living facility, there was a group of nurses that all knew each other, and their husbands were Freemasons. Their cars were decked out in Freemason stuff. Like, I was like, who are these people? I found out who the nurses were, and it was all their husbands knew each other. And it was 2020. We know it came around a year later. And I tell you what, they were Freemasons, and I got a bad vibe from it. But when I saw them all and their families and kids, they were first in line for the you-know-what. All right? So if they were really in the know and they were really connected like that, trust me, they wouldn't be going along with certain things from the system. Just want to point that out.
Wow, thank you. I mean, this was so powerful and this is so true. And you spoke about the apocalypse, which in Greek, apocalypse means the revelation, the moment when the dark comes into light and the truth is revealed and the dominions of the dark.
And again, the apocalypse. Here's another thing that people take what the enemy, the fear vibe and all this, it's an awakening, the unveiling. And they want you to turn into death, destruction, judgment from God, horrible things are happening, judgment, condemnation. But that's not what it really meant, my friends.
Crumble. Talking about apocalypse, you said yesterday something to me, and I want you to tell it again. Okay, first, regarding the apocalypse, what is the mark of the beast? What does it represent? And then, please, could you talk about a reference in something else?
Yeah. Yes, Elena.
That's a good one.
It's a very good one. So, you know, in the book of Revelations or Apocalypse.
People, I'm sorry. I don't want to like piss anybody off or anything. Like I'm trying to, but she's not throwing up Masonic symbols. Please, guys. This is the issue when we do these things here. Is I'll show a video, one person will bring one hand sign or something very minor is said in like 2 hours, and then people for the entire time are focusing on one instance. It's really weird. She's not a demonic person. I can see it. I can see people for what they are for the most part. You know? These are not demonic deceivers and before us here. Definitely not. I would be willing to bet anything on it. So.
The book about the apocalypse. In Romanian, you say apocalypsa. So that's what the apocalypse, it's equals to the book of Revelations, right? Which, of course, it's all doom, gloom, destruction, you know, that God, the father of Yeshua, the one that Yeshua was talking about, someone was going to send angels to annihilate humanity, to annihilate half of the population. Oh, okay. I'm getting this. Okay. So hold on to this. We are being told from the preaching or the programming that was released to us as Christians, we are being told that according to the book of the Apocalypse or Revelation, the Father or the God that Yeshua was talking about, the one that's full of love, the one that oozes, the one that says, I know the plans I have for you. They're for good and not evil. They're to bless you, to prosper you, to give you hope and a future. So we're saying that that particular Father somehow now in the book of Revelation is going to send angels and demons to come and, Elena, listen, annihilate a third of humanity. And the blood would go on the streets. Blood would flood. Okay. Our critical thinking. No, it doesn't. But our critical thinking has gone in the toilet and we flushed it. Okay. So I discovered something very interesting. So let's stay a little bit with the book of Revelation, Apocalypse. It talks about the Antichrist and the beast.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we as the Christians, of course, have been told it's a human and it's this, and everybody except the Christians are going to perish and they're going to be killed by a loving God, by our loving, the one that Jesus was talking about. Okay. Elena, let's parentheses. Who wants to annihilate half of the population that you and I know of?
Ooh, wow. I haven't got, so all this is new to me. I haven't got this far with it.
Sounds like something we've spoken about.
Okay.
Sounds like a playbook to me. Sounds like a playbook playing out the book of Revelations on our asses. Look at that.
So we are taking that characteristic and we have put that characteristic with on this beautiful, loving God that Yeshua was talking about. Okay. So it says that this Antichrist will have a sign. It gives it specific. On the forehead, between the eyes. Interesting, right? Right here. And or on the hand. Everybody has known, we've been programmed to look for the sign, you know. Now, something interesting, Elena. When you look in the Old Testament, Yahweh has a sign. And his sign is put on your forehead, between the eyes, or on your hand. Now, and actually, the book of Revelation says that the beast, the Antichrist, and his beast says, whoever doesn't carry the sign, kill them. You go to the Old Testament. Yahweh says, Yahweh says, whoever doesn't carry my sign on their forehead and their hand, kill them.
So Yahweh is the beast.
I just want to present it to you guys. Also, I want to say something.
We're in such a loop, people, that they brought the loop from back then to this time and have us reliving this loop thinking it's going to happen, people. We're in a time loop like we can never imagine, and we're just playing out, not realizing who we are and what we're capable of, and we're manifesting this playbook, people, collectively.
Elijah, Yahweh calls fire down from heaven. You can see it throughout the Old Testament. Interesting thing, Elena, Revelations 13:13, one of the signs of the Antichrist and his beast is that he calls fire and brimstone down from heaven. Exactly what Yahweh does.
Wait a minute. Fire. Can you say again the thing with fire?
Yes.
Can you say it again?
Yes. So in the Old Testament, Yahweh is known to bring fire and brimstone. You know, the stones that are full of fire, like volcanoes, like lava rocks, down from heaven. That is one of the way he judges. He brings fire and brimstone down from heaven.
Yeah, he shoots them with energy weapons. But that's what was interesting is that, and Key told me that his half-brother called Enlil. Enlil is a title that means commander of armies of war. His birth name is Yuh, and Yuh means fire.
Oh, Elena, and
that was just connecting.
See, you can't make this stuff up.
It's in my books. Before you say that, I publish it, so I'm not making things up.
Oh, I know. Yes, because I read your book. Now, the other interesting thing is, Elena, it's a little clue. This was quoted all the time in the Apocalypse, the book of the Apocalypse, Revelations. It says this, that during the end times, if it's possible, even the elect to be fooled. Okay. That's not, I know the original is not the elect, but there's a different one. I can't think of it right now. So it's not like you're elect and you're not, you're crap and you're good. That's not the word that it's supposed to be said that, but I have a point to that.
Yeah.
Christians, we have been taught the programming that we are the elect. The rest of the people, they will perish. Now, interesting what it says, Elena. If it's possible for the elect to be fooled, I'm just posting a question. Could it be that Christianity, based on the Old Testament deity, not on what Yeshua said? I'm looking at my eyeballs here.
Yeah.
Please understand, I'm making a clear distinction. Not what Yeshua said. What Yeshua said and what he taught has nothing to do with Yahweh. Yeshua never once said Yahweh. He never mentioned the word Yahweh. As a matter of fact, all he said was, my Father, my Father. How do we pray? Yeshua, how do we pray? My Father who is in heaven. He never said Yahweh or God. Okay, so could it possibly be, Elena, that Christianity has been worshiping, they were the ones that were fooled the most? Because we have been at the core of the foundation of this faith. It has been woven with an evil deity that comes to kill, steal, and destroy. That is the Antichrist and the beast.
Yes. I mean, it absolutely makes sense just based on the ancient scriptures and comparing them.
Wow. Jeez, that's
really bits by bits, and the chronology. And the apocalypse is a time when the beast is revealed and slaughtered. Because so there's a God that comes from heavens with an army of Elohim, of other gods,
right,
with his people,
right,
to fight a beast that is on earth.
Yes.
That has people with a mark, and these people may be fooled.
Come on.
And this army is going to come at war with the beast and the Antichrist. And there's going to be a big war where the truth wins.
Yes,
because
Elena.
How does it end? Can you?
It ends very good. It ends with the new heavens, and the new earth. It ends with creation. It ends with something totally different, something totally beautiful. And these evil ones have no part of that. Now, Elena, let me say this. Oh my gosh, where I had a point to make. Oh, it will come back to me. I had a point to make that was quite interesting. But yes, so it's very interesting to me, Elena, that what maybe Christianity has called the Antichrist because of the lack of knowledge. The foundation of Christianity was based on this very, very evil thing that is, oh, thank you. Okay, Antichrist, yes. I want to say this one last thing before I give it to you. In John 6, before Jesus is crucified, he was surrounded by the high priest Caiaphas, priests of Yahweh, Okay, I want to make this clear. And the Sadducees and the Pharisees. And this is what he told them. He said, you do not know my Father. For if you knew my Father, you would know me. For I come from my Father. But my Father is not your Father. Listen, for your father is the evil one. Listen, your father has been a murderer of humanity from the beginning and a liar. So you are going to do what your father wants you to do by crucifying him. Now, Elena, if we're talking about the Antichrist spirit, let's just what Christians say, you know, the beast, it comes in with the Antichrist spirit. Do we understand that Jesus, Yeshua, was looking at Yahweh's priests, the very foundation of Christianity, the foundation, looking to them and saying, your father is the evil one that's been a murderer. The Antichrist spirit itself was operating through the Levitical priesthood. It was the Antichrist spirit was literally operating through Caiaphas, the high priest, and all of the Sadducees and Pharisees.
When Pilate heard this, he tried to find a way to set Jesus free.
If you set him free, that means you are not the Emperor's friend. Anyone who claims to be a king is a rebel against the Emperor.
So here we're looking in the book of Revelation at the Antichrist spirit. It's a mirror. The Antichrist spirit that Jesus was talking to is the foundation, Elena, the foundation of the Judeo-Christian faith, which again has nothing to do with what Yeshua said. Nothing. Yeshua actually spoke against that. So here we have the question. Could we as Christians, and when this revelation came to me, I cried for 3 weeks, Elena. Could we as Christians have been duped because out of our lack of knowledge, giving our sovereignty away, allowing the program to control us? MK Ultra, you're right. Have we been actually worshiping the very Antichrist evil nastiness that Jesus looked to and said, your daddy ain't my daddy? Now we go back to the encounter that I had with the being of truth, spirit of truth. When I saw this arrogant man with the little ripped tissue paper going, I'm covered with truth. I know all the truth. Don't dare come to me because I have all the truth. Yet we are naked, Elena. What we have is not even a little cloth. It's a tissue paper.
Here is your king.
Kill him.
Do you want me to crucify your king?
The only king we have is the Emperor.
And all along, divine creator and Yeshua has been crying throughout the centuries, over 2,000 years, saying, unite, unite, because my Father, the divine creator's truth is out there. Unite. Divided, he wins. The evil forces win. It's time to unite. Put aside your limited belief system. If it is not, okay, I'm going to look at you guys. If it's not birthed out of love, Love, which you cannot fake love because it's a frequency, is the most powerful frequency in all of creation, every realm that creates, that holds and binds everything together. If that is not the driving force of what you are doing, you are operating in something that is opposite. I don't care what titles you have after your name, before your name. I don't care if you're Tom, Dick, and Harry, prophet, priest, pastor, theologian. Listen, and this is, I promise I'm going to stop. Oh, this is what New Testament says. Corinthians, chapter 1. Love, listen, parentheses, is a frequency, which you know that. It's a source. It's the ultimate power. And this is what it says. Those that are living in love. Not the gushy. That's not what I'm talking about. Those that are living in the frequency of love, the ultimate power, listen, are living in divine source.
Wow.
And that light of that love, which creates, it's not created light, it's creative light. There's only one light that can create, creative light. Listen. Those that are in love, living in love, are living in divine source. And the light, creative light, of that love is being manifested out from within them out. Scripture, I'm going to leave it with this. It says, you can speak in tongues of angels. You can heal. You can cast out demons. If you do not have love, I'm going to translate. This is what it says, Elena. If you do not live in love, in that frequency, that is at the core of everything. That is the very essence of divine source. Your words are empty of any sort of power to create. They will fall to the ground and die. You want to change? You guys, you're watching, my beautiful Christians. Do you want to change? Do you want to see the kingdom realms that Yeshua talked about being manifested here in this realm and in other realms? You have to live in that essence of divine source. Stop attacking. Stop accusing. Stop using your words to attack. Because you don't understand. If you don't understand, put it on the shelf. It's okay. Because we all grow. We go from glory to glory, one level of understanding to the next one. A child doesn't grow up learning how to drive a car. There's levels. Just don't demonize anybody. Remember, if what flows out of you is not that frequency of love, you're missing it. The choice is ours. The choice is yours, just like it's mine.
I have no words, Corina. This is the most powerful things I've ever heard. It's so, you said it all.
It's so important for all of us to connect in that love. It's so important. Love binds. It holds everything together. It holds the cosmos. They don't know what black matter and what black energy is, Elena. I want to suggest to you that is the frequency of love, because it's the essence, the only essence of divine creator, divine source. That's the only thing.
And when you're talking about those high frequencies, from unconditional acceptance, that high frequency, all the way down to fear and hate and condemnation, all this stuff that they throw at us. When you're dealing with those high vibrations of love and unconditional acceptance, people, and people try to mingle those together, like in this frequency, there's also this. No. All these energies are separated. You can't mix these lower frequencies with these high frequencies, people. That's not how it operates on the spiritual realm on an energy level. There's a range. Either you're in one or you're in the other. There's no mix matching those. Anyways, let's finish this off.
Be the fruit you You were the one to point at me. Who said, judge the tree by the fruits?
Fruit. Yes.
Could you say it again?
Yes. Oh my goodness. You guys. You always judge. This is what Yeshua said. Always judge a tree by its fruit. If the fruit from the tree gives life, sustenance, feeds, gives hope, then it's of love. By the same token, even if the fruit looks weird to you, even if you're like, I've never seen this kind of fruit in my life, I don't know what to do with it, I don't know if I want to eat it, that's not the point. The point is, do you see it feeding others because of love? Because the essence that is inside that tree that comes out through, you cannot fake love, you guys. It's a frequency. The same thing, if a tree is putrid on the inside, it's not going to produce fruit. The same token.
And you guys don't even follow Jesus's things he's saying. Not you guys, you know, the few that's watching. You don't judge people on their fruits. You judge people that worship Jesus. That's it. You worship Jesus, he's your savior. You're in the cool kid club. You're all good. But then your God, Jesus or whatever, said, judge the tree by its fruits, the kingdom of God is within. This, and this. We see all the things that he said. And you guys don't even follow that. You're not true followers of Jesus. You are hypocritical liars.
If a tree, no matter how beautiful it looks and how comfortable it makes you seem because you are used to that type of tree, if it fruits, it's putrid, it gives no life, no sustenance, no hope, that it's not, then that is not of love. Elena, this is what I tell people. They can sit, I'm going to use you as an example, and listen to you. They may not understand you. They may not understand why you're talking about Inky and all of this because it's new, it's different. But if the frequency that comes out of your voice, the words are always, stand up, take your sovereignty, don't bow down, don't bow your knee, remember who you are. That's life and hope. That's what Yeshua said. For the Father said, I know the plans I have for you. They're for good and not evil. They're to bless you and prosper you, to give you hope and a future. This is what you're saying. Now listen, my beautiful, beautiful Christians. You may not understand the fruit, but if you feel the frequency, my God, reminding you who you are, reminding you whose you are, let that truth entangle you at the moment that you are ready to eat of the fruit. And listen to me again. You can be sitting in your beautiful churches, in the pulpit, the seat that you sat in for 30 years. And you can be listening to your pastor give a message that you are very comfortable and you're relaxing in your chair because you're comfortable with it. Listen to me. This is important. If the message, no matter how comfortable and tickling of your ear it does, if it does not bring hope to you, if it's taken away from your sovereignty, if it's taken away from your identity, if it's taken away from who God, divine source, said you are, who Yeshua said, listen, he said all these things that I have done are not written down. There would not be enough libraries in the world to contain it. But I'm telling you, he said, you can do all these things that I have done and more. So if you're sitting in a comfortable pulpit in your church that you've been there for 30 years and you're buddy with your pastor and you're hearing a message and you're eating of the fruit that belittles, that takes away who Yeshua said you are, gives you doom and gloom for a future, that fruit is putrid and is not out of divine source's heart. So again, we need to look at the fruit and at the tree at its fruit. Eat of the fruit that brings hope and reminds you of who you are, which is, Elena, what you do. You remind people who they are. I can hear you. Stand up, don't.
And for the record, for me personally, on my walk, I am not going to worship nothing. No, I recognize a creator or whatever, you know what I mean? But I'm not worshiping none of this worldly stuff or none of this programming. I am broke free of all of it, and it's going to stay that way till the day I die. Because I know that this system is going to put a setting before me after I leave this body to get me to cycle back, and we all know the deal. A lot of us know the program. So for me, I'm stepping away from all that, and the Matrix is going to have a hard time to figure out what setting it's going to put before me. I want to say that for the record, for me.
Bow your knee. The power to save, you have it. That's truth. It's not going to be doom, gloom, and destruction. We have victory. We're going to, you guys, we have to learn to judge, discern the fruit of the tree. Thank you, Elena, for all you do. I'm going to say it again. I know you've taken hits, and I believe they're going to stop. But you know, had you not been as important and had your voice not brought so much change, they would never have messed with you. Never. Just like with Yeshua. Had he not brought a revolution of love, not of war, of love, they would have never done to him what they did. Had you not, Elena, you are a voice of a revolution of love and awakening. And I want to tell you publicly, I want you to know what I'm hearing. Those that are with you are far greater than those that are against you. Yeah.
Yes. I can confirm this. Yep. Oh
I just heard
goodness.
It. Yep, I just heard it. Those that are with you and for you are then the puny ones that, you know, like I have a sting bug here that keeps flying, just flickering it off.
20 minutes left, okay.
The ones, yes, I have on many realms. I think I know who is behind me.
Oh, yeah.
Spiritual realm, but also
many realms.
Many realms. There are star nations.
Oh yeah.
I work with the whole federation that supports me and work with me and protect me. They've saved my life twice. I was shot at by an energy weapon. And many more times. But as someone also who's behind my mission and supporting me, and I'm his emissary.
Yeah.
This being, he's pure love. He came back because great evil had finally left the planet. So he could come back because in the past he had lost a war. He wanted to save humanity from enslavement. He wanted humanity to unite and to bring love to people, that people find the frequency of love again in their hearts. He has been trying so hard, but he's not a warrior God. He's not a God, he's a being, he's a person.
Yes.
And he's not a warrior. Mm-hmm. The forces he was against were forces of war. So he lost. He had to leave the vicinity of Earth. He came back. He had sent someone from his own blood in the past to try to do the work, to try to carry this message. It happened as we know it happened. And every time something good comes, the evil ones turn the message upside down, because what you cannot destroy, you will change the message. You will change truth into lies. And when you cannot kill someone, you will try discredit their name and send a witch hunt. This being came back because he loves humanity. And now the evil ones want humanity to think he is the devil.
Yeah.
Because if humanity starts to trust him and trust who they are and trust and understand that they connect directly with the creator source, the true mother, father of all life and consciousness, that they have direct line. Well, the institution that Enlil Yahweh built crumbles down. It's true, by being an emissary, I'm attacked a lot, but I knew, and the thing is, impressive as can seem, I feel nothing. I feel nothing. Because what's around me, what protects me, you said it.
Yeah. And you're going to continue to do everything you have agreed and you were sent to do. Nothing's going to stop you because of who's with you. Elena, if I may, I want to end with these last points. Is that okay?
Please, I want you to take your time, tell everything you want to tell. Every text, please. We may spend 4 hours, I don't care. Go ahead, go for it.
I want to end with these things because we have talked about Yeshua introducing us to the real divine, the real creator, Father, right? Who is love. He is love. I'm going to read for the viewers some of the characteristics of Yahweh. And I'm going to let the viewers decide if that is love. All of these characteristics are literally what Yahweh has done. And there's so much more, but don't have time for all of that. Vengeance, I would say, is not love. Jealousy, anger, unforgiveness unless there is bloodshed on behalf of him forgiving, bloodshed of innocent victims, always including the youngest, the purest, or the firstborn. Needing constant praise, hating his enemies, lying, murder of innocent men, women, and children. Again, part of which is taking the babies and smashing their heads against walls and saying how blessed will be the ones that get to smash your babies' heads against the walls or eat your babies. Killing the firstborns of your enemies, I would say, is not of love. This is a huge one, Elena, for me when I realized this. Raising up Pharaoh in Egypt, right? He's willing to let your people go. But then you harden Pharaoh's heart just so you can show your power by killing him. I would say it's not love. Remember the story of the Pharaoh. Pharaoh wanted to let the people go. He finally was like, just get out. Oh, but this little scripture, but Yahweh hardened his heart just so he can go ahead and kill him. Destruction and calamity is not of love in my book. Ethnic cleansing, it's not love. Raping of young girls, virgins, is not love. Slavery, anywhere from 0 to older men or women, is not love. Sending serpents to murder your people for asking you for fresh meat is not love. Sending poisonous, diseased birds for your people to eat because they're sick of eating the same manna is not love. Waiting to be served hand and foot, it's not love. Filling your people with fear, to where they tremble, and the ground opens up and eats them, and rocks fall down and kills them, is not love. Trying to make a name for yourself by stealing, killing, and destroying, and being joyful and proud about it, is not love. Comparing yourself to a lion that's looking for someone to devour and rip to shreds, it's not love. Causing evil and not good is not love. Sending lying demons is not love. Throwing tantrums is not love. Having no control over your emotions is not love. Keeping your children or your wife, as Israel was called, from having knowledge between good and evil is not love. Causing starvation and then commanding them to eat their own babies, and the afterbirth with the child, is not love. Murdering every human and every animal on the planet just because you repented for what you created, because darn it, they just did not listen to me, is not love. Yet Jesus said, my Father has not given you a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a divine sound mind. And whatever you ask, it will be given, because his kingdom realms are inside of you. Everything you need is here. Just tap into that. That's all you need.
I think the ancient texts, once again, speak for themselves, speak for the truth. And it's written, even if these words have been, these written words have been twisted around by an institution that Yeshua himself was fighting against. Well, you can still read this text and see for yourself.
Yeah.
And I am very, very grateful, Corinna, that you have done such a tremendous work at finding like a police, inquirer. It's amazing the work you've done to find the clues to who's the murderer. And things are very clear now. The truth will set you free. That's exactly what you've done, setting free people who.
Now with the we'll be here a little bit longer with the biblical Mandela effects. One thing I want to point out is when I would be with people that would always talk about the Bible with me, I'm talking about 1999, 2003-ish, somewhere in there. Yeah, it was like right after 9. It was like 2001. We'd be going over the cannibalism, exactly what they're talking about in the Bible. We'd be reading these verses. So my point is that you have a lot of people that are really into the Bible, and then they point to everything evil from this God is now a Mandela effect. I'm sorry, but even over 20 years ago, I was reading this stuff out of the Bible with people. So you guys could make the Mandela effect excuses all you want, but a lot of this stuff has changed. But a lot of it, and this evil God that it's been representing and all this evil was in there over 20 years ago. So unless the Mandela effect happened in 1999 and it was all great before that, I don't know, people. Anyways, we'll finish this out. It's only a few more minutes.
Believed in a lie, who've been manipulated, and we need to get out of this guilt programming. Because when you have been coerced into believing into a lie, it's not your fault. No. You're not the ones who's guilty not to believe in a lie anymore. In the contrary, you're brave, you're sovereign, you're powerful, you stand for yourself, you stop kneeling. It takes courage to embrace the truth, but guilt is an illusion. Guilt is manipulation. If you've been manipulated to believe in a lie, it's not your fault. So there's no remorse to have. And for the Christians who may feel lost, well, Yeshua, go back to what he was saying before the institution he was fighting against took over.
Okay, so I don't know. For me, I wasn't really worried about any of their looks. I was just paying attention to the message. Here's a link to that video right here. We got Cage here. Let me add Cage on. What's up, bro?
What's up, man? Yeah, I was listening to a bit of that while I was driving home. It's pretty well done. Yeah, in the higher degrees in Masonry, they revealed that the Abrahamic God of all the three Abrahamic religions and the variations are all Shaitan or Hashatan. So people are just being deceived and misled into.
Oh, wait, say that again. The what?
Oh, and like the higher degrees in Masonry, it's revealed to the initiate that the Abrahamic God of the Bible and Torah and Quran is actually Hashatan, or the opposer of man type thing. So people are just being misled and tricked into, being, harvested for their energy type thing.
Right. That's interesting. That makes sense. Yeah. But then they have a rule in Masonry that you have to pick a god. Is that because they want like infiltrators in these? What's up with that?
Yeah, then different, like if you go into the Knights Templar, it's more of like a Christian-based thing. Yeah, like of course they want to install their people into the institutions, right, in order to manipulate it and have someone on the inside.
So what do you think? I'm curious with where you stand on like this Jesus character and stuff. What do you think that's all about?
So with what Jesus stuff? What do you mean? Like in general?
Well, the story and all that, and I'm just curious if like the main headline of the story, it was the Son of God and died for our sins, all that stuff. Do you think that's a big misrepresentation of what he was, or even if he existed? I'm curious what you think.
It's an allegorical story. I don't think it's meant to be all taken literally. All right. There's something there. It's like you need to make a program or a system, a framework that people can follow and believe, right, in order to control them. It's like, this whole narrative of like the apocalypse and all that, Revelation, and people are going to manifest that. If you have enough people believing in something, it's going to come to fruition, right?
That's exactly what I think.
It's all like a massive psyop. And religion's like the first psyop ever created.
Yeah, us manifesting the book of Revelations, dude. Again, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All religions are like that too. It's not just the Western religion. It's also Eastern religion. All religions are like that. It's like a different flavor depending on where you're from. Your culture, your background, and you got to change it up a little bit so it's more digestible for that type of lifestyle, that area. It's all based on the same thing, though.
Right. They recycle different religions and scriptures from different ages to the current age based on whatever, It's pretty interesting.
They're genius. Whoever came up with this idea is like a genius for real.
Well, if I wanted to control a world and make them manifest whatever and, make them cycle and manifest whatever that's coming, then I mean, it's a genius plan. It's definitely what I would do too. Is exactly what they've done.
Yeah, for real.
It is genius, that's for sure.
Who were those ladies there? Never seen them before.
It was this ex-Christian. Oh, they're just talking about the truth of the Bible. It's Elena Dannon. She has an interesting. I'm actually going to reach out to her. I got her contact information. Jesse,
yeah, you should get her on the show.
I'm going to try to. I'm going to reach out. I have her main email address now.
Nice.
She gets a lot into extraterrestrials and stuff and different things, but there's a powerful message behind it. I don't know much about her at all, to be honest, but so.
She seems to have done her research.
Yeah. So if anybody else wanted to come up, now's the time. I think I've said, I mean, what else is there to say about this stuff? So when people come in the comment section and stuff and, you know, and give that certain energy where I feel like I need to respond, I'm just going to delete it and not let it bother me anymore.
Yeah.
Because, like, what else is there to talk about this stuff, dude?
Oh, shit, she has a lot of subscribers, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get it. I think we get the point. There's some crazy shit in the Bible, especially the Old Testament. Like, you know, the one where there's a lot of crazy fucking shit in the Bible, especially the Old Testament. Like,
yeah, that's what they were going over, a lot of that, yeah.
There's one about, you hear about the one where these kids make fun of fucking this guy because he's bald, and then God sends, like, fucking bears to eat them alive?
Yeah, 42 kids. Yeah, I know.
Some crazy shit.
It's fucked up. So that's why I ask people, like, okay, you're with the religion, you're with the scripture. Okay, do you accept this God that did this stuff as the one creator, singular source? And they say yes. And it's like, how can you even say that? You know, you're accepting this God. So that's my thing. It's like one thing to accept certain things and deny this God they gave us, but it's another thing to accept it. I don't get it. So
yeah,
they're hypocrites.
There's a lot of good information to learn from it, but they do hide, they do have to hide some sort of truth in it. That's the only way. The best way to conceal a lie is in plain sight. Right? So.
Later, Frank. Much love, bro.
Later, bro.
Yeah, it's chains that we put on, you know, ourselves, and it's getting out of control. So for me, I'm not worshiping nothing, dude. That's a trap right there. Worship.
Oh yeah, well, it sounds like a warship. A warship.
Yeah, it's a warship that you're jumping on, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What the hell?
And there's no fucking life rafts and shit, so you're going down with that ship too.
I just don't get, and I hate to keep saying it, I really don't get these people. They say, Jesus is the way, you must do this, you must do that, you must worship Jesus. But Jesus said, like, my way is the way. You know what I mean? Anyone can do this. You know what I mean? Anyone can be this. I don't think Jesus ever said, worship me and all this stuff. I think it was just a state of being. It's a mind state that we can all adopt. That's what it is. I mean, people take it way too far and turn it into something it's not.
For real.
But it's not required. You know what I mean? It's not a requirement.
Yep. It's a way of mind control. Religion comes from the Latin word regliare, meaning to bind. That's the whole people's consciousness down, to bind them to a specific ideology, so more easily controllable. Religion is one of the main causes of war and death throughout the times. You know, it's probably caused more death than anything like in existence.
Yeah, when you're in the, like, it's really weighs you down. It's like a heavy energy that's like almost makes you descend and weighs you down. It's like dumping a bunch of heavy metals in your body, weighing yourself down or like whatever, but spiritually, it's like you're like what they do to our food and all this stuff, physically our bodies. But then we got to remember they do the same things with our spirituality.
Oh,
and
yeah.
so that's what this whole thing's about, weighing you down spiritually.
It's a subconscious program that's being installed into children from a very young age, and even before they're born, intergenerationally. All right, so it's a program. It's a subconscious program that defines their reality after. You know? Keeps people in line, makes them more easily controllable. All right, you divide and conquer people with that. They're always fighting amongst each other, even like within Christianity, and they got Catholics, all different types of Christianity. You know? It's further divide people, so they're easily controllable.
I think the world would be so much better without it. Oh my gosh, we'd be living in like some paradise without this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not falling for it, and I never will. So, everyone save your condemnation and your I need this and that. I don't need it.
But if you don't accept it, you're gonna burn in hell forever, man.
Yeah, and that's real fair, you know. Yeah.
What the fuck?
You don't say these words out of your mouth. You're going to be burning in hell for eternity, right?
Isn't that like emotional mind control? No way.
Yeah.
It's fear based. Like, oh, you must accept this or that. What about all the children that are born under different religions? What, they're all going to hell too? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like the Buddhists, Muslims, you name it, people born in the jungle. Well, if Jesus is the only way, then God did a horrible job of giving everyone an even playing field. I mean, come on.
For real. One time when I used to live in like a shitty area, there's always like preachers outside, you know, waiting for the bus to come up to you and start talking to you. When I had this conversation with this kid, he came up to me. He's like, "You're gonna burn in fucking hell forever unless you give your heart to Jesus right now." I looked at him, I'm like, this kid's like Filipino. I'm like, do you understand your ancestors got raped and pillaged and fucking destroyed and forced to have this religion? It's not even the natural religion you're supposed to have. And he looked at me and he couldn't say anything. He just walked away.
That's what I told somebody too, because she was Cherokee and she was saying all this stuff. I was like, do you know that the ones that handed you this King James Bible ravaged and destroyed your villages of your descendants and forced them to convert or die and took the virgins and whatever, you know what I mean?
These people killed your ancestors and raped your fucking ancestors, and you're trying to say it makes no sense, and now you're for their team. Look at the brainwash, the mind control. It's like out of this fucking realm, really. It's crazy.
Yep. It's time to drop all of it for me. I mean, none of it. Sorry, guys. Even the little cuddly stories and stuff, like I could take some things, but even without even learning anything from the Bible or religion and ever in my life, I would still have that instinct within me. It's within all of us. That's the word to me, that instinct of what's right and what's wrong. I mean, what else do I need?
So. Like even like Hindu and stuff, right? You need a guru. So they're always trying to sever that direct tie to you know, like the source or whatever. You know, you need a priest, you need a rabbi, you need a imam, you need a guru, you know. Bunch of bullshit.
They want those mediators.
Yeah, you need some mediator to mind control you with.
Let me see if what's her name's live. Okay, she's not.
You got Sunkissed in there. Maybe she'll come up. I told Dominic.
We had
I'm on
in
here.
the
Maybe
beginning.
we'll
We had a
Dominic
bunch
later.
of people up here, and then when they left, I got to that video, kind of winding down. So let's see if what's her name's live. No, she isn't. Okay.
See, Sunkissed saying it's always been with us. I don't need anyone or anything between me and my creator. I have a direct line. Thank you very much. Exactly. I think everybody does. Naturally, that's everyone's birthright. Try to usurp everyone's birthrights. Fuck.
The middlemen. Always, they got to bring the middlemen.
Because religion is the basis for a government, right? So I think this is why one of the main reasons why they implement this on everyone, because you can't have government without a religion.
Good point. I'm gonna add Mary. I'm gonna add you on 1 second. I see you there. Much love, Mary.
Much love, Ian, Cage. Thanks for having me.
Welcome.
You know, this whole topic, the Bible, the information in it, how it's been used and abused, just gets me going, because as much as it may have a gold nugget here or there, we can't keep ignoring as a people what's been done in the name of God. Like right now, we're all talking and understanding that it is an allegory, but there have been generations around the world where it has been treated like a true story, even to the point where History Channel and stuff like that, that they found the ark and they found this or that. You know what? That may be even so. But when you take into account not the hundreds, not the thousands, not the tens of thousands, let's look at the real numbers of people that have lost their lives at the hands of others in the name of God. That's why I've switched, and I try not to be like, thank God, or, I thank Creator. Because to thank God is to give positive energy to something that is a leech for that. It's not a leech for our evil doings. It's a leech for all that's positive within us.
Yep.
And I would prefer to honor, not worship, but honor my Creator in not falling for this. Nothing in the Bible or any other religious text that I've ever read has ever come near to giving me the feeling of love than my personal relationship with the Creator, one-on-one. No middleman, no middle church, no middle priest trying to give me forgiveness through a Creator that in history is proved these religious people are not in touch with. The average person doesn't exploit all these other people, these children, take lives, take cultures, annihilate people. People want to ignore the doctrine of discovery, which is it's still living and breathing in colonists to this day. And if you don't think that colonization still happens, look into the La Palma Island where the volcano went off, because I think Spain colonized that in the 50s. All under the name and for this God. I've read the book. I've looked for the nuggets of gold. And it was far, far and few. There wasn't anything I didn't read in let me just put it this way. There wasn't anything that I didn't read in that book that I didn't already know was in my heart before I ever knew religion.
Very true. You know, I like using the shit sandwich allegory, right? Yeah, you might have a sandwich, it might be all dressed up, might look delicious, or it's gourmet. Yet there's like there's shit in it. Even just a small, tiny amount. Would you eat it? You're not gonna eat that, right? Same idea. Even if you can't visibly see it, it's in there. It's tainted.
And how far do we have to dig into the shithole to satisfy all the others that say, no, 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 you missed the message. Go ahead and dig a little deeper. Because the more I dig, the more I'm disturbed by what I've learned. I'm not drawn in, I'm repulsed by it.
Exactly.
So I'd like to say that maybe the Bible does work for people in certain times, certain, hardships through their life. I'm not saying don't use inspirational text, because if it was sold as inspirational text, the deaths of the last 2,000 years wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like even over here, they're finding like hundreds of bodies under churches, like with little children. Yeah, thousands.
You know what happened in my local county, Cage? There's
So,
there is a man that was not homeless, but was seen as homeless, and he went missing. And those of us who knew him, was trying to like sound the alarm bells, ring a ding ding. And 2 years later, there's a big investigation now because they found illegal bodies buried on top of existing graves. So, like, I would like to start furthering discussions into how we take our humanity back from such an experience as religion.
Exactly.
It's definitely a difficult one to accomplish, It's just,
Do you
it's
think
been
that?
so. Oh, sorry.
Well, no, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good.
Well, I was just gonna say, do you think that we should drop the word God altogether? Like, what type of frequency are we admitting? Are we, even if are we giving credit when we say this word to this entity that has so much energy and power, and it's not what we want to give energy to? Like, does that word, using that word, is that like a huge issue?
Yes. I have
think
to say
so.
unadulterated, yes. Just reading the Bible as young as I was, I recognized and took notice of it beginning as the Lord, capital T, capital L, the Lord. And as you go through this text, it becomes God. And that's not Mandela manipulation. This is how that book was written in the time to diminish the power. So if they think that creator is diminished by calling it the Lord and then God, we're absolutely feeding into, you know how they put the cattle guards up to make all the cows or the sheep go in one area? Like, to me, in my mind, that's what's happening. Is we're being herded by wordplay, word salad.
Yeah, it really means to bind. Right? The etymology of religion, it means to bind you to some way of being through subconscious programming.
And if the way of being that they want us to be is to third party everything from our groceries to our faith to our medical to our legal. I do feel like there needs to be conversation on stepping out of that. Like me personally, it was not easy leaving society, and we did it in the blink of an eye. There wasn't no weaning going on, and it was not just difficult, but made more difficult by the systems of society. These things will turn the average person away. But if we start having these discussions where we can, share our experiences and let people know, okay, well, this is going to come at you, but don't worry because this is what we found out in our learning. Because in open communities, which I believe this is, sharing different ideas is not only accepted, it's looked for. We want this. But they don't. So whatever way they're fighting us is the way we need to keep going, and we need to keep delving in and helping each other, and if not spreading the message all the time, spreading the love, spreading the compassion, the understanding, the empathy that we're all going to go through this. This is a manipulation of over 2,000 years. If we really sit back and look at it, and I think some even include before the Greek time, which would be about 5,000 years the manipulation's been going on. So I think now that we all understand it, I know I'm not perfect at this. I could use other people's understanding or experiences in certain avenues of separating oneself from that.
Yeah, empathy is important. The people that I vibe with the most are the ones that are empathetic. If you don't have that power, it's like I don't vibe with those people at all. Like I surround myself with people that are empathetic and understanding. And if they don't have that, it's like they're not around in my circle. It's like they don't belong. They're a fish out of water around me.
You can be empathetic or nice to a fault, though. It's like I've noticed people try taking advantage of it. Like I'm the type of person, I'll take the fucking shirt off my back for you, but you have to have discernment because people take advantage of that if they know that about you.
For sure.
I see Sunkist joined us.
Hey, Sunkist, how are you?
Hi. Hey, Kate. Much love. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Sadie.
Oh, it's so good to be on here with you, even if it's briefly. But I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what you were saying, and now even with what Ian was saying. And then it's about seeing the humanity in other people. And I know some people may think that, hey, we're not, Christianity or nowadays people aren't going to war in the name of God or taking land in the name of God. I beg to differ. I've said this so many times on this platform about when I was stationed in South Texas and we were doing training, getting ready to go to California to do desert training to go to Iraq. And I have to live. I look at this, I live with this, and I think about what we were told, who the enemy was, how we were told. We didn't see the humanity in the people. I did, and only a few other people did. But remembering my chain of command and almost 90% of my battalion chant blood and talk about the full bird colonel. I told, if you haven't heard me say this, I'll do it briefly. The full bird colonel came in there and would basically told us if we wanted to kill an Iraqi or anybody, how to have a drop weapon and everything else. And after that, they did this like blood chant. And then afterwards, they prayed in Jesus' name. These wars now are being fought in the name of God. I remember being face to face with my first sergeant who was like 6'3", like 300 pounds, and I'm 5'4". and looking up at him, and he was trying to justify the killing of the innocent because we had just watched a video where some bombs and things that we had set off had killed a little baby that was no more than 2 years old. She was Iraqi, but she was a baby. And I had a big issue with that. And so I was going toe to toe with him, telling him about biblical things, like using the Bible to tell him. And he was like, oh, well, God, Elohim, which is Hebrew word 430, Elohim, Yahweh, Jehovah, same thing. Jehovah, all the same thing in the translation, was saying it was okay and that this war was blessed by him. And I was like, well, what about the other people? He didn't see the humanity in that little girl. They didn't see the humanity in that little girl. They didn't understand that men and women and people were over there living their lives, minding their business. And we were going to go to this place, and we had been over there taking their land, taking their resources, taking their history, taking their artwork. That's personal. I know for a fact that's what was what was being done. Friends that guarded palaces and homes just to get the gold toilets and all the artwork out of there, had nothing to do with what we were being told. So it's a program, it's a sick program, and they lack empathy. And Cage, you're right. You have to have a balance of being empathetic, because I got taken advantage of a lot before I balanced my empathy. And there has to be a balance, but you have got to have empathy. If you cannot empathize with someone and be like, dang, then you are going to be able to do these type of things. And I don't trust anybody. I'm not saying you got to be so empathetic like me, but I don't trust anybody who don't have a little bit, an ounce of empathy, especially for the innocent. So we have to break these programs. We have to break these systems, and it's all religions. It's not just Christianity. It's all religions, because they all have to, you have to have a middleman. They put a blockage between you, your power within you, and the divine love and divine creator that is part of us, so that's pretty much all I wanted to say.
You guys remember in school? I think everyone in school has been through this. It's called broken telephone or Chinese whispers or something. You guys ever did that at school?
That sounds familiar, actually.
Yeah.
I don't remember, though.
Yep.
Yeah, it's when the first person gets the message and people have to keep passing it on, and by the time it gets to the last person, it's completely different,
Yep.
So why would you want a mediator between you and creator or the source? There's going to be some sort of convolution.
That's what I couldn't get around my head is I liked what the words they were saying was Jesus's when I was younger, but they could never answer the question of, if I already have a relationship with my creator, then why do I need to put a person in the middle of it?
Exactly. Well, look at it as parenting. Oh, go ahead, Ian. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say. No, I'm just gonna say, like, what do they mean when Jesus is the only way? Like, what exactly does that entail? That's what I was just gonna throw in there.
I was just gonna say how, like, parenting, as far as you were saying, Mary, as far as like the mediator, does your child, you have more than one child, so does your child does your daughter come on behalf, like, of your son or something like that? Your child can come to you directly, and they know that they can come to you directly. My child knows that they can come to me directly. They don't need their brother or sister to come on their behalf. They don't need uncle and auntie or anybody. They come to me directly. Why? Because I'm their mother, and I leave that open to them.
Yes.
I wouldn't want a mediator between me and my child.
And I wish more people, and even people who just parent dogs, you know what I'm saying, would just understand that concept of not having that mediator, that third person, that babysitter, so to speak,
Well, not even parents, even when you're at work, like, you got to ask somebody directly, something. I'm not going to use the military because they use that. That says a lot. You have to go through this person to get to this higher ranking person. But if you're at work and your coworker, you need your coworker to do something, or you got to ask your coworker a direct question, you're not going to go around and be like, I need the mediator to come in on my behalf to ask Rose if she can have this report on my desk. No, I'm going to say, Rose, can you have this report, or whatever, however I work. We don't need a mediator. We don't need a mediator.
Even in other terms, I acted as my own attorney through many different cases. When I moved to Michigan, it was laughable. Like, lawyers would even laugh at the thought of people representing themselves. And I'm like, this is absolutely ridiculous. It really is the money-making, energy-sucking kind of scheme that a nefarious person plays on the least expected. And of course, the least expected, this book has been sold as the honest truth for hundreds of years.
I have to agree. Well, that's even with us taking our own healing ourselves. You need a mediator, and this is non-medical advice. Okay. You need a mediator to heal yourself when we have the know-how, or we have the herbs, or we have the home remedies to heal ourselves. Even when people say it can't be done, we have been taught that we need something in between us and our physical life, our physical healing, and us, and our spiritual life and our spiritual healing and walk.
Very true. And I think the reason why they don't want people to they put the mediator in is because if you're connected directly to source, they're no longer controllable. You're no longer able to be controlled anymore. You're no longer a slave in their little system. And
you don't fall for the dumb stories either.
Yeah. And now you have a mind of your own. You're completely correct, Suncuts, about the healing. My mom got the what I'm talking about. Most of my family did, unfortunately. And she had a brain aneurysm after. And she's like, she calls me. She's like, the day before she has to go to get like another brain scan done. She already had one done previously. And she's like, okay, can you try helping me? So I did my thing, and she went to get the results back, and it got like the files got corrupted. Like something happened, like I don't know, it just fucked up like the results. So she went for the third one, and it just magically disappeared. Like no longer exists.
Yeah.
Different techniques you can use for that. It's visualization and will and intention. There's something called the middle pillar technique, and I made my own variation of that, and I did that. Works. It worked for me.
Well, the more they minimize what's natural, the more they have people groveling at their feet for 1-minute cures.
And they minimize it, and they cause fear. It's the fear again of using herbs, or the fear of using different types of energy, because they have said it's demonic. They have said it's evil. They have said having a certain crystal to help enhance you if you have anxiety is demonic, because you are using crystals, but it's energy. I'd rather use the energy of a crystal to help me with my anxiety or my stress, or an essential oil, as opposed to a pharmaceutical, non-medical advice. And so it's fear.
The pharmaceuticals are demonic, right? But anything else besides what the okay, it just makes no sense at all if you think about it.
Well, how can they believe that God created everything and then call just very specific things evil?
Okay, the stones are this. Thank you, Mary. The stones come from the earth that was created, but we are told that it is evil. The herbs that I use to crush to make an incense to help lighten my mood, or to help heal, or to help make well, or to help breathe better for myself, it's evil. But I'm using something that you said that was created by the creator, your God. But it's evil, but it's not evil for you to, it's a big road and loop of contradiction for me. and fear, contradiction and fear, and it's enough is enough.
I mean, they brought him frankincense, myrrh, and I forget what the last one was, but incense is evil.
Yeah, it's funny because they don't want people to be healed. They don't want people. Don't ever do this. It's evil. Yet they're doing it completely and using it to control everybody. You know, like for example, occult techniques and stuff, esoteric techniques. They're the biggest esotericists and occultists that you can ever imagine. But yeah, it's evil. Don't do it. Live in a state of fear. They don't want people to be empowered or have a direct line to source or be healthy or happy. And I don't know. They want, because something is feeding off of this energy. Or somebody. There's negative emotion. This is why every time you turn on the news, there's some crazy nonsense. It's always a negative feedback loop. You know, because they're feeding off of that. It's energy in motion, right? They're feeding off this negative energy, is whatever it is, or something is some sort of a being or whatever, you know.
And once you release yourself from that, not only, okay, if you're self-healing yourself and they don't want you healed physically, financially, you're disturbing them, but energetically, you're starving. You're starving them. You're taking a piece of their food, a piece of their, of how they're functioning, you know? And so I wanted to say something earlier. I saw a comment where somebody was talking about the lady doing these hand signals. Now, people are so unaware. I'm having a brain to Cage or Mary, y'all may know what I'm talking about. It starts with an M, but these are like deals that you do, different positions that you do and hold with your hand.
A mudra.
Mudras, yes. And you heal different parts, holding your fingers and hands different way. Even when you're public speaking, you hold your hands a certain way and it helps you open up your throat chakra. It helps you have more confidence. It helps you speak clearly. I used to be one of those people that were like long ago that was like, oh my gosh, they're down with the whatever. They don't want you to know that type of power. You can heal yourself doing those types of things. You know, the programming runs deep.
Yeah, Masons use the mudras and stuff. You can actually find it in their literature. So like, I know you guys all heard that Andrew Tate character. You know he's always doing that hand signal. Yeah, that's a Masonic mudra, if you want to call it that. Some people.
But is it something they invented, or it's something they adopted with, like, it's like a physical sigil with your body?
Adopted. Everything's been adopted and reappropriated.
So it's like how you use it, you know?
Yeah.
Like some kids said one time, water, it could be used to save your life, to, you know, for all these good things.
Or you can destroy.
You can drown someone with it too. Yeah.
Or they use it in waterboarding. You can use it to bring life and to grow and to heal, or you can use it to destroy, torture, and, you know, kill. It's the intention. It's the intent of the person. It's the intent. You know, so.
Yeah, it's like a hammer. You could beat someone with a hammer. You can build them a home. You know, same thing.
And this is why all these religions need the power. Because if people as individuals understood their own power of intention, they would make their choices differently. Not to say that all people would change, but they would make their choices differently if they just took a moment to think about their own intentions. Every time I brought up that topic in the past, outside of this community, I've had eye rolls, whatevers, you know, blowing it off like I don't know what I'm talking about. But seriously, intention, your body will lie for you. Whether your mind thinks it's good intention if what you're doing is bad. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Damn, I had something good to say, but I forgot. It'll come back to me.
Me too. I just left my mind too.
Yeah. I like Lucia's comment about they don't want us to know, you know, our power. They don't want us manifesting or discovering our own power, which they've kept for so long on lock with these systems, with these different systems of division. So I love that. I agree with that, Lucia.
Yeah, and okay, that's what I was gonna say. So it's all about implied consent, or like consent. You're consenting to things. If you don't like openly and like directly say you're not going along with this stuff, then you know then it's like an automatic consent. You're going along with it. Silence is a form of consent. Right. So
That's what I wonder with this whole 2020 thing. Now, let's bear in mind, if you go back to 2020, it was only 3 years ago or 4 years ago now. Not that long ago, but it seems like it was centuries ago, right? Remember when all that was going on and stuff, and then 21 came around, all this stuff, and like I really was convinced that by this point we'd be in some zombie apocalypse, literally. Like I went out, I got a firearm, I got hella stuff, like I was ready to like be on my roof bucking at zombies. I'm not joking. Like
No,
that's what
I
I
hear you.
envisioned. I'm just saying that doesn't it seem like they've been wanting us to manifest this, and like that was like a big point where we thought all this bad stuff, but see, it's not as bad. It seems like there's a big awakening going on, and what they wanted us to manifest is kind of falling apart in a big way, right?
You know what? I'm so glad you said that because, I keep a lot of my musings to myself, especially with, the state of people. But I did notice from the end of 2019 forward, it seemed like when everybody seemed to like level out, something absolutely insane would happen. And then people would level out again. And then something else would happen. Like this happened, I caught like 6 instances in these last 4 years. And I'm like, I really feel like they're stirring the pot about something. They want that angst, the people that get cabin fever, like they tried to give cabin fever to the whole country. They definitely getting something out of that angst of people not embracing their own power.
Oh, for real. And to comment on that zombie thing, Ian, I think you are in a zombie thing. It just happened a bit differently because,
well,
like they created something called. Remember when we got into the magnetite and chains of magnetite called magnetozones, which directly respond with the magnetic fields around them, the Earth's magnetic fields, and also ones being generated. And how everything is kind of a projection of the mind. It all forms within the mind. Yeah, they made a thing through one single poke, something called magneto, and that alters and controls the natural magnetozones that are already present in the mind. So yeah, people can be zombie mind controlled in that way. They could have put that in there.
Yeah, I mean they're still around, but it's almost like with their simulations and their algorithms and all the data that they're collecting all the time, it's like they knew that this was coming. Like the moment we're in right now. They knew it's like they had to bring an event because it seemed like this event wasn't planned very long. Like they started running drills and simulations of it right before. It was like, okay, we need to do this now because they were looking in the future and they were seeing what it's going to be like, and they had to kind of bring down the frequencies as much as they could, bring down to that fear vibe, and they came with that big thing. And I don't think it worked very well.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was just a test run to see how people react.
I agree.
Right.
But yeah, the real shit's coming soon.
Well, the test runs they do in their simulations, I'm going to be getting into that next. I've been doing a lot of research on these sentient worlds, and I'm getting back into it. And it was like, they even admit that the Homeland Security, CIA, all these top government agencies, they run simulation viruses and events in the simulation to see all of our reactions, and we all have our special avatar in there. Every person that lives has that avatar in the simulation, and they'll like run an event in Sacramento where I am, and they'll see my reaction, everyone's reaction, and see how the energy flows. And then once it hits a point, that's when they actually run it in the real game that we're in,
Oh yeah, they do it through those D-wave computers, the quantum computing. It's something called quantum lattice biometrics. You can search it up.
And that's what quantum computing is, really. It's a big collecting all the data and practicing and just predicting everyone's move. I think that's like the top of all the data at the very top. You know, it's
But
clear.
planning, yeah. I mean, how long have they been giving us those movies in Hollywood about I mean, there was a period in time, it seemed like a lot of movies were about AI and humans losing control of AI.
Yep.
Exactly,
So
and that's
Malcolm. Oh, sorry, something.
Oh no, go ahead, Cage. Go ahead.
I was just gonna respond. Someone back to that magnetite thing because I think it's very important. Like no one really talks about this. It's difficult to find information about it. But yeah, someone in there, Malcolm said, "I've got magnetite." Yeah, you can mine it out of the ground, but it's physically in your body. There's billions of magnetite cells all within your brain.
Right. No, they'll demonize these crystals and stuff, but meanwhile, like our body is filled with these things too. Like we're made of all this stuff in the earth. Like a piece of like all this stuff is inside of us in our bodies.
Mm-hmm.
It's when you really look at it,
Our bodies need minerals.
Yeah, if you're
exactly.
able to influence that, if you're able to influence that, then you're able to influence reality in general for that person who's like, you know, you're going to put limitations on their consciousness, what they're naturally able to do. So it's like cutting off connection to the source, you know, physically, which I'm sure they've done already, especially with what happened there. It wouldn't be difficult to, through one single poke, you know, your entire system is compromised.
Not even just that. I was told someone who did participate in that stuff did get reinfected and got pill form pharmaceuticals where it said in the warnings may alter the DNA.
Well, yeah, it's. I don't want to say the words, but yeah, the whole thing, it alters protein, spike proteins, and alters DNA. But yeah, Sunkist, you're saying something. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I lost it, but it's okay. No, that was what you were saying was important. No, what you were saying was important. So, no, thank you for that.
Yeah, and then pretty much what happens is if a field of a magnetic field becomes strong enough, it'll vibrate these magnetosomes and alter consciousness. Right? There's a great thing. It's these guys named Dr. Michael Persinger and Todd Murphy from Laurentian University in Canada. They've done a lot of research on this stuff, and there's a good paper called "Consciousness as an Intrinsic Property of Magnetic Fields." So I think it's all being generated through magnetic fields. It's like a hologram in a way. It's all through the subconscious programming, through the conscious and subconscious thought. Also, there's like a third mediator, which is the magnetic fields we're immersed in and the Earth's magnetic fields, the Schumann resonance in that. And
yeah,
you know, this is how birds and fish navigate. You see how birds can migrate and navigate, like they kind of have like an internal GPS or something. So it's all through magnetic fields.
It's controlling that mediator. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's kind of funny because this last storm we had, there was about 4 sets of geese flying, but they weren't going south. They were going east.
Yeah, it makes sense because when there's a lot of geo-electromagnetical activity, like a storm, stuff like that, solar flare, whatever, stuff like that, then there's like more noise in the system. It's something called Mark perturbations, meaning like there's like a bunch of static in the system and the connection is lost. So like, and you can pretty much generate artificial ones like that, and then you know behavior is distorted within animals and human beings and stuff. So it's deep, really.
It's kind of like the parasite stuff. You know, same thing. It's like they have multiple little tools to.
But they're just remotely activating it.
Right. So that's why I need to reach out to Bobby Knight on this parasite thing, and because people don't want me to talk about it. But yeah, there's some deep stuff, man. I tell you what, this parasite thing and these they're like old nanobots, you know.
And do you see how many layers we're talking about, and just in the physical, the many layers that we're having to filter through? If you don't think we're going to have to filter through layers once we leave this body, I just don't understand how with everything you can't understand that. So there's layers upon layers upon layers to everything.
Yeah, just because you know when that's the fascinating topic, and when you get to these people, it's like they all say, "Oh, I was filled with love," and they felt this overwhelming feeling of love and all this stuff. And then, but when they just seem deceived. I don't know, man. It's
Yeah, in the Hermetic principles, they say that, you know, positive and negative, or love and hate, or any kind of emotion, there's a gradient, right? There's like different degrees of the same thing, kind of like hot and cold. So love is the same thing as hate in a way. It's just a higher degree of it, or a higher vibration of it. But you can't have one without the other. You know, that's the law of correspondence, or polarity, kind of like a mixture of those two.
Yeah, so spiritual sovereignty is key. Like tapping into that now, like I'm spiritually sovereign, period, point blank. And no one's going to tell me where to go, what to do. I'm going to, I don't know, people.
And I think for me, it also seems like with some of the near-death experiences I've watched as well, it really is like for a person and what they're, I don't know. I've seen near-death experiences where they were like, "Are you sure you want to go back?" and that you weren't judged, and you're judging yourself. You're making this hard. You know, it's all love, and the person that died was the one that was condemning themselves, and the energy or voices that they heard and interacted with was like, "Are you sure you want to go back?" And they were like, "Yeah, I got to go back." And then I've seen the ones where you're talking about where they just look so deceived and like, oh, the light, and feeling forced. So to me, there's so many things and so many questions I have about that. And does it depend on the person? Does it depend on that individual mission? Is that person stuck energetically in a loop? And are these people that are being asked, "Are you sure you want to go back?" Are these light workers, what we call light workers, who are coming down to do certain things, to help with the vibration, to help with the healing of this, of not just physical human beings, but the energies of other beings that we can't see? So I have many questions about that as well, but it's also interesting, and awareness is key. I do agree with that, Ian.
Yeah, I don't think it's all deception 100% for everybody. I really don't think that. I don't want to go that deep with it. I think it's right. I think it depends on the programming you're wearing here, honestly, is going to carry on after this.
Yeah, I think people say they want the truth, they want freedom, they want to make, you know, be held accountable for every act. But I think subconsciously there's a program that really blocks it. People can say all they want, but really, I think the reason why it's happening is because they want to be controlled in a way. You know, they want to be like, imagine most people would not know what to do if there was no structure before them, right?
Well, society's made it real easy to give away their power for the comfort.
Exactly.
There's something to these scriptures too, and these stories of these beings re-engineering I can't stop talking about it, re-engineering the human for the souls to come down. I think there's a mixture here. Some of us are trapped in a loop. Some of us came here to assist getting out of this loop. I don't know who's who, but that's what I think it is. That's not just the one or the other. I mean, there's other variables as well.
Yeah, they call it a bodhisattva. Somebody who pretty much is enlightened, and they purposely reinsert themselves into this reality, the matrix, whatever, on purpose.
And vice versa could be said of the negative.
Well,
right?
Yeah. What do you mean, real quick? It was
maybe not vice versa, but the same can be said of the negative. Maybe there's just as many negative coming as light beings.
right. And like, that's what I'm saying. That's why when some people are evil, like, you know, when you say I'm trapping in my true self, usually it's something good. But what if some of these evil people are tapping into their true self?
Yep.
It seems like it, right?
It
That's
does.
what, yeah. So it's a true spiritual war of good and evil, like no joke.
And the reason why they can't see is because it's not in them to see. Like, you know, how we've talked before about, you know, not being able to see or recognize a vibration that you're not vibrating at. and some people aren't able to see a certain vibration or a higher vibration because that's just not them. It's not because they're trying to just be like argumentative or stuff like that. That makes a good point. My goodness, I've never.
That's the true spiritual warriors. I'm telling you, knowing you're going to be born into situations and things, like there is a knowing, I believe spiritually, of things that you're going to go through. That's a true warrior on a spiritual level, to come into a situation where you know what you're going to be dealing with. And then also coming into a world where you know a lot of the souls are trapped here, stuck in some cycle. It doesn't make it all bad, though. I mean, it doesn't have to be this way. It is this way now. But that's a true spiritual. That's the soldiers that came here, because any other, they're going to choose the easy route or whatever, and something kind of just easy type thing.
Oh, well, that's like, okay, this whole idea of like, this is the idea of Luciferic beings. Luciferic beings are the ones that kind of, you're not going to see a being of darkness. It's more of a being of immense light, in a way. This is like in the Rosicrucian teachings and stuff. But pretty much what they say is, yeah, these beings are like, get me off the cycle. Good luck. I'm out of here type thing. And yeah, good luck with that. I'm done. That's usually that kind of mentality there. But yeah, that's to do with Luciferic beings, really, if you want to call it that. Just light beings, beings of light. Also, they usually tend to go towards that deviation. Yeah.
But who's to say that if we don't do this, something about, people are like, okay, I'm done, I'm out of here. I F this world, and F these beings here. But if they were able to this energy was able to take such a hold of this place, who's to say that you go somewhere else and that energy doesn't find you because we didn't do something about it while it was here, like spreading like a plague,
Yeah, you got to do your part. It's like this: you're walking in the forest and you see some garbage on the ground. You're just gonna walk by it and make someone else pick it up. Someone else will pick it up. Or you're gonna actually grab it and take care of it yourself. If you see something out of place, accountability is on you. If you just ignore it, you never put it there.
Yeah.
The fact that you had the option to do it and didn't, and now you're accountable for it also.
But if you go and get, your penance from a priest, then you're not held accountable at all, ever.
Exactly.
Yeah, the beings that they kind of look at us like children that have we don't need to be here, and we're constantly being tortured and that, and you got to get off of it, But then then there's the Hashatonic beings, and the Luciferic beings, the light beings, are all in spirit. There's a balance. There's a balance that's not being made. Right? They're all spirit, and they're out of the material, fuck the material type thing. And then the Shatanic beings are the opposite. They're beings of darkness. They're beings that are completely materialistic and Malkuth, if you want to call it that, and the worldly planes, and they're just playing that game. They're playing a different game. Where they'd rather be here. They want to stay here and play the game.
So how hard should we work at waking them up instead of working our own path?
Everything's a projection of yourself, really. So just focus on, there has to be some sort of change within you in order to see a change outside. It's like a dream. Like you see in a dream how there's a bunch of different characters in that dream. You're interacting with them. There's landscapes and all that. It feels like it's very outside of you, very separate, but really it's all within you in a way.
Yeah, Mary, you're right. That hit me pretty hard. You're right. How much do we want to wake them up, or is it even worth it at this point? I don't think it is.
I mean, we might be doing them a disservice trying to shake them, wake them up. Some people may not react well the way they would have had it happen in their own time.
I don't think people can get woken up by another. I think it happens something that happens within the individual, and then they become.
I was just about to say that, Cage. I don't think that we wake up. Nobody woke me up, because there were times where this information of certain things was being presented to me, and the seeds were being planted, but I wasn't ready. I think we do have, as individuals, we plant seeds with each individual we come in contact with, or we send seeds of truth to, but we don't wake up anybody. You wake up yourself. And nobody, I say that because nobody woke me up. It was something within me that wouldn't stop and wouldn't stir, and not just one awakening, but being woken up of several different things. And it was something stirring within me. So we can help and plant seeds and communicate. But like Cage said, I totally agree. You have got to change. And Ian, you said this so many times, the man in the mirror. It's about you. It's about changing the within. And I say it's a canvas of your life. So what you're reflecting is what you're painting from within yourself. And so you've got to change yourself within if you want to see a difference. If all you have and hold within yourself is the negative, I'm not talking bad about anybody, but that's what you're going to see and that's what you're going to understand. But if you have that balance, yes, things happen, but you have that balance of positivity and everything else, and that's what you begin to see and begin to understand. But if all you see is doom and gloom, that's all you're going to see and that's all you're going to project. That is why they want us to manifest doom and gloom. That's why you look at the news. That's why they want us to be in panic. That's why they want us so disconnected from ourselves. That's why they want us so disconnected and fearful from the power within us. So it starts with you.
That's why they don't care if we talk about them and how powerful they are. Imagine how much energy I even put into that. Oh, they're doing this. They're so powerful. They're running shit, you know? Once I stepped away from that was true freedom. And that was a year or two ago. I mean, once I stepped away from that, never felt so free and focused on my own power.
Yeah.
Because you're just reinforcing. It's good to be aware and what's going on. I get the awareness part, but that's as far as it goes with me now. Now it's
right. It should not define what's within.
Yep. So, what are we going to focus on? How powerful they are and what they're doing, or what we're going to freaking do?
Well, we have to remember not to give them any kind of power. Just like that person who comes up and likes to disparage my character. You know, instead of feeding into what he's saying, you know, I get a little sarcastic, you know, sometimes a little point blank, but I'm not going to absorb what he says about me, because that would be giving him my power, and I don't give my power away, and no one should be giving their power away to something outside of their being.
Exactly.
True, marriage, so true. Heal that solar plexus. Heal your solar plexus, that inner power, your self-power. Focus on you, and the rest will follow. And you can be a ripple effect, cause a ripple effect by healing you, focusing on you and the power within you. I know I say the same thing over and over again, but it's true. At least for me, it's true.
So many people are literally indoctrinated to allow the church to define their faith, the doctor to define their body, the boss to define them as an employee. The definition should come from within. We are experts at ourselves, and we shouldn't be letting anyone define us.
I agree with you, Mary.
That's
but there are so many people that are so lazy that they don't want to have the responsibility and accountability for when things go wrong or things get hard. So it's easier to rely on your pastor or your priest. And if something happens, you can blame them. And it's easy to rely on your doctor or this and that. And so you don't have to research, let somebody else do it. I totally agree, but so many people are so lazy. We see that in how so many people don't even want to learn how to plant one seed, to grow one plant to sustain themselves. So people have to stop being lazy in all capacities, in our spirituality, in our physical life.
Yeah, I mean, I harp on gardening just to try to get a foot in the door of understanding to take care of oneself. You know, like people would say, well, I'm in a city. Get a 5-gallon bucket, get some dirt, put a seed in it, and take care of it and love it every day and see what the seed gives you. And just to inspire, just it sounds weird to call that out of the box thinking, but we're in a day and age where that's actually out of the box thinking, and that makes me crazy because it's so natural to take care of oneself. Well, you know, but it's so third party that people don't know how to do it.
Yep. It's the basics, but we don't know how to do the basics. That's sad. It's the basics.
I just stood up the wrong way. I have very bad body issues from 15 years of child abuse, and I just stood up the wrong way, and my left hip popped. Oh, Jesus, did it hurt. So I did what I knew to do to take care of my body, which is to lay down in a way that gets the muscles and tendons and ligaments all to relax. Right now, the pain is in my knee because I have the pain moving, and as it moves through my body will dissipate that feeling and sensation of pain. But people are so driven to call the doctor, take the pill, do the injection, follow protocol. Like, I hate that word protocol. Follow protocol and do it, and you'll get relief. And in 2024, it's gotten to the point where they're going to start giving people with serious mental health disorders injections, like that's like magically going to take from someone I know's own mouth, magically going to take the evil thoughts away. And my first sarcastic question was, wow, I didn't know they could do that. They could tell the difference between evil thoughts and good thoughts. We don't talk anymore, you know, because my sarcasm gets me in trouble. But hot damn, the what seems to us to be common sense or logical thought is gone for some people. It breaks my heart and pisses me off at the same time.
You know, it's funny that you said that, Mary, about, you know, I was just telling somebody on the phone like an hour ago. She was asking about a fever and something so basic. We are so quick to want to stop a fever. Non-medical advice, okay? Have any questions, talk to your own pediatrician or your own physician. But we are so quick to people be like, stop the fever, stop the fever. But the fever is your body's way of cleansing and healing itself. I never stop a fever unless it's, you know, unless it's like way, way high. I let the fever go. I had a fever earlier. Matter of fact, when I was up there earlier, I had a fever. But it's like I'm letting my body heal itself. But we're so used to and so conditioned to be fearful of things that are naturally powerful and what we're naturally capable of doing in the physical and the spiritual. And so, just like you said, give you a magic, you know, and all those thoughts will be gone. Stop the fever. And instead of letting your body do what it naturally does, and everything will be gone, turn to this artificial thing that we've taken and recreated from nature, and you'll be fine, you know. So, no, we rely as a society, as a people, most people rely too heavily on other things to and make them responsible for us.
You know, I didn't think it was going to work 10 years ago when all my physical issues really come to a head. I didn't think it was going to work because the part of me was still indoctrinated. But I read a book a long time ago. It was a non-fictional story. But in the story, the man was injured, wound up losing his leg because he was relieving himself socially, you know, if you read between the lines. And he decided not to do that. in the book, it goes through him training his brain. And I'm thinking, this is non-fictional, whatever. That was 40 years ago. Well, when all my issues came to a head, I'm like, I don't know if this is going to work, but I really need to train my brain around pain, or I'm going to be participating in things I don't want to participate in. And we're, years, 13, 14 years after I decided that. And I feel so much more powerful, not so much more capable, like of going to work. I still have a disabled body. But because I took the reins over what my body was experiencing, and this is not going to work for everyone, I'm just giving my own testimony. That power I gave myself back. That's the ultimate feeling that I've felt over these last umpteen years since I made that decision. I think it was like in 2011, 2012. I feel more powerful. Like I have to tell myself, slow down, lady. You're still walking around in a broken body. So, let's not build that wall overnight, but more control of myself, it's not a powerful, like, the Hulk kind of thing. It's an internal thing. Even if it's over a paper cut, I think everybody should try it. You know what I'm saying? Like, just try on for size something that's natural control over our body. If we don't have a toilet around, we can control our pee. So let's see what else we can control in our bodies.
Agree. Hey, Singularity.
Hello to everyone. Hello. Good to see everyone here.
Good to see you too.
I've periodically been reviewing various people's channels. Just because I don't pop in doesn't mean I'm not there. I become a Jaffo sometimes. Does everybody know what a Jaffo is?
Not really.
Just another effing observer. There you go. Everybody has a new text to put in. Jaffo. Yeah, Homestead, I've been listening into what you're saying, but I'd listened into this panel about twice. I was busy shoveling snow. I had like 1.5 feet of snow today over about, 8 hours, 10 hours. It slowed down, but whatever. Good exercise. Yeah, I've been listening to you, Homestead. Yeah, and you're all right. One has to figure out how to do their energy work. Some people call it meditation. I call it energy work and energy frequency tuning. That's right.
Yes.
I'm curious, Homestead. Are you using any kind of technique that's really working for yourself, like a technique of energy work, or how are you managing? How are you getting your pain to be dissipated? My question is.
Muscle work. So the natural tendency when a human body experiences pain is to tense up and to tense the muscles and everything. So the first thing I do is relax the area. So I, got up from my position, thought for a minute, okay, what's the best way to conquer this particular pain? And I laid down and I waited for the ebb and flow of the pain to become more like, in my mind, I imagine the pain is the rapids.
And which way do you get which way do you flow the rapids? My question is, do you flow it a certain way?
I actually had to follow my body's signs in that sense. I couldn't force it one way or the other. So for me, it will flow. Okay, if it's in my elbow, it will flow down to my fingertips and then back up. By the time it gets past the injured part, it's already dissipating in my body.
Yeah.
Because pain causes stress, and that causes your body to produce chemicals. And you really want to reduce that as quick as possible.
Yes, agreed. I'm going to ask you another question. Do you think the signal emissions, the 5, is having something to do with all this? Have you noticed since they did get erected, the system? Have you noticed the difference? Are you energy sensitive to that?
Not as much, but I have to put a disclaimer that I've had to dull my senses in a sense because I live next to a training base that does all kinds of trainings. Another disclaimer, I bitched at the realtor for not being honest with me about said training base being so close to where I live. So I've had to actually figure out how to put up a wall against that because it interferes with anything from the phone service. There'll be days I can go 7 hours and not get any signal whatsoever, no matter what company I go with. So when I understood all that was going on, I kind of just I live in the country, so I don't have to live with walls anymore. I don't have to protect myself when I'm home on my land. So I've learned okay, I'm going to be in a town that's got all this signal all about it. Let me just prepare myself and make it quick. Like that's been my motto for 7 years. Going into town, experiencing society, experiencing everything that comes with it, the lights, the signal, the noise. Like if you can make it quick and then decompress on the way home is what I do. It's a 45-minute drive. So I do it as a family thing where we decompress. We put like the song on that most represents how we feel about what's going on. And then we move that into more enlightening, powerful. We can do it by the time we get home. We're like, bang, bam, boom, let's get stuff done. Like we never even went there.
Yeah, I put a good book in the private. What's up, Singularity, by the way? I put a good book. It's called The Art of True Healing by Israel Regarded. Some good techniques there. It's an old one from like 18 something.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Most of my life, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I didn't have role models. Everywhere I turned was a lie, was a farce, was somebody trying to get over on someone. And I read a few books, The Art of. And more so than the content of the book, I understood a bigger message, which is the art of life, the art of this walk that we are finding ourselves in amongst people and systems that we may or may not agree with. What is the art of that walk? Like, is there something we can do? And outside of recent experiences, because 2023 was catastrophic in my life a little, I really felt proud of myself and learning how to manage this walk, regardless of the bumps and bruises and catastrophes that happen. If I allow it to change my inner, then the outer is winning. So I felt like there was an art to it, and know when to put the armor on, know when to take it off, know when to shift your body to allow that pain to flow, so that these hormones and chemicals can dissipate, and I feel a dull sensation now instead of a hammer on my hip, But maybe it's the art of.
Definitely is the art of knowing thyself and figuring out how energies are supposed to flow in one's body, perceived molecules. That is for sure. I'm going to share my experience here. It's short, but I'm going to suggest put it to the test and trial to anybody that's having pain, symptoms, anxieties, etc., depression. I've realized the reverse conduction flow of one's body perceived molecules constructing their body is responsible for almost every symptom that would be considered a distress or a problem. So what I've realized is with all this technology that I just discussed with yourself, if you're being sensitized to it, all this technology, what it is doing is reversing the natural conduction flow to one's body's molecules to up conduction fields. So the resolve and fix would be to do energy work, meditate, where you're conducting the energetic field down in the body through every molecule. Not necessarily, you don't even have to be going right into the ground, but as soon as you correct the conduction flow to your molecules, almost the whole body realigns and actually releases, settles down, and you start to feel relaxed, and you get back euphoric, this type of feeling where you start getting what I define feelings I didn't have for many, many years, because when the 5 rolled in, I really struggled with it. Like it really effed me up majorly for about 6 years. And then I started utilizing certain guides. Then I came back to Source, utilizing Source. That's who is Source to myself. Well, that's the primary creator that created everything. So I regulated with this roll in of the system about, I would say, getting back to feeling somewhat normal, stabilizing my reality approximately about 3 years ago. But it's been about 9 years, where 6 years I was just lost, really sick as a dog. I felt like I was in a radiation oven and just nothing was working. So after the 6 years, I started to be revealed by my guides about the system, about the actually manipulations of the system and stuff like that. And things really started regulated. And one of the most potent things I was revealed just about the system is how the system they rolled in actually is reversing the molecule conduction flow of the body upwards. So I sustain it all the time, though. If I release that field, like it's consistent for myself. If I release that field within about an hour, even almost within a couple of minutes, my muscles start twitching and they start cramping up. It could be that where I live is a very potent field of encompassment of those energies being directed by the technologies they've been erecting. But I have a pretty good normal reality these days, and I'm quite euphoric and joyful all the time. But it consists of myself conducting my flow down of energies continuously, being aware of that, but also, of course, projecting a reality that is not perceived as negative, right? And also, besides conducting the energy flow down, I'm projecting a better reality existence for myself. And the golden rule is do unto others as you'd like done unto yourself. And because everything is a mirror, when one realizes you can't really harm somebody else, because the energy that one perceives when they get angry, upset, or indifferent about something, the energy they're projecting is actually being returned back as response feedback known as karma from one's environment. That I define the environment as their screen of experience to events. So it's taken many years, but there's been definitely a change in my character, and also definitely my behavior is a complete different perspective of what is happening. I'm very aware and focused. The energy I'm emitting, I receive it back almost immediately. Some people call that karma. So everything responds pretty well immediately to one's energetic fields that they are utilizing, like throughout their daily affairs, whatever they're doing. So that's just basically a quick information about what transpired in my ascension through about 11 years, going on 12 now. So it's good to hear, Homestead, that you're realizing that is really important, and to know thyself, yes, definitely, and to know about the response feedback of karma, how it is actually happening all the time. And definitely what you're integrating is the flow of your energy. When you hear yourself, when you stated going down, I'm like, yes, she has it. But there's no reason to bring your energy back up. If you just flow it down, you'll see you'll have a much better okay, define it. A much better synchronization of your energy fields, how they should be to the environment. It's almost like grounding. One conducts down to ground, they don't come back up. Going back up, I define as going to the anti-field. So that is great to hear. So I yield, and anybody else who wants to step up to the plate.
Yeah,
I'm
before you're
glad
on,
you
we're
gave
talking
that
about.
example. Sorry, did I interrupt someone?
No, you're good. Continue.
I'm glad you gave that example because outside of the benefits that we're talking about, the benefit of acting in self-care just the action, the power of making that decision that I'm just going to take care of myself, or I need this for myself. Everyone else has to wait. The act of doing that is also healing, because when you third party anything, and we'll just use like electric. When you write the check to and send it off to the electric company, you no longer think about it. So whatever energy that is given to you, it's almost taken for granted. Because once you write the check, you no longer have to think about it. When people go into their houses, they don't even think anymore about turning lights on. It's
Correct.
such a indoctrinated action that people don't think. And believe me, I was one of those people. I never wanted to be misunderstood. I have made the mistakes and been comfortable in that fashion as well. And everything that I'm talking about, I've learned in the last 7 years about my own complacency to have written the electric company a check. This person a check. You're not even giving positive energy. Like now we give so much positive energy towards our solar and the energy we have coming in. We're so in tune with it that for every moment we can bring a ray of sunshine, we're grateful. Like it's an automatic response now.
You're correct. Yeah, and you're very correct in that.
When you write the check, I don't know what happened. I haven't gotten as deep as to know the energetic or lack of energy response in the third party thing. I'm still like going through all of it in my head and getting rid of my own third party actions. But like we're all talking about giving our energy towards something. When you write a third party check, where does the energy go? Does it go into the nether region like a message that got missed on someone who doesn't have a signal?
Well, if I've realized something is I don't need to give my energies away. And for the reason is I understand everybody has their own energy sphere of experience of events to start becoming reacquainted to it and realizing the joy I used to think by doing activities that I'd wait to do an activity to feel that joy was actually a perspective point of view where I thought I needed to do the activity to feel good or the euphoricness. But I've been really realizing more and more that release of that fulfillment that people seek happens in the moment with the gift of the primary creator source reintegrating and doing proper energy work. So basically, I don't need to wait for experience of events, but experience of events I do enjoy with others for sure. The experience itself is priceless, but I've realized I am solely and strictly only responsible for regulating my energies correctly and realizing that in the past where, when I didn't have money to go out or I didn't have something to do or my friends weren't around, I wasn't feeling as good. It's actually programming from society from a very young age of starts in the kindergarten, grade 1. I remember being programmed about how to feel when this happens, that happens. I specifically remember the teachers teaching us when this happens, this is how you feel. So we were being programmed from a very young age to be robbed of feeling that joy in every moment because of the actual deceptive teachings.
Yes,
so,
that's my point. That's actually. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
So what you're saying about writing the check, that's a great example. You're saying, where does that energy go? Well, I've realized, so I give you an analogy. If, say, I'm writing a check, sending it somewhere, of course, I know I'm responsible for the energy that I'm going to be feeling while I'm writing the check. And why would I want to write a negative check when I'm really aware that it's just my own sphere that it's arriving back to as karma is immediately, and being perceived how the other person is going to receive the check is really their own responsibility of how they're going to, take that moment and do their energy work. And this all has arrived to this basically, and then I yield, is I've realized, one can either be in the perceived heaven, a better existence reality, or in their own hell. And I've realized everybody does it to their own selves by being deceived to emit a certain frequency field, certain utilization of what would be defined as emotions, or a negative or a positive towards something. So yeah, I've realized more and more, and it is being reinforced. I can have a positive reinforced day in every moment to the experience of the event, or I can have a negative moment to everything I experience. And in the past, like 11, 12 years ago, I was a really dark, negative person. I thought I was a good person, but through the ascension I've been doing, I had to look upon myself and into myself to know thyself and to be honest, genuine with myself when what transpired through my life and what is transpiring in the moment. And when I'm speaking to somebody is what energies am I, choosing to basically emit, to feel towards somebody else. And I've realized by being negative, the only harm I do is to myself, and it returns and it comes back as anxieties or depression or low and feeling tired and low in a bad way. And it has been quite an ascension, and I've arrived to the state where I'm very aware and focused in the moment of the energies that I'm actually emitting, and definitely my actions, deeds, and behaviors play a huge role of how somebody is going to engage into the experience of the event. That we're having experience of events every moment, even by ourselves. We're still emitting a frequency field of energy. It's really the energy work, meditation type of energy tuning that somebody's doing all the time, whether they realize it or not. Most people who are automated are being worked by the system, and they're sort of having a negative reality because that's their path, their ascension. But eventually, like you're defining, everything is becoming a lot more faster as a response of what is happening to one energetically. So eventually people shall become aware, eventually at a certain stage to their ascension, where they will be aware of, the energy state they're deciding to engage into the experience of the event with somebody else or people, places, and things is actually their choice, how they're going to feel, and it's not really dependent on anything else.
I think unfulfilled energy really inspired me to motivation.
I missed the first word that you said, so sort of
unfulfilled energy. Like I'm saying, like when I work with my electric and I pay my dues, like for me, it's physically, that's fulfilled energy. When you go third party, it's kind of a unfulfilled energy. An attempt at energy, like you said, the connections, it goes wide past there that you can't control with writing a check.
Right.
Gage,
you were going to add something.
I was going to say something. Like before you got on, we were talking about magnetite and the magnetozones. I brought that up. Have you looked into that at all? The magnetic field, how it's connected to us, and every thought can be stored in the Earth's magnetic field. It's all stored within it. Right. People call it the Akashic records and that.
Yeah,
it's been proven in neuroscience.
Right. I call that one's own gravity field to their sphere. That's where all one's archives, exactly what you define, Cages. There are archives of retrieval of information called memory recall. So, yeah, very true. And
also recognizes human resonance.
Yes, exactly. And whether somebody realizes it or not, when they turn dark and use like negative actions, deeds, or behaviors, they're actually in an anti-gravitational field where all the dark options for one to continue on choosing a negative field to keep looping themselves. So that's what I define on the channel that or the YouTube channel I have that I utilize is it's either a dark or light where somebody is, either in an anti-up conduction field that would be a dark reality negative, or a down conduction field that I define would be a luminary reality field, a better existence.
That would explain why they have everybody looking up like God's in the sky.
Yeah, probably would be part of it for sure. For sure.
You gotta look down. There's Jews under my floor digging tunnels.
That's right. As long as they're coming to give you pots of gold and some currency, it's all good. Yeah, I've realized something too. What I just stated that was somewhat lengthy is it's reality is perception based, and either one's gonna project a luminary existence reality perceived as a positive reinforcement to the reality, or project perception based project a negative reality, and then they'll have a negative existence, and negative events attracts similar, basically attracts similar. A positive field will attract positive field of beings that may be throughout your daily affairs, and so henceforth somebody is negative, you can be attracting similar attracts to similar attracts similar. It's like on channel negative on my TV set. Well, what would I expect to see on channel negative if there was such a channel? Well, it'd be all negative things. Right now, if I change the channel, perceive my perception, and decided to project different energy fields by different behaviors, actions, deeds, and behaviors. So if I turn to channel luminary, then the only thing that would be on that channel represented on the TV. So this is just fictional though. So if I change it to channel luminary, that was a positive field. People are just in that reinforcement of a better reality. Everybody is just utilizing a different energy. So it's being deceived by not being informed. Is like there's two channels. There's channel dark on the TV set, and then there's channel light that I call luminary on the TV set. Two different channels. One cannot expect never to be in the luminary channel if they're in the dark channel, right? So it's just like it's separated by frequency wave bands of actually energy emissions. Reality is actually separated by two different fields, and determining what somebody wants to connect to, they're either going to be dark or light. There really is no in-betweens.
Actually, I think that's why the Bible causes such friction and chaos. It's one of those things that likes to have a foot on either side of the fence,
Yeah, right. And look at it, Bible, right? Split, dual polarity, it's splitting somebody, whether they realize it or not. I've read the Bible many times, and I've caught it contemplating itself and being hypocritical, basically, to statements prior stated in one chapter to the other. I'm like, what the hell? Now it's saying the opposite. Well, yeah, that's what the Bible is, a test. It's a test to mess somebody up, split them, make them dual and polar, make them morphle. All the Christians, all the Jews, all the different religions. So yeah, you are right about that.
And you know what happens when you have a foot on both sides of the fence? You get a fence up your ass.
Yeah, you get the picket fence. Yeah, the full force of it. So basically, go ahead, Cage.
I was gonna say, I think this magnetite and these chains they called magnetozones are very important, because even the ancient Kemetic, all the ancients, they say the universe is mental, right? So it's all within your mind, like a subconscious program. And it's being transmitted through your electrical, through the synapses, the electrical firing of your brain. But that's like the connection point to something, to the field, if you want to call it that, the electromagnetic field, where all thoughts, emotion, experiences, all possibilities are stored. And it's like it's like a direct tether towards this. Like picture 7-8 billion wires all connected into like a hard drive type thing.
I really, Cage, if I could just say real quick, I really think people do have a drive towards that type of connection. They might not call it and use the magnetos, or is that what the word you use?
Magnetosomes and magnetite, but that's just like a physical thing, like in our mind. Like if you look at the physical hardware that's connecting us to the server, if you want to, it's like the computer the components within the computer connecting it to like the internet.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, so many people, when they go on vacation or take the weekend off, they take their shoes off. The best thing they want to do is get their feet on the ground. And to me,
none of it exists, though. It's all a projection of the mind being ran off a program or a script. Yeah. And now, see, they have, through one poke, they have something called magneto, which can influence that at a very base level. So now you're hacking the hardware. So now the connection is lost, and you have something that you call a zombie or a slave. Back to that, where their connection is literally severed. Like physically done. It's like cutting the head off the fucking snake or something.
And I think that's one of the nefarious plots, because people, humans, traverse this world long before our modern society, and somehow in our modern society back in the late 1700s, they thought it was a good idea to introduce this to the human body.
Yes, yes. And what happens is this, right? When you have these unnatural electromagnetic fields, right, being generated by towers, by all the electronics we use, like the internet we're on now, this, you can put a specific signal to vibrate these magnetosomes and therefore alter reality at a very base level. Pretty much what happens is something called programmed cell death, apoptosis. When the EMFs, the unnatural EMFs, become higher of that than the endogenous EMFs being given off by the brain, pretty much that individual is cut off from reality manifestation, like, you know, shaping their own reality, pretty much free will, and becomes like something called apoptosis. Like I said, programmed cell death. So their brain literally starts eating itself, if you want to call it that. And then
Right,
you know,
right, and you have
you
a
get
point.
neurological conditions and all types of shit as a result, disease, stress, illness, all that.
That's where they got you clocking in and clocking out. That type of schedule, that, I mean, if anybody's worked, I've worked in bigger cities, smaller cities, and
if the, hold on, one last thing, if the conditions are not changed, then the result is death of that being, you know. If the environment's not changed, if there's no change being done and just you allow it to continue, then that's the end point. Is you're eliminated. That's all it is.
Hey guys, I don't want to interrupt, but I gotta go. Thank you, Ian. Much love to you for having this conversation, this panel. And Cage, Mary, seeing it was good seeing y'all. Y'all have a good night, okay?
Much love.
Thank you.
Much love. Bye bye.
Yeah, what Gage is saying is really important. It's all about reversing the fields. It's like one's life core to have a good energetic field is consistent with their energy conduction flow. And if their flow is reversed to up conduction fields, their molecules like this generating their vessel, body, head, neck, and body, all parts, energies, and functions. If it is converted, reversed to the up conduction field from the down, then one is disconnected from what would be defined their proper life force thought core. And that is responsible for a better manifestation to the reality and a better existence reality, basically. And that is important. These technologies that were introduced were supposed to be a depopulation, basically, where it didn't go as well as planned because people actually, their agenda backfired. The technology always defined can have a dual band function and purpose if one realizes that their sphere of experience to the events is a copy, their own thought core. They realize they have their own copy thought core of this world to deal with. Doesn't mean anybody's controlling anyone. Nobody controls people to make their own choices. But one's energetic fields is they are responsible for realizing that there's something happening. When this technology was introduced, a lot of people had strange events happening, many things escalated. So the technology that was designed to actually destroy beings started rattling their cages and making people question things. And actually, eventually when somebody wakes up, they realize that this technology isn't a threat. The only threat it can do is to reverse somebody's energetic fields and when to an up field. So when one reverses the energetic fields to a down conduction flow, they actually shift out of that channel frequency fence lock gate that they created as an anti-field, basically unplugging somebody from their positive existence reality and plugging them into the upfield that I define a negative reality. And with the negative reality, negative thoughts, they do produce negative projection fields. Dividing one shall only have a negative reality. And then this is where the anti-dark beings do their loosh harvest and basically feed off people from reversing their fields.
Some energetic vampirism or something.
Yeah, I call this place, there's cyberspace vampires everywhere, right? Some are aware, some are not aware. The most dangerous ones are the aware ones, like ones that are aware who are narcissists are very dangerous because they traumatize somebody to be a trigger response bleeder. A bleeder is somebody who's bleeding, is somebody who has negative field energies that have been reversed. Right? Yeah, there is definitely the vampire movies are very true, but they're not perceived. The vampires don't suck blood. The vampires suck anti-field up conduction energetic fields. They always have absorb it, process it, and convert it, and they actually get high off it. They get a fix. They get addicted to it.
But they don't need to take something that's freely given.
Right, and somebody who's not aware is giving it away all the time from the wrong conduction
all you gotta
fields.
do is apply pressure, though. I've said this before, but not to you guys before. I don't think so. I'll say it again. My dad taught when I was a little kid. I didn't realize how real this shit was. But we're camping or whatever, and I was getting fucking attacked by mosquitoes, like fucking destroyed by them, but not one ever landed on my dad. And so my dad was like, I'm like, Dad, how come they're all going after me and they don't fuck with you? Pretty much. And he's like, oh, he's like, I'll show you. So, he put out his arm and like allowed one to land on him. He let it inject him, and then, all he did was apply pressure around it, and the thing blew up. You know what I mean? So then I did it. You give them what they want, and you want it, go ahead and take it, and, they can't handle it. So they explode. They can't release. They're stuck in it. So I did that, and then not one fucking mosquito landed on me after that. You know what I mean?
Right, because the collective mosquito hive got the message that don't go to this guy. You're gonna get a bad outcome.
So
dude.
That's why we have
facets of reality. I didn't realize that until I was older. But then I had this. I thought back to that one day, and it was like something clicked. I'm like, wait a minute. This is, these energy vampires. This is how you deal with them. It's simple. If you want to fucking feed off me, good luck. Deal with it.
Right, and part of all that is when one is conducting the energetic fields down and they're feeling what is defined as joy, one will never feel joy if their fields are reversed. People defining anxieties, depression, and stuff like that. It was all that state is withheld, prolonged, and what I define put into like a loop, a lock, when their energy keeps flowing up, and then one consistently stays to that negative field. But when one is feeling joy, their energy is actually conducting down through their molecules. And when one is feeling joy, what happens is their energetic field, if any dark negative fields come that way, is their down conduction flow of energy of joy. If that dark energy hits them, it's actually absorbed, processed, and converted into their joy energy. So in actual fact, one would be reversing the fields of the dark beings by feeling joy and living perceived proper life and being aware of what's happening with their energies would define that then their cyberspace dark vampire is reversed to somebody being a luminary energetic being that's absorbing, processing, and converting dark energy. So then one would be perceived either aware or not aware type of positive field of lumination cyberspace vampire. This is what I define. There's two types of cyberspace vampires. There's dark anti-cyberspace vampires, and then there's luminary cyberspace vampires on this ascension. And when I define one would be a luminary vampire, that would be you don't need to take anybody's energy, because dark energy being thrown at yourself is just basically given, and then that is absorbed, processed, and converted. But if somebody became aware that energies can be absorbed, processed, and converted, and they decided to work people to get them to turn dark, well, then they turn dark too. It doesn't work like that. One must be responsible to sustain themselves in the luminary field of a better existence without violating any of the luminary laws and codes. That is, do unto others as you would like done unto yourself. And furthermore, is not to exhibit any negativity of actions, deeds, and behaviors. And then one is on the way of reinforcing their positive reality channel of up conduction fields to their molecules. I mean, down conduction flow to their molecules. Up is anti-up. And if anybody wants to challenge a conduction flow, do a review, do an experimental test. When you turn negative or lose your cool and you get dark, or get angry, or get a resentment, you feel uplifted. Everything goes like up. You get like almost a head rush. That's the energy conducting upwards and going to add like what I define an anti-gravity field, where, I've gotten angry before, I've gotten furious before, and it feels like I'm on a high horse. But when I come down off that crash, it's a bad so-called outcome. I get trembly, shaky after I do that, and I don't feel good, and it's like hard to stabilize my joy again. So the fields are reversed, and somebody experiencing anxieties, they need to reverse their field to down conduction and realize it has a lot to do with the laws of physics. The reversal of the conduction flow to one's molecules being reversed from down to up. Up would be dark, down would be luminary.
Yeah, so I think with that psychic vampire thing and the whole mosquito story, right? So this is how it is. Yeah, when you're in this mind state, you're gonna be susceptible. Like it's like turning on like a light in the middle of the dark, and outside, and you see how all the moths, mosquitoes, all this shit is attracted to it.
Right. Yes.
So defense is really important. They'll get the best shit. They'll fuck right off after you show them like, you're not an easy target. They go after easy targets. Really.
Oh yeah, that reflects on the dark anti-cyberspace vampires. Yeah, they go after easy susceptible targets who are not aware, and that could be worked easily, turned to be dark, almost like the movie Star Wars, the dark empire, and always trying to turn their apprentices dark before they can be a part of the empire. So yeah, it'll take both of us to turn them dark. Yeah, sure, take two people to work a more powerful being. Maybe it take thousands of people to try to work somebody who's more powerful to turn them dark. But yeah, part of that turning dark in that movie Star Wars has a lot to do with reversing one's energetic fields to serve darkness rather than serve illumination.
Well, that's a great trick, isn't it? Isn't that the great trick that's going on?
It is a great trick, and there's many beings out there that either aware or not aware. Like myself, sometimes when I'm having very rarely it happens, but not too long ago, I was going through the park and I was having good energetic fields, and all of a sudden this person in the city center was at the park. He started swearing at myself. He wanted myself to fight him. I already knew what was happening. It's just like, there's not a chance in hell you're turning myself dark. If somebody wants to fight, argue, defend, challenge, that is dark. Why argue something that one already knows? To a close associate, I may express the indifference once or twice, but if they still want to argue, it's just like, I'm not going to do this, right? You have your beliefs and perception of information. I have mine. I just walk away because I understand why argue something that I do know is accurate information, that is truth. I need not defend it. If somebody else doesn't believe it, then that's their problem, right? So one thing I do is I don't make somebody else's problem my problem. I mind my own business, take care of my own business, and somebody's trying to make their dark business my business, I don't negotiate with those affairs no more. It's just I can see through the deceptions. And somebody like you define, Homestead, is somebody can be manipulated easily. They are the easy targets for being made into the turning of a dark person to be perceived as narcissist turned, and now when this person who's actually turned them and have been abusive to them in any form of manner, this happens in some relationships. Now, if somebody's been abused for so long, they're going to have automatic trigger response, dark emission fields, just by somebody coming in somebody's presence who's been abused and traumatized by somebody else is going to respond and react with anxieties in their presence, because it's the conditioning and it is the turning of their molecules to a reverse field dark. So yeah, what you're saying is very true. And it takes a degree of awareness and to be focused to actually put it into practice and realize what is happening. And nothing gets developed for free. One must do their work as what I define as meditation, energy work, energy frequency tuning, and start realizing the tricks of the darkness, how it tries to turn somebody dark to reverse their field of flow molecules to up conduction fields, which would be first thing that somebody feels from a dark anti-attack would be like, I feel kind of trembly and shaky. I've got a little bit of anxiety. This person's energy is kind of making me feel not good. Yeah, you've been turned dark. This guy's energy is dark, or this female's energy is dark. And just their presence, if somebody isn't aware, shall influence their molecule conduction flow to the reality. And it's really important to start realizing the laws of physics of actually one's conduction flow is really important. But you can't just be like, I'm going to conduct my molecules down. I got it. No, you must have complete self-regulatory control. Get complete self-regulatory control. Do not be deceived, worked, enticed, manipulated by any person's tactics as to turn you dark. And that usually starts with a negative argument or negative information. Narcissist is the perfect cyberspace example of an anti-vampire. It is perfect. Even these narcissists will always periodically make a point at the way people dress or point at the way they just know these narcissists, people's buttons to push, and they keep pushing him until the person basically breaks and becomes a nervous wreck, anti-field, and where they respond to trigger response programming automatically, basically in their presence. And then they got themselves, emotional, yes, and exactly. And then they got themselves a bleeder. A bleeder is somebody who's bleeding energies Basically, by the conditioning, the conditioning is a trigger response, automated conditioning. So they turn people dark, and they got them like they're undead servants, where they're actually cyberspace vampire, eating, absorbing, processing, converting their energies. And this is why this person may have started off with good intents, male or female, to date this guy or to have a relationship, vice versa, either way. And then eventually they're burnt out, and they're just not the person they used to be. They're like the undead. They're like tired. They're not sparky anymore. They don't have joy. They're not enthusiastic. They take that drive is taken away, which would be perceived as a life force one has of joy, to contain and sustain a better existence reality. So yeah, there is a tactical system to all this for sure, Cage. What you're defining, yeah, there is a plan behind many of what is happening, the dark agenda.
And to me, compliance lies in not having your own art of your own life. When you're, like you said, we have energy whether you want to recognize it or not, right?
Correct.
If you're not working the energy, it's unfulfilled energy. It's going somewhere.
Right, Homestead. I'm just going to add something and hold that thought. If you're not regulating your energy, remember this. This is a message to everybody here participating in this panel. If you're not regulating your energy is up for grabs. Op conduction flow energies is up for grabs. Defines anybody could work you that is in your proximity.
Yes, that was my whole point. And I don't speak so eloquently as you and Cage do, but that was my whole point about writing the check and just giving it away. All this unfulfilled things. We're human beings. We have long legs for reasons and arms that we can control. And if you are so indoctrinated that you're going through motions every day, I hope with all that's in me that one day you'll recognize your own energy and utilize it, and then you're actually taking it back from that general lotto of unfulfilled energy. What's the word I want to use?
Correct. Hold that thought. I just want to add something into what you're saying. You're right. If one is lay with their energies shall be directed by someone else. Any person, place, or thing shall redirect their energies, and usually it's redirected to the upfield, dark energetic fields, conduction to their molecules. So what you're defining is correct. One has to regulate, and I will reinforce this. So one has to regulate their energies and become aware and focused to create a better existence reality. Because there is many forces that if one is laid, they will just have a dark reality these days, and their energy shall be basically absorbed, processed, and converted towards the dark fields, and one shall be continuously drained and tired and feeling not correct and right.
Yes, absolutely. And so funny that, now I haven't done a deep dive on all religions, but it's so funny that the power of the human is not talked about.
Right.
And singularity was spot on. Okay, if you don't, pretty much it all has to do with your subconscious program. So if you're not consciously, most of the thoughts you have are not even your own. They could easily be put there or influenced. So once you take control, the Buddhists will call it in the now. The now and but pretty much what it is once you formally, you have to run a new program in there to reformat or reprogram your subconscious mind through conscious intention. Right? Once that happens, it becomes an automatic function, and then everything opens, all the doors around open.
Right.
Doesn't mean you won't get sucked back in from time to time.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
If you're not doing it yourself consciously, something or somebody else will do it for you by default.
Correct. And this is where you get the possessions and the walk-ins of dark entities walking into somebody is being puppeteered by somebody dark who's made their puppet a walk-in, right? And then their thought of intent, because they have basically hacked somebody's energetic system, their thoughts are psychically felt by somebody else because there's actually cords attached to somebody, like he or she has spliced into a computer with cords, and energetically their thought of intent has become an infiltration to somebody's mind and really affects them severely.
Mm-hmm.
So what Cage was saying, yeah, it's right. It's all about realizing one has to reprogram the conditioning of the anti-field they've been taught, or basically taught not aware while they were asleep, and reprogram it to create a better existence reality. It's just a best way I could define it is reversing all the fields to what is not desirable.
And it doesn't necessarily mean changing everything that's in your mind. It literally just means that you are working your own energy. You are embracing the art of your life.
It's transmutation. It's mental transmutation. Right? For example, you can't really fight like a negative or a positive. If you do that, you're going to be put on the never-ending pendulum. So pretty much there's something called the law of neutralization. Meaning you transmute it, and you don't go to one extreme or the other, because if not, then you're trapped in that pendulum swing. You neutralize it, and it stays in the center. It stays centered in the middle, not one extreme or the other.
Yes.
And it's inner alchemy, mental transmutation. Look into that.
That reaction is indoctrinated as well, and I think that's our whole point. And doing the research, looking inward first, before you start looking outward. I think that's my whole point. I gave away a lot of energy when I didn't know any better.
Right, we all did. It's the process of being bled. The system, one is born into the system as a bleeder from a baby, negative energetic fields. And now somebody says babies aren't negative. Well, I'm sure the doctor, when he slaps the baby, makes them negative to make sure they get inserted correctly into the system. Then the baby starts crying out of their comfort of their mother's stomach, right? So there's more to that.
Giving away, though, singularity. But it's not really giving away, though, Mary, there. Because it's more of like it's a two-way system.
It's being taken.
You can't have an input without an output. But that implies scarcity. That means that you don't have an unlimited amount of energy. It's for everybody. It's fine.
Yes,
and you're give it to them.
I'm glad you stated that, Cage. Okay, when one arrives to a certain reference in region, like you defined about the scarcity of the energy to give away. When one arrives to a certain stage to their ascension, they realize energy is at a constant. It's never any more any less. There's one spirit soul spark.
That's the point. That's the point.
Is at a constant. It's never any more any less. So if somebody in the past did take energy, well, it's always the same. If they did take it when one was not aware, then it really doesn't matter. So if somebody's defining, well, if my energy is always at a constant, never any more or any less, why do I get tired? Well, tired is a program, okay? Sleep is a program. You choose when you go to sleep, and you choose how you're going to sleep when you become aware in your ascension. And for many years, when I was being manipulated, I didn't sleep almost for 6 years properly, 7 years. This is the last 3 years my sleep started regulating when I realized I'm responsible for the state and condition I'm going to sleep, because it's a program insertion. So if energy is always at a constant, no more any less, so what is determining somebody being tired? Well, it's perception based, the projection of thought, of intent, of programming into one's reality. So in actual fact, I go to the gym sometimes, and I'm in there for 3 hours sometimes, averagely about there, and I work out hard. And I leave the gym not tired at all, with the same energetic field, if not better, when I leave. Then when I arrive home, that's when I bring my energy to what I define low mode, because I want to relax. There's no need for excess energy like in the gym. So then I go to low mode. So it's almost like a computer, okay, like a machine, the vessel, the human body. You can either be in low, yes, well, not even recharge. It can be done in a moment. So you can be either at low mode, which is sleep mode for myself, or medium is where I like to be if I'm just doing daily affairs. At work, depending on what kind of work is being done, I get to be in high mode. But what Cage defined as recharging. How about this, Cage? Okay, somebody hasn't slept for 3 days. Here's an example of how one always has the same constants of energy. It's how it's going to be utilized with thought of intent perception, as in low, medium, or high. Okay, say somebody hasn't slept for 3 days and they're going home and they can't, like, I can't move. I can't even move my body. And there's this building and they can't see around the corner, and their house is just around the corner. They're like, I can't wait to get my bed. I'm going to sleep like for 24 hours. So they get close to around the corner, and there's a Tyrannosaurus Rex there, and he screams at this person. This person will get energy instantly and run for 3 days if they have to save their life, or as far as they can until they drop. So So
the adrenaline kicks in. It's all chemical. It's all brain chemicals. Right?
Yes, but if we break down the adrenaline cage, it's also at a core, it's energy molecules. It's like a boost of energy, right? Adrenaline, yeah, you're bang on. It's a boost of energy. But what I'm getting to is I've been to work before. I've worked a full day, and I've been tired, really tired, when I wasn't aware how this energy is always at a constant. But with my thought of intent at work, knowing that the energy is always at a constant, it's my perception basing, am I really getting tired, or is it because I'm believing I'm losing energy and getting tired? So I've done before, had work not meditating, energy war frequency tuning. And by the end of the day, it just seemed the day was so long. But I did this aware when I wasn't so enhanced in my energy work, where I meditated and being aware and focused of doing energy work. And the day at work passed by like minutes. And by the end of the day, I wasn't even tired. It's like, yes, okay, I'm ready to do something else now. So proven fact to be energy is perception based. Of course, in this reality, one has to eat their three meals a day, 4 meals to balance it out. So it has a lot to do with perception based, and also one realizing energy is always at a constant, never any more, any less. It's one's utilization of the energy, how it's actually going to be having an impact and effect to their body, their vessel that I call the machine.
I was about to say that, because part of the indoctrination is stress, and stress is a very high energy taker.
Yeah, and once again, stress can be looked at like resistance. So if one's energy, the crash happens where one's energy is really manipulated. One's conduction flow is supposed to be down, right? Now, if there's another conduction flow going against that up, what's going to happen? It causes a crash, which is called stress, which is called resistance, which is called trembling and shaking when it's two-dimensional channels, dark and light, crashing with each other when one is not aware to fighting. If somebody isn't aware and they're really being worked by dark entities, they're going to have like trembling and shaking anxieties all the time with no resolve if they don't know what is happening. And it's not a good place to be. I was trembling and shaking like that almost for the first 4 or 5 years to this ascension, when I was really being worked with dark beings, like dark beings, negative beings.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like exactly like a wire with a transmission of energy. If energy is supposed to flow in a wire down, and somebody introduces into that wire up energies, what's going to happen to that energy on a wire? It's going to short circuit. It's going to get resistance. It's going to get hot. It's not going to be functioning to its proper design. Not a good thing.
No, you're absolutely right. And this is the thing about this, about my problem with the indoctrination is there's this belief that there is a savior. So instead of learning to go with the ebb and flow of life, most of this is just put aside on a savior of some kind, or there's going to be a reward system.
Right, and that's the biggest setup for somebody to have a miserable life. It's like waiting for a savior is not taking responsibility and regulation of your energetic fields and your thought projection, programming your reality. And you're right, yeah, it is a sucker's wait, and it's an empty basket. No savior is arriving for anybody on this planet. Here on this planet, I've been informed in this reality projection, I call it simulation. Here, everyone is required to do their own work. And the biggest deception set up for somebody is to wait for somebody else to take them by the hand, like Ian defined, to into these pearly heaven gates. It does not work like that, okay? Angels perceived, I call them initiated singularity beings, ones that are reinstated, reestablished, basically the first perspective, see unification. I call it fusion with source. They know beings need to do their own work and earn doing genuine work and figuring things out and not being deceived. So yeah, you're right. Homestead is, there's no savior arriving for nobody. One must save themselves. One is their own savior by getting guidance and assistance with the primary creator source that some people call God. One must receive God source to exit the system. And they receive the information as one shall ask, they shall receive. One doesn't ask, they don't receive. It works like that, the system. It is quite simple, but very complicated for some beings to understand that the simplicity of exiting and asking for continuous assistance and guidance, one actually attains what I define the exit to a better existence reality. And beings must recall and remember, the heaven being created is here on the earth. Bringing the heaven is the better existence reality. Is one shifting out of the perceived negative hell reality by you doing proper energy work, proper energy frequency tuning, and proper utilization of thought projection. One transmutates, as Cage said, their reality, turns hell, the negative reality, into heaven, a positive reality of reinforcements, of events, of experiences, and also with that attainments.
I absolutely agree with that. That's where choice really does matter.
Right. And this is where beings have to, people, I call people beings sometimes, they have to realize that the Bible was just a deceptive test. To go beyond it, it's time to move on. Like, I moved on from all the Bibles. I've read many different versions of the Christianity Bible, and for a while I got into the Anunnaki Bible. And now when I relook into these Bibles that I thought had such wisdom and knowledge, it's like a children's book of deception. That's the test, and the test is realizing one must go beyond these scriptures to what is defined to myself is the things that aren't written in books, that are only taught directly by source.
Yes, yes.
This
And
is
when
having
they say
actual
written up,
accountability, which everyone's trying to run from. Yes, they're
yes,
accountable for the shit you're seeing around you. You have to control your thoughts. It's not easy. It's not going to be an easy task. But yeah, you do it for around 100 days or around 3 months. It becomes an automatic function and everything changes. Okay, because I don't see the same reality everyone else is seeing at all. Personally.
Well, you know, sometimes it's put as simple as you don't know the way to your water until you carry it.
I mean, so you can't point the finger. Every time you point a finger, you know, 3 are pointing back to you.
You
know, so it's being accountable for every thought that you allow to go out or into your mind.
Yes.
It's a difficult task, you know, being that aware, you know, is you think you get synchronicities now, do that for a few months. You'll see how fake this shit is. It's all a projection.
I had a recent experience that a couple people's personal reaction, if that were to happen to me, I would, were so off the wall, revenge-ish, and these are supposed loving people, that I stood my ground and said, listen, you're going to stop telling me that because I don't participate in that. I don't participate in that type of energy. And I'm not going to allow you to try to continue to browbeat me with your way of doing things.
Correct. It's like they're trying to change your frequency. They just don't realize it. Many of these beings are not aware.
Absolutely. The tale was so sold that what we see as an allegory is taken as literally 100% fact.
Right. And I wanted to add to something you said. Now it came back. Is I have a golden rule to myself. Is I have unconditional acceptance, no conditions to everybody, and all things that are transpiring, perceived as events, experiences to the world, things happening. But the thing is, I have a preference. It doesn't define because I've realized that basically unconditional acceptance is what is genuine love. It does not define that I'm going to let somebody hang around with myself after a few reviews of this person's energetic field. Is I'm going to make a preference of choice, because I define like this: if somebody is still building houses on the earth, well, I'm building really technological advanced spacecrafts, and this person building houses is really hindering my path to my ascension. So of course, I don't like using the word boundaries. It's like having a wall of defense. One must make eventually a preference and choice to engage things that shall assist them. And what doesn't assist them, basically there will be a preference set. Of course, there's close family members. I can only get into certain conversations when periodically I see them. And to certain levels, I need to know where I need to withhold information to conversations I can't have and conversations I can't have. And usually that arrives to is not too much time being spent with somebody else. After a conversation, things are discussed, I sort of break and go my own way. So there's nothing wrong with preferences of who you're going to choose to be around or who's going to be around yourself. It's just a matter of fact of realizing that these beings are on their own path of ascension, and sometimes it is best to have the preferences set to actually have the decisions made. How much time and who you're going to spend it with is really important.
That's why I started, really bringing up not just, okay, we've accepted and understood what has happened. Let's go forward from here. I don't always connect all the dots, but yeah, I think this is what I meant. Like the energy and power that we hold as individuals, once we step out of the indoctrination, we really don't know what to do with them because we haven't done anything with them before.
Right, and this is where it takes self-work and basically to want to regulate themselves and start realizing that an analogy I'm going to add here, and this will assist everybody's perspective. Is I hold one other golden rule to myself is I don't dance to anybody else's song, defining their frequency resonance to their sphere of reality projection. The only song I dance to is my own song frequency resonance. Other people's frequency resonance, I enjoy the experience of events, but I don't connect to anybody else's sphere because being at a more progressed level to ascension, I realized it is a type of united and independent collective where we're returning to unification with source, where one is united and independent and does not meddle with anybody else's frequency resonance to their sphere, and definitely to never be enticed, manipulated to connect to that sphere. So I'll give you another view angle to this analogy is I can be having a great day resonating to my own frequency, energy work meditation to my sphere vessel. And somebody else could be out in the public, right? And they're negative. So I'm singing my own song and dance. Well, I'll give you an example that happened to myself. I came to a stop sign. I was feeling pretty good in my own resonance. I was singing my own song and dance, basically my own frequency field, being aware that I'm tuning my field, projecting my reality that I want to project. And somebody drives by and gives me the finger. I caught that. I'm like, no chance in hell, buddy. I'm going to dance to your song of frequency resonance to play the game of, oh, you give me the finger. How can you do that? Give the finger back. I caught that right away like it was a plague. It's just like, here's a cyberspace vampire, dark anti-aware or not aware, gives me the finger. Now, if I responded and reacted to that frequency field, as in, doing something to do something about what they did, then I would be connecting to their invite to their song and dance. So I've realized one major awakening of information is, I lost my train of thought here, is, okay, here it is. Okay. Everything represented as experience of events is other people's spheres of invites. Okay. Invites would be to connect to their frequency resonance and experience somewhat what is happening with their reality, right? So if one could perceive everything that they are going through as an invite, then being aware of this, then making a choice, okay, am I going to make the choice to engage in that would be giving somebody permissions and consents is engaging to their invite of frequency resonance, then one shall resonate to that frequency, because before anybody's energetic field can be changed, they need to authorize it and give permissions to connect. Connecting is accepting the invite. And this almost returns to a vampire cannot enter somebody's house to the invite unless somebody invites him in. It is an invite, everything to the experience of events. So when one becomes aware that I enjoy experiences
you're consenting to it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
To it.
Yes.
Even if you're not, even if you're saying nothing at all, it's implied consent regardless.
That's so funny you say that,
you have to
because
make it very serious. You can do it through word, banish it through the words, right? All you have to do is be very clear in your mind and even say it out loud that, yeah, you're not accepting any sort of manipulation, simply. And then guess what? Because these people live by a code, these Satanists and shit.
Yes.
They live by some weird code. You have to allow it to happen, really. You have to let it in.
That's funny you say that, because
and they'll tell you, they have to tell you what they're doing too.
Yes, it's the universal design. You have to be informed of all the details.
It's like natural or comedic law, the laws of the universe, whatever you want to call it.
Correct.
They cannot defy that because they know the repercussions of that. So now, for example, let's say I had a stand, I was selling apples to people, right? but they were poisoned. And I just put up like, nice, healthy, organic apples. And I sold them to people, and people started fucking dropping out. Now I'm fucked. But let's say I put up a sign that clearly stated poison apples, and people still went and fucking bought it and ate them. Now it has nothing to do with me. It's their fucking issue, not mine.
It's fair game. This is where even somebody had stated this in an article I read, is it's fair game. That's why the devil represents a lot of his plans in movies.
They can't lie to you. They can't trick you. They have to tell you what they're doing and make it very clear, and then people go along with it either way, That's
yeah. Well, to a certain level, to the ascension, but there is levels, Cage, where one is asleep, where they're not. Well, you're right. Everything is always informed, and all the information given about the invite is whether somebody is aware or not. So yeah, you are right. It's always represented. Always, definitely represented.
It's one of the reasons why I have 2 doors in the house I'm going to build, and the door that would let company in pushes out. Because, most people's doors pull in, and you don't know what you're pulling in when you're opening something to an unknown. So I push out.
So is this an analogy, or are you actually building doors like this?
That's actually the choice I made. My back door that goes out into, the things I love, my backyard, that opens inward. But the door any strangers would come to opens outward.
And you're correct. Yeah, it's your thought of projection reality, and you're going to program your house to function the way you want it to function. And yeah, that's right.
Well, I never want to open something to an unknown like that. It's like when people are like, "Hey, you want to come to this party?"
Well, no, like I know what you're talking about. It's kind of like the push or the pull, but there's no push or pull really. It's all the same thing, because it's hilarious. Because when you open the door inward, you're not inviting anything out. You're seeing a projection. When you leave that door, you're seeing everything projected. So yeah, you're pulling it towards you, and it makes sense.
I'm quite sensitive to
you see the projection that you inwards that you're seeing outwards. It's the same thing.
Well, and I'm quite aware of what has been pushed at me thus far.
Yeah, the mirror, Seriously, yeah, I always recommend this. Simply just go into the mirror and for like 10 minutes, just stare in your own eyes for like 10 minutes. So you'll know exactly what to do. Just
You
ever done that before? That's like one of the basic techniques for self-initiation. If you want to be, which just means like seeing things in a different way. Look in the mirror. Look in your own eyes in the mirror, and you'll see how it's just a projection. Everything's a projection, really. It's all coming through this subconscious program. It's from the formative years of your life. Pretty much when you're born, if you look at it almost like a computer, right? In the factory, in the womb, right? 9 months in the womb, you get created, the hardware, the physical body, the mind, the magnetite, all of it is created within there, but then the program is written onto it from the formative years, from before from conception to when around you're like 6, 7 years old. So about 7 years, that's when that operating system is put onto it. So now it's running through a specific parameter. It's limited by its operating system, and it's set up to run in a specific way. But you can reprogram. You can reprogram, and that's the whole point of it. I think. I think once you do that, then you're no longer trapped in the cage and the matrix or whatever you want to call it.
Right, Gage. And that's a key element when one realizes their thought core that is responsible for projecting this digital holographic reality. Their thought core is exactly like a very, very complicated computer, and it functions exactly like removing programs, viruses that don't serve anymore, and installing new programs, projections to one's reality program, thought projection that serves them. One is really on their way to comprehending the system and integrating energy work with that energy frequency tuning and practicing their actually thought projection, reprogramming the reality. So in actual fact, where are we? Well, every being is in their thought of projection. Since the beginning of their creation, spirit, soul, spark, beings have always been in their thought existence, projection, reality. Always. So one is always in their thought core. One could never leave, but one could definitely be deceived, manipulated, enticed to utilize their thought core projection wrong to project a dark reality of experience of events. So one's thoughts is their basically projector to the movie being projected on the screen known as the environment. That is the experience of events.
Yeah, and
interesting.
It's through this magnetic. Thoughts don't really exist. Thoughts are non-local. Like experience, especially like memory recalling. Right? It's through the hippocampus, which is governed by electromagnetic fields and magnetite. You can shift through that. You can shift that and kind of create like a Mandela effect, if you want to call it that. Because these things, like where are they stored? Right? They're not actually stored in the brain. It's also stored non-locally, you know, in the magnetic field.
Right,
through
yeah.
this magnetite. So if you influence that, now you can influence the past, the future, the present, or the perceived reality that we're in. You know, it's all perceived reality.
Correct.
Which can be, you can easily manipulate too. You know.
And you're mentioning magnetite, and this is where one becomes aware. Well, where is this magnetite that I'm holding in my hand? Well, it's being projected from my thought core. It's actually an extension of my molecules to my thought of experience in this projection, reality, digital holographic based projection. So in actual fact, one realizes they are all the elements. This vape I'm holding in my hands and the e-juice in here, and is actually being projected from my thought core. It's an extension of my thought core, these molecules.
Yeah.
Yes.
For example, like the magnetic field, like think about it like a computer, right? The computer by itself is just a body, right? So it's like just a body. As like, you know, when someone dies, like whatever, it's just, you know, it's dead. It decomposes. It's no longer the essence. The connection is severed. So it's like just like a computer, right? The computer by itself is just a bunch of material or carbon arranged in a specific way, kind of like a human body. But there's like another, you know, but once you attach it to the internet, all these different things open up, all these different experiences that.
Right, spheres, connecting to the spheres of the invites. Exactly like that, like going online to YouTube or online to Google Chrome to search different websites. It's exactly how these.
So, but that's outside of that. It's outside of it, but being ran by it at the same time. You know
right.
what I mean? So,
right. Yeah, well,
exactly
one truly
how reality is in a way, how it works with the magnetic field.
The more aware someone becomes and utilizes their thought core correctly, the more enjoyable this experience happens, because it's like navigating in a different reality, and really there's unlimited options. Doors open up and opportunities arrive where one just realizes, hey, they're all invites. Whether I'm going to engage or not is the option of choice. So that source has given myself is free will to choose to do or to choose to not do. So it gets better and better reality. People say you get older, it gets more boring. No, it doesn't. Okay. As you get older, it gets more exciting because you get integrated to a lot more awareness and focus and comprehension of how this whole system actually functions. And there's a lot of events of experiences to be experienced with that, integrating energy work, energy frequency tuning, working on one's thought projection continuously, or periodically maintaining their garden to plant the seed and to get it to fruitation, the attainment of the projection, is consistent work. And nobody can be bored when they actually wake up and become aware and realize how much there is actually to be done and to continue on being done continuously. It's just, for myself, there isn't a second of the day where there's nothing to do. It's always something to do.
But the indoctrination has people very static.
Yeah, static's a dangerous place.
Nathan commented, he said, when I use my eye in the mirror, my face starts to morph into hideous facial features. Does this happen to anyone else when they
Right, yeah, I've experienced that. Definitely, yeah.
It's happened to me. I look in the mirror, I know exactly who and what I am. You know, for me, that means you have to do some inner work. You know, there's something attached to you that, you know, that's morphing your sense of reality. the mirror speaks in strange ways. If you're seeing that, that means like, yeah, there's something there that's morphing or changing you. In computing, they actually call it a daemon. Literally, they call it a daemon. And it's like it's a background process that that is being used silently in the background. You don't know about really, but it's running it's a subconscious program that you got to get rid of.
But could you, well, in that same light, as you're transitioning or transmuting from indoctrination to working your own.
It's a natural process. At the beginning, yeah, you'll see someone like that if you're not ready yet. But you gotta deal with the shit. You gotta deal with yourself. Keep looking in the mirror every day, and it'll change.
I'll add something to that. Homestead, you've been trying to work something in. You've been saying something, and I want to hear the rest of it.
What's that?
What you were just on a subject just prior to the subject of that person seeing overlays to his projection. Unless you're finished, then I could add more to that person's question.
No, go ahead. Stay with the flow.
All right. So to the person that wrote that, what you're perceiving and seeing is inlays and overlays, a projection programming that where is it? It's in your thought core. It's been inlaid and overlaid to your thought core. So what you're seeing is basically would be entities, attachments, sub-programs known as demons, dark scripting and programming. So basically, once you become aware of what's happening, there are inlays and overlays of dark scripting and programming basically in your thought core. Well, it's like a computer, right? You just do a complete diagnostic scan, identify and recognize the viruses that are the scripting, that are these attachments, and with your thought of intent, you clear them with a down conduction field to your molecules, and you want to see them also going into a porthole, like a black hole, like a vacuum, clearing them, basically canceling and processing the programmings that are infiltrating your reality. Infiltration to your reality is infiltration to your thought core, that is your core of your computer, projecting your reality. So no difference than removing a virus and processing it into a type of recycling bin or antivirus program containment field. It's best way I do it is like a black hole underneath my feet that is actually something that processes anti-fields. That's the way I do it. It's like a vacuum black hole. It's like a computer. You click and drag the undesirable virus when it's identified, and you put it in the what is it called? They call it something on a computer, anyways, where it contains it. The virus program contains it, or you can put it in clicking and dragging, putting it in somewhere where it's clearing the file. Basically, you're identifying, recognizing file program insertions.
I know, but you know what? Another thing though they do. It's the program of the overcomplication of things, right? If an idea is not easily explainable to a child, then it's probably being convoluted, it's being fucked with in a way. These things, we don't have to overcomplicate this stuff at all. I'm not saying we are now, but I'm saying in general. In general. It's
exactly. Exactly like a computer functions. You're seeking non-desirable programs on your computer, your thought core that you don't utilize. And like a computer where you're removing a program, deleting it, canceling it, or removing a virus. That is the simplest way I could put it to simple terms.
Like I just made a weird connection. Whoever made that Matrix shit, think about, remember the scene with the mirror and it starts melting and he touches it, it starts fucking taking, and he goes through the mirror and stuff. They're alluding to something there very deep, back to that mirror thing.
Something in, right? Like internal.
Yeah, looking to see that everything's actually a reflection of yourself that you're creating. You are the mirror.
Right. The best way I could describe the mirror that Cage is translating here is you're looking at your own projection, because a mirror actually gives you back a perfect projection and also will reveal programs that are perceived dark or light, and you'll get a lot of scribing. It's called mirror scribing, or I've seen that before, but I don't see it anymore. I try to do sometimes where I used to morph into different things were shown to myself, but there's nothing there no more to be seen. So it is a good process looking into the mirror. If one is doing that, they're actually scribing and seeing their own programming reflected back to them from what I define like the environment mirror projection feedback that's actually giving somebody information about themselves. So enhancing it more is when one is doing this aware. This will get the exact effect of their thought of intent if one is searching their thought core for not desirable programs known as demons. I call them viruses, whatever it so may be. And then removing the program, no difference than clicking and dragging on a computer and dropping it in the so-called bin that deletes.
And in the process, it may not look so pretty. And I think that scares a lot of people.
Yeah, and a lot of people, yeah. Well, it's a matter of when somebody arrives to their ascension. This person that asked the question is obviously at the stage of doing this process. That's why the question arose, and then this person accepted the invite, dropped the text in the comments, and then it arrived here, and now he or she is receiving information to utilize, basically. So it is a process for somebody to ask a question, then that is an invite, right, to getting a result.
And it's not a black and white transition. It's not in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, you can change your mind, but the transition itself, going from an indoctrinated, not using your energy, not embracing the art of self, to transitioning to this being aware, it could be a long transition for some people.
Right. It's a process. And when one becomes aware that the transition is only time, this is where one really becomes aware. They ask source to displace time and space. I usually give it by when the sun rises, when I'm having serious issues and I need them resolved, like I know programming needs to be revealed to myself, what must be done to correct the projection. I ask source to displace time and space. Fair enough, is by sundown to have my resolve and also to go through the experience, the process that is needed. Okay, time and space can be displaced when one becomes aware, but it must be asked to be displaced, aware that you want the resolve to be accelerated. And that those days where I ask time and space to be displaced, one day sometimes feels like 1,000 years. 1,000 years is like, wow, it actually feels like 1,000 years, but I got my resolve. The day will seem long, or it may be accelerated, depending. But usually when I ask for time and space to be displaced to get my experience to the event, so I know the processing information to be revealed to myself, to be utilized to get the fix of the programming projection and also certain programs to be removed. It usually feels like a long day, but it's a well beneficial day with many events that transpire that give myself the experience to the event so I can receive what I've asked for, the correction of projection.
It'll come earlier than you anticipate.
Yes, correct. And it does come fast usually when I ask like that. So this is for the people in the comments. Be aware that you can displace time and space, but the only person that can do that to your experience of event is source, and it must be asked for genuinely.
100% agree.
Yeah, this conversation. Yeah, go ahead.
One of the things that comes with this indoctrination is this expectation as human beings wanting to know what we're headed to before we're headed to it. Sometimes we have to be okay with not knowing.
It's also like blaming the other people, right? Like, oh, things happen, and then you always want to blame it on some external force. That means in your subconscious programming, that means other things can affect you. You know, if you change your subconscious program, nothing can outside of yourself can affect you, and then now you take control. But it's like complete accountability, which is a scary thing to think about. You know what I mean? Now you have to be accountable for everything. It's a lot easier to put the blame on someone else, you know, or something.
I run a homestead, and we had puppies almost 2 years ago now. And I read up on, how the daddy reacts, because I always had a mommy that had the puppies, and to prepare myself. So as we're trying to acclimate the dogs, the daddy dog was just having a high anxiety day. Like, we saw it, right? we didn't have forethought to help him with his anxiety. We were new to this. So we're like, okay, we'll just get you out of the zone of the puppies and we'll put you outside. Well, he's my worker dog. And I had forgotten in the moment that I had put 6 new chickens in the chicken pen. In the days prior to this incident, the chickens were not accepting each other well. So I would have to go in there, sometimes separate them. This is not good. I always talk to my animals. This is not good, guys. We're trying to be a group here. You're not accepting these guys. And, I lock them up, go about my business. Well, on this particular day, we put the daddy dog outside, not knowing that the chickens started their clucking and just loud noise, in displeasure. That dog, in his stress, I had left a crate or a rolling bin by the chicken wire. That dog figured out how to get into a chicken pen that had 7-foot wire around it. And he silenced those chickens that were making trouble. And I got another homesteader friend that I was like, no, you know what? Dog does that, he's done. And I'm like, no, I disagree with that. It's my job, and I'm trying to inform this person of my own belief. I brought the animals here to the homestead. It is my job to take care of them appropriately, treating them each individually. And she's just hardcore, like that be a DEAD dog, and I wouldn't have that. And I'm like, well, you might as well put me in the grave with him. And she was really affronted to that. And I'm like, you can't blame this animal for his natural reaction. When I brought him here, I read up on it. I taught myself what to expect. And I still didn't act right. So if you're going to blame something, you're going to blame me and the dog. And I say all that to say people have unreal expectations of this thing we call life. They're led to believe these things. And because the enormity of the people around them, family, friends, society, all putting this on them, when we try to tell them, we being just light workers, we have to manage our expectations and the work we have coming forward to, ahead of us. We come up against serious friction with that because, it all boils back again to this one religion that's given expectation of salvation, which leaves all this energy afloat. It's like a sick cycle of what's going on. I think we all feel it nearing the end, but I feel like that's why we all got to be bullhorns and letting people know, these expectations of society, they might have been right at the time, but they're not anymore. They're not in this path you choose, maybe is a better way to say it.
Well put. And it is a choice. Everyone's path of ascension is a choice. It's like a video game. You achieve certain levels to your ascension, then you go to the next level. But on the path, this is a strict guided path, fine-tuned and tailored to everybody's ascension uniquely. On the path, there is invites of experience of events to engage in, but also when one becomes aware on their path, they can also integrate asking a lot of questions about not known subjects to their ascension, or even problems they're having and distresses they're having. And it is a very interesting ascension. And when one becomes aware, there's just so much to be done in every moment. There's not a moment where there's nothing to be done. And somebody who says they're bored, well, do a review. Boredom is a dark programming. Remove it. It's just a program, negative, bored. How could somebody be bored? There's always something to do.
Well, I don't know. It was -12, and I was pretty bored because Ian wasn't doing any lives, and I felt like my brain wasn't working, and I had to get up and figure out, okay, that's not the moment. Let's get these worlds turning a different way.
Right.
But
I
I
got a
like
question.
that comment that you were saying there, sort of thing, Larry. You're spot on though with that.
With which part, Cage?
You know what I'm talking about. How reality is curated to the individual experience, like perfectly.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And this is a question to everybody here participating. When you're feeling really joyful, are you bored? I definitely am not. I'm feeling source. When I'm feeling that joy and euphoricness, I'm connected to
It's set
source.
up
There's
so
always
fucking
something.
It's set up so perfectly. It's curated like perfectly for the individual's experience. Like they get a unique result, like a fingerprint. So everyone's fingerprint is different, like that.
Yeah, and that's the way it is. Nobody's ascension is the same. It's tailored, fine-tuned, unique to each individual.
Yes.
Speaking of that really fast, actually, I've been going through all the comments on the channel. I got caught up finally. It's while we've been here, but I came across this comment. I saved it on the side a while back, and like an hour ago or something. But she said, from Overprotected, she said, William Burnham, author of Adventures in the Afterlife, says, "No shift, you shift when you die. The work is to die conscious. So you're not in a dreamscape getting tossed around by your thoughts." So anyways, I was looking up this book here. Seems pretty interesting. It might be something someone wants to check out, but it has a powerful message. He was like diagnosed with cancer, so he started studying the afterlife and everything and discovered some interesting things. It's like if you die under a program, it's like that program continues type of thing, you know?
I agree.
It's deep stuff.
And in different ways, we're all led to that same assumption.
Right, so everything's like you said, a fingerprint tailor-made for you. You have your own setting, your own experience, you know?
Right. It's unique. That's why I define to myself as the golden rule. One of the golden rules is unconditional acceptance, no conditions, because understanding that to be looking for the perfect soulmate or the perfect friend or associate or a casual relationship to be perfect, that's not realistic because everybody's ascension shall be fine-tuned and tailored. Yeah, compatibility beings have with each other, but they're united and independent, uniquely made, right? So nobody is exactly the same. So it is knowing that, on certain beings that are going to be in my ascension, chosen as, friends, casual relationships, there's going to be preferences set, or certain things I can do, certain things I can't do, but unconditionally accepting them for their ascension and their path, what they're going to do. It really assists myself to break out of that codependency mentality where, this must be my way. No, it must not be my way only, it must be their way.
It really takes the fuel out of the need to, for lack of a better word, dictate another person's journey.
Correct. And the worst interferences for somebody, and what you define to dictate and interfere with somebody else's ascension. And I understand for myself, somebody's path they choose, I shall have no interference at all towards their path they choose and let them take their path, whether it be a negative or positive. If somebody's going negatively towards the anti-fire, I define it as I express if it's a close associate once, twice, 3 times, and then after that I refrain and it's just like, I did what I could do. Now I just let them take their own path to learn through their own experience of events. So a lot of times I can see certain paths going certain ways.
You can't force. You can't force
no, you
anything
cannot.
on anybody. It's like you can lead the horse to water, you can't make it drink. The old adage there. Same
Correct.
thing. All you do is like you plant your seed and you go about your business. You do. It doesn't really matter. Because again, to really influence reality, what happens is there's an emotional blockage that stops people from it. Meaning their attachment to the outcome or their their emotional. The ego fucking blocks it really. It's like about to really deal with things. It just has to be business as usual. There's nothing really changing. It's just an automatic function, you know.
I think it's part of the programming. When Singularity said, the darkness goes up, what kept popping in my brain was that ego that's formed in the brain.
Right. Remember, there's a healthy ego where one can admire themselves with genuineness and not go to the ego delusion, right? I call it there's two forms of ego. There's nothing wrong with having the ambition of enjoying one's accomplishments or, yeah. So it's not really an ego. Yeah, I know what you're defining, kids. Yeah, the ego would be conducting up, would be a delusional perception and not realistic perception, and false realities where one is sort of imagining themselves something to be that they're not. But also perceptions of events really get warped with ego, because ego really is self-defense. If it defends itself, it argues, it fights, it defends, challenges, and it argues. And arguing is not needed. Some people may have indifference to that, but expressing my opinion to somebody who has indifference once, twice, three times, then I refrain because I know it's not going to happen.
Well, exactly. That's another mind control way of it.
Yes.
Anytime anyone has an opposing view, people are trained to take that as an argument or respond. What happens is there's a lot of the time people become unconscious. You know, this happens to everyone, including myself. Everyone, you've noticed is, you know, you have some emotional response, something happens, and something else takes over. And, you know, you're not conscious of your thoughts. You know, so there's something called the backward review. You know, every time before you go to bed, Steiner and shit used to teach this. There's like, every time before you go to bed, you think of when you woke up from the last time, and every single, you know, you go backward into your day. So you can go forwards and backwards. So it's a backward or forward review. So you can either start at the time of when you just woke up or right before you went to sleep and go backwards all the way to when you woke up the last time, or start from when you woke up the last time and go all the way forward until you're in that position there. And then you see inconsistencies where you become unconscious and you know, like certain things developed within your reality, and like why, you know, you're becoming more conscious of the input and output of your thoughts and that, and how it's, you know, and it's a great way to reprogram the subconscious mind. You know, and then you start making changes. You have to identify the issue before you can resolve it, you know. It's a good way to deal with it. It's like a basic technique. There's many other techniques, and that imagination, like holding mental concentration and imagination and visualization, is another key in order to start changing shit if you want a difference. So a good one is like, yeah, you could picture an object in your hand, like a fucking orange, an apple, whatever, and you can close your eyes at the beginning and like, try to imagine it in your hand and how it would look reflecting off the light and all that, and hold that image for as long as possible. You know, then when you get better at it, you can actually open your eyes and visualize it too without even looking at it. You'll just be there. Another thing is like when you're listening to things or having a conversation, and visualize like subtitles. You know, especially I use this technique for audio posts and stuff while I'm working and listening to information to really grasp it. It's almost like reading it at the same time. It's like every word is like automatically generating a subtitle, and all these techniques become easier. So you know, it becomes instilled into the subconscious as second nature. It's like an automatic function after. And
well, that's what they anticipate on. Is that
one last thing? The best thing to do is to create your own kind of things. Whatever works best for you. Do not go and follow someone else's. Create your own. Change it a bit. You know, you have to make it unique, like the fingerprint thing we were talking about before. Yeah, I'm done now. Sorry.
Unfortunately, they do count on that. They count on our human nature against us. And I think that's what makes the fight seem so daunting to other people.
Yeah, but there is no they or them or anything. It's just it's all within your mind, really. The reason why we're all seeing this or even having this conversation is just a projection of whatever, of something, which is like your mind, or it's being projected off of the mind that you're experiencing. Well, there is no me or you, really. I'm a projection of all of your subconscious mind. And then it's like waking up within the dream and you become lucid of the dream. Like I start controlling, like not controlling it, but you're always controlling it either way. You realize that you've been controlling it the entire time.
Right. And the options are dark or light projection. You're right. Everybody has always had the choice of representations for the invite of the experience of the event. And some of us, definitely myself in the past, I was choosing a dark reality of experience of events, especially ego inflated, and making myself experience events to a dark projection reality. Eventually somebody gets what I define a review of their life at their ascension, and they become more aware and focused. And it's like a movie being represented to you. If you do this movie is going to go that way, and you really have a clear representation of the invite to the experience of event to actually engage in. So as you arrive to more awareness and focus, one has more intuition to the domino effect of the choice where it's going to go. One can see the movie to the end sequence and define as, no, I've done that before. I'm not taking that same loop program insertion of projection again. It's just not where I want to go anymore.
That's on point. I like how you use the movie. There's another good allegory. You remember those books and shit when you're young? And everyone has to start on page 1, but then it's like you could choose. Like there's an option. You want to go left.
Oh, yeah.
And then it changes, there's multiple storylines within that same book or the same, there is a structure. Every possibility is there. Anything you can imagine has the propensity to be within the reality because it's all through thought either way. So
right.
So, but it depends on this is where the free will comes in. It depends on your choices, and you start on page 1. Now you can skip to page 90, go back to page 5. You're moving around along the board of reality.
Well, that's where people don't understand their belief systems kind of control those choices.
Right, the perception based. It's always perception based. The choice is made on perception based.
And if their perception's in Christianity mode, then that's how their decisions will be geared towards.
Right, and that's like being an or, two sides, right? The Bible, is like a two-split dual polar reality where one is, well, when I read the Bible, I can remember how I was conditioned. I was conditioned to perceive light and dark, that darkness have nothing to do with it, and only light, and only to see the perspective of light as to not be informed about the darkness, but to not be enticed by darkness. One must know the darkness and experience darkness, and eventually, even while being in darkness, sometimes is one's test to have complete self-regulatory control while being in that experience of event of darkness and not turning dark. Then one is really progressing and knowing how to not be enticed and manipulated by darkness. So the perception must be from both sides. One must be informed from both sides to see a clear picture and have the information complete. Right? If one only sees light, then they are blinded by the darkness. If one only sees darkness, then they are blinded by the light, and they really don't have a grasp on their ascension and also their thought of the projection, realizing that light and darkness is part of the ascension, and it is an option to an invite of the experience of event, and does reinforce the projection, which side you choose to engage in of the invite.
Yep, and that can be a slippery slope when you are unawares.
Right. And where this returns is to like life, one's thought core is like a TV set, a screen, the environment. And there's 2 channels on the TV set. There's a light channel and a dark channel. One cannot expect their environment to attract experience of events light when they're on the dark channel, because the dark channel tuned on the TV set is only playing one picture. I'm not talking about a TV set where you can pull up multiple screens. That's where somebody might go crazy or insane, right? Having multiple screens, not a good place to be, but we'll use a 2-channel analogy. So it's really, one is either in the frequency field of darkness experiencing or in the frequency field of light that I call illumination experiencing. Of course, one shall fluctuate through the process of experience to gain their experience, going in the light, going in the dark, in and out that I define it, then eventually make a decision what channel they want to exist in, what frequency field. Illumination frequency field channel of experience of events, or dark experience of the events channel frequency field. So similar attracts similar. One in the dark channel is gonna, if somebody wakes up one day and they go throughout their whole day, I was having a total negative day, negative events. They go outside, go to the shopping, maybe they experience people arguing, experience like people looking at them with like negative, dirty looks. Yeah, well, you're in the dark channel. What do you expect to happen there? It's only negative events to reinforce that channel, to reinforce rattling somebody's cage to wake them up, right? That's what's happening when one becomes important, like I have in the last few years. It's like, it's very interesting. I know when I'm channel changed, I can feel it when I'm dark and negative, when things have been shifted, and it doesn't take long for myself to actually change channels with my thought of intent, perception, projection. That is all perception-based programming perception. But to reinforce all this, what stabilizes myself changing to the luminary channel is down conduction flow to my energy, that is to all my molecules, and then reinforcing my thought projection because I'm in the right channel to project. Illumination needs down conduction fields of, not dark, that was, I wanted to say down, not dark. One needs down conduction fields to stabilize their channel change, and once one is synchronized to their luminary channel, then their projections of a better existence is in synchronization to the environment, the screen that is projecting, that is the projection of one's thought projection. Like a movie camera now is synchronized to the luminary channel to project a better existence. So in the luminary channel,
look how funny that is. What are they stored? What were they stored on? A reel, right?
Yeah.
Oh, reel. It's a nice reel, a real projection. There you
go. Yeah. So one cannot have control to project. Okay, this is a better analogy. One cannot have control to project a better existence reality in a dark channel. It does not accept it. It's not compatible format programming projection. If one is dark and they're trying to project a better reality without realigning their conduction flow of their molecules down, the only thing that's going to happen is more resistance of a crash, more anxieties, trembling, and shaking, because it's like darkness saying, ain't going to happen here. No light, no illumination, conduction flow here. It's all up here. It's not down, right? It's a matter of being informed of the laws of physics of conduction flow of energies is very important. Up conduction flow is the dark channel. Down conduction flow is the luminary channel. Once one starts to integrate the proper conduction flow of energy, then they have a solid state shift channel change that I define compatible code format programming projection, reinforcing, yeah, here you can project a better existence because you are on the right channel that supports your projection that is based on a type of energy conduction flow down code format programming. So it is really interesting.
The tug of war by choice of sorts.
yeah, by choice. And when one arrives to this stage, it becomes interesting how many times the dark anti-field tries to change their energy flow to bring them to the dark channel again, because hey, it was like they lost a really good guest that was a good energetic harvest, right? It's like when I changed, I seen this place when I first changed 12 years ago and I wasn't aware. That day, I remember the whole matrix went into overdrive. I knew things weren't right, and I thought I was either losing it, either I was going crazy, or the whole world became crazy. It was just like, wow. I remember it was a hyper overdrive. Everything was just happening at an accelerated pace, with events being really escalated to the thresholds, and I was just like, my cage was just rattled beyond what I could perceive now. It was a good wake-up call. This is how it happens for some. But usually when they hit the threshold of awakening to realize and be awoken, basically become aware of the system, then things are at the threshold where one is really getting their cage rattled negatively sometimes. Then they go into the illumination for a moment. Then after they shift, hey, I was just happy. Now I'm miserable again. I'm having anxieties. What's happening? So it's all a process, fine-tuned and tailored, unique to each individual. Some go through more thresholds. Some don't go through. Yeah, the cage, exactly.
Yeah, but the cage is a cocoon, though.
But it's not a set it and forget it kind of transition. It's, that's the one thing I have to say about religion. It does get people stuck in that way. Okay, I've done it. Bing,
It
bam,
doesn't have to be
boom.
a negative thing, though. Like what I'm saying is, like, yeah, like rattling the cage. Like, yeah, you're put in a confinement, a self-imposed confinement on purpose. You have to develop. It's like a cocoon, right? You have, the fucking larvae makes a cocoon and it becomes a fucking moth or butterfly or whatever. But yeah, if you cut it out prematurely, like go try waking people up prematurely, and then, what happens is, it's like you cut that open, it's not developed yet. It's not going to be able to function.
Yeah.
If you cut it out
Like, I
prematurely.
had a friend of mine ask me a question thinking it was going to be a deep conversation. And he asked, where do you think, how do you think we got to this place? So I'm like, when one human thought they could human better than any other human in the whole world.
Right, the God complex, right? Nobody could be God. As everybody, every being in existence is an extension of God that I call the primary creator. I call Source God. Everyone is an extension of Source, but no one could ever be Source. Anybody who perceives themselves to be the Source, no, they are lost. They are way off the path, and it's part of something they're going to have to correct in their ascension. We could have the closest I define one could be unified, fused to Source is the first perspective seat with Source. Yes, that's it. It's like I'm in an airplane with Source sitting on the seat. Source is the airplane. I'm sitting on the airplane, and I could never be the airplane, but I could sit in that seat perspective of this existence, because every being is unified. I define has the first perspective seat with Source, whether they realize it or not. But eventually, one does realize they are basically existing in this existence, all existences, in the first perspective seat, and that's the closest somebody could get to what I define Source's core. The core that is responsible for all existence, the core, that's Source's personal private house that nobody accesses, but we are in the first perspective seat with Source's core. That's the best way I could translate that, just to prevent anybody from believing they can be Source. Nobody could be Source.
Absolutely. And all we have is our first person, to use literal terms, first person perspective seat. That's what we are given naturally.
Correct.
So as I grew up, that's what I nurtured. Imagine coming out into this society at 14 years old, from a violent bubble behind you, like, what the hell is going on here, Because it's not.
Right.
It's not the unusual ones that fell for the trick, the bait and switch. That's the masses now. Because it used to be the unusual. Oh, only a sucker will fall for that. Remember those days? Now it's not just a sucker, and we're in this experience with the masses in the indoctrination side, regardless of the indoctrination, the indoctrination side.
We have somebody trying to join.
Yeah, I seen it flicking in and off. In and out.
No, that was me. I was going from my phone to. Let me add this person real quick, guys. But I'm loving this.
Put up an image if you don't know it.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Here and back. Okay, we'll give you a shot.
I know. Here and back. I've seen that person before.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds familiar, but
it's Lonnie.
Review.
It's Lonnie, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it might be Lonnie.
Okay, yeah, it's me, man. What's up?
Is it Lonnie? Lonnie, speak.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Hey, Lonnie.
Yeah. Hey, hello. Hey, Ian.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, man. I was actually listening to a frequency wave to hide my signature. I actually quit what I was doing, because of the powers that be. I was trying to try a different temporary solution to a as of now permanent problem. But we're trying to figure this shit out, right?
Right.
Yeah, Lonnie's been taking this stuff seriously. I was proud of him. This guy has a whole notebook and shit. He's going through, like, he's going deep into the esoteric stuff.
Well, me and Thing's been doing a lot more than that, ain't we, buddy?
He's taking it seriously, which I admire.
Hey, well, Ian, you know it's no.
Oh, we lost him. He's back. Okay, you came back. You got knocked off for a second.
Yeah, the internet's messing up.
It's just it's a shit show, and we're the stars in it.
Exactly. We missed what you said before that because you got knocked off. All we heard was that last thing, but yeah, I feel you on that.
Oh, which part are you talking about? We're listening to the
always
the program
that
that
you cut out that entire time.
Yeah, it doesn't, man. We pay big money for, high speed internet, bro, and I can barely get on panel. It's pretty bad.
I just bought an $800 computer and spent, got all the stuff that I needed for it, and I still get worse connection than a 9-year-old computer. What's going on?
Right, man. Yeah, check me out, man. I'm here, I'm there, and I'm on my phone. So it's like I'm trying to get it done one way or another.
Yeah, there was a lot of pushback with Sing when you first came around. I actually posted that clips. Did you see that, Sing, of you and Jen?
Yeah. I've seen that. I've seen that, man, and I said, God bless her little heart.
Well, yeah, I mean, we lost a bunch of people left the channel because of that, dude. Because of I didn't intervene, which I regretted. But
you know what? They weed themselves out, dude.
Right.
It's something that minor, you get butthurt, and you're too closed-minded to be open to the possibility of what someone else might say. And fucking shame on you.
Exactly.
I've learned so much, man, and I know so little. And I stand on that.
It's just the beginning, man.
Right.
If you're not learning a few things a day, you're fucking up.
Man, if I don't learn 5 new things every day, then I need to back up. Yeah, I've been ill for the past, week, dude, and this is about the best I felt in a week. But
nice.
yeah, I've been catching a lot of your stuff here lately, Ian. I've been trying to hit you up too, Cage. I try to say hi, and I haven't been so much in the back chat, but man, I've been catching some of your stuff you've been showing. But my girlfriend, she used to be a Reiki master, and we've been going on almost 7 years, man. And she was smart enough to leave me for about 1.5 years. And dude, I thought she was crazy because she was talking about this energy healing and this fucking frequency healing and a higher self. And I'm thinking, man, this chick's hot, but she's fucking crazy. Dude, I was the crazy one. Yeah, we were actually talking about that earlier tonight. But yeah, man, I was the crazy one, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, that's because of the social engineering, the program. Anything outside of pharmaceuticals to heal is insane.
Right.
That's great. I gotta take that pill.
Right, man. Yeah, I've learned quite a bit, man, in the past, year. I've been going on this little target loop for about 2 years now that I know of, and it's been a hell of a journey, man. people don't believe that it, you know, this shit actually happens. And the sad part about it is, if you're not a target, you will end up being one. The goal is to target the whole populace, the entire populace.
If you, also you could be a also people are a part of the targeting used by the system.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like subconsciously, they don't even know that they're
Right.
like affecting people's timelines. They're affecting their energy levels. We see them come around whenever we're at a certain vibe, even on here. It's like these people come around with these certain energies trying to like bring the vibe down, you know? And they don't
Right.
even know consciously that they like
Right.
work for the system.
Oh well, yeah.
Right.
Like, remember, talk about this healing thing. Remember what I mentioned before? My mom got the you know what, and I had a brain
I
error,
remember.
asked me to help and all that. Yeah, remember that. So I
Yeah.
have to bring it into action, right? Without the action, it doesn't work. So what I did, I just tapped her on the forehead. You know, one tap on the forehead. And you know when you touch somebody, you get an electrical, like a static shock. Or when you touch something or somebody, you get like a shock. That's what
Right.
happened.
Now
And
we're coming to
then
find out that
it disappeared after.
you know, it's amazing that you bring that up, man. You know, at a young age, I knew I was different. After getting the clothes out of the dryer one day, and I got shocked, and I mean, I couldn't have been 6 or 7, and I thought, what was that? What just happened? So when I asked my mom, I said, hey, I just got shocked when I got the clothes out of the dryer. Oh, it's static electricity. So I got to thinking at at that young age, man, and I'm like, well, I had to find out what this.
It's all static. It's all in the air. It's all in the air, bro.
Yeah, what is this energy? So I got to going into this energy. Well, you know, every cell of our body has a charge. And
well, you
I mean,
can
I
charge it.
didn't know.
Like, you know, as kids, we found out that you can rub your feet off the ground very quickly, and then on the carpet, like charge it up, and then it shock somebody. We used to run around
Right.
shocking each other. But fucking
Right.
But yeah,
Go
we
ahead.
can do this mentally. You can you can create some sort of a charge and then release it. But then if it's thought, emotion, and action all together, you need to do some sort of physical action to bring it to manifestation. So the act of
Right.
tapping on the forehead, and then boom, release the electric energy. Whatever.
Speaking of your mother, how is she?
She's good now, like at least physically.
Good, man. For her, good for you, man. Glad to hear that.
Well, I couldn't have done anything without consent. Like the fact that she called and asked me to help.
Right.
Yeah. Then
now,
you can't go around fucking healing people if they don't want to be healed.
Right. You know what's crazy that you say that, man, because I went on a little vacation and had to go get myself together, and but anyway, man, when I was doing that, I was with another guy, and he walked with a hunch, man, and I went and put my hand on the small of his back. I said, "Hey, man, does your back hurt right here, man?" And yeah, man. I said, "So what happened to you?" He goes, "Well, got an accident, this, that, and the other." I said, if you just try to, gradually correct your posture a little bit, I said, man, you'd feel a lot better, man. I mean, I really believe that. So he comes at me the next day and he goes, "Man, you remember when you touched my back?" And I'm like, "Well, not really." He goes, "Well, when we were talking yesterday, you touched the center of my back and the lower back." And I said, "Yeah, so did I hurt you or what, man?" He said, No. He goes, "Man, my back hasn't hurt since." And I was like, "Oh, really?" So I didn't think nothing of it. So, but it stuck in my head. So about 2 weeks later, I was at another rehab center, okay? And I thought, man, I told my buddy of mine that, how addicts, we bond quickly, but me and this guy bonded, and I said, "Hey, man, I want to try something. Will you humor me?" He goes, "Sure. What is it?" I said, "Man, I want to do something with you, and I want you to tell me if it has little or no effect or have big effect." He goes, "Okay, what are you gonna do?" I said, I'm not even gonna touch you, man." He said, "All right, do your thing." So I said, "Do you have any?" I asked him. I said, "Do you have any injuries that or ailments or anything like that that causes you chronic pain in a specific part of your body?" He goes, "Yeah, man, right here on my knee, man. I got in a fucking wreck, and man, my knee was shattered, and I had some surgeries on it and shit." He goes, "But it hurts all the time." I said, "Well, man, check it out. Sit on right here." And he sat on top of the picnic table, and I held my hands about 6 inches from his knee, and I said, I moved it around. This took about 30 seconds, man. And I said, "Let me know, in a couple of days if it has any effect or whatever." So he come at me later on in the evening. "Well, I don't know if you did, but my knee doesn't hurt, man." And this dude's knee didn't hurt him the whole month I was at this place, right? Well, then I did it again with another dude with his ankle. Same shit, man. Same shit. And I mean, I want to believe these people. You know what I mean? Could they have been agents? They could have been agents. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I believe you. I wouldn't. I don't think that they were. I mean, I wasn't there, but that's interesting. I believe that.
Yeah, I didn't think they were agents. I mean, they could have been. Who knows? But is it possible that I'm a healer? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Well,
I never one.
You got to look at it this way, Lenny. You're healing their energetic disalignment, their fracture. You're correcting the energy alignment to their parts. Basically, you're correcting their code format programming, conduction flow with that too. Aware or not aware, you are doing that. So obviously, pain arrives from a reverse field conduction flow crashing with one's up conduction flow, crashing with a down conduction flow causes resistance, causes pains. So it's like you are correcting the flow to a pipe with like water flowing in the proper conduction flow. With that, the error code format, the programming at the core of that was being corrected, because to correct the format causing the symptom, you would have to get the conduction flow of energy going correctly, because obviously your energy was conducting correctly and had influence to that energy field at that person, right? So whether you're aware or not, now you're aware of what you're doing. So the more aware you are, the more you can actually enhance what you actually are doing. So yeah, you did it. I have no doubt you did it. It's really easy what's happening, but complicated if you're not informed. So yeah, it is a very great possibility. Now the question is it going? The question is, hang on a second, Lonnie, is it may return, probably shall return eventually, because it's determined by that person's energy state. Now, if that person turns dark again and goes to the dark channel, then he's going to be worked on. And guess what? That program, that need template insertion of pain shall be reinserted, because I've experienced where I remove pains and then they're reinserted, determining what I'm doing with my energies. So that's really that's cool that you said that. It really is interesting how it does happen that fast, where somebody can be corrected or correct themselves.
Right. Well, if you remember, seeing me and you were talking when I was going to this place, remember? You and I were on the phone.
Yes.
And yeah, man, that's how long ago that was. What's that, like 90 days? About 90 days ago.
Yeah. It seems just like yesterday. Well.
Right, man. Been trying to get a hold of it, but like I said, I've not been feeling good.
Yeah, you sound much better now, though.
Yeah, I do, man. I feel a lot better. A lot of crazy stories about being in that place. Well, I mean, I go ahead and put it out there. I really don't give a shit, but I'm an addict, a recovering addict, and anyways, I went into treatment, guys. And Cade, you knew this, but there was a point into, you know, and I went to 3 different rehabs. And at this last rehab I was at, I had told these guys that I was hanging out with, I said, look, I kept calling it flagging because they like using these work colors, these yellow fluorescents and shit. And because they want me to know they're there, right? Which I'm just really stupid. But so I told like 3 or 4 guys, I was like, look, man, there's going to be a motherfucker coming in here. I don't know when, but they're going to be coming in here and they're going to be wearing these work collars. Okay. And they're going to make it known. And it's going to be an agent. Well, man, it was more than that. So this motherfucker come in and he was one of their agents, and he was an admitted a Luciferian. And it was a strange meeting, man. He knew who I was, and I instantly knew who he was, and but he was all drugged out and shit. You know what I mean?
How did you know he was coming and what he was going to wear? Like, do you have a vision of that, or what?
I've got this thing, dude. This intuition. I just knew it was happening. I can't explain it.
A premonition vision. You got the movie before it happened.
Right.
You got the experience. Right. You got the experience of the event that was going to happen.
Right.
Yeah, you got it.
And I told these motherfuckers, I said, this dude's getting ready to be coming in here, and he's going to be wearing this fluorescent fucking work jacket, or these collars. I forget what exactly I said, but they not only that, man, it was so obvious that when they were doing, because they were surveilling me on a very high scale, you know. So not only were we getting the drones and the planes, but we were getting them day and night. So I would shut the light out because we were allowed to go outside and smoke anytime we wanted. So I'd be out there, and they had everything was set up in a pyramid. Okay, they would fly in a pyramid. That's how they would fly. Over and over and over. They might change altitudes, but they'd always be there. You know what I mean? Then on one specific night, we watched them. Well, I watched a drone. Okay, and then I seen like a train of drones come out of this motherfucker. Like, I don't know, at least 12. And you know, they always have their lights on. I mean, normally. These motherfuckers will break every rule in the world, man, known to man, but follow the FAA guideline of having a light on something that's in the air. Makes no sense.
Wait 1 second, guys. Let me add somebody on real quick and see.
I'm gonna mute up.
No, you're good. You're good. Hold your thoughts.
Hey.
So Sing, what was the topic, man?
Well, hold on 1 second. What's up, Archbishop?
Nothing much. Just been listening.
Okay.
Good shit so far.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Yeah, go ahead. You're new, so I'm just kind of screening you.
Oh, gotcha.
What's your name, man? Millard?
Yeah.
I'm Lonnie. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Where you from, man?
I'm from Alberta, Canada.
Canada.
I'm Canadian over here. There you go.
Yeah. I'm in Indianapolis, Indiana, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. My buddy Singh, he's in Canada. Where are you at, Ian?
Yes. California.
Oh.
I'm in Canada too. I'm in Toronto.
Oh, you're in Canada too. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I'm from
that's
Toronto, bro. I'm born and raised Toronto. You know.
Yeah, but you and Dom hang out.
What does Archbishop mean? I'm curious. What does that mean?
Oh, I'm a Jesuit. I'm a Roman Catholic Jesuit.
Okay.
So you're listening in. You have any questions, anything to add to this?
Yeah, please.
This panel conversation. Yeah. Floor is yours.
I hate the Antichrist, you know? Maha Bone.
Okay.
So
I also hate niggers, but that's different.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's not cool.
Oh man, actually, sorry guys.
That's not cool.
I even went to his channel, checked out his channel, and was like, okay, he's posting. He's got some subs. See, that's what I'm saying. See how they played it off pretty well that entire time, and I would have added him on. You probably would have got my channel shut down.
I got a question, Ian. So is what he just displayed would be considered a flag from the regulations to your channel?
No, I mean, yeah, you can't be like whatever, but obviously, like that stuff happens all the time. I know tons of channels talk about those words all the time, so I imagine it's okay. As long as
exactly.
it's not, like, it could be. I'm sure there's a line you can cross with it, but
yeah,
it's something you don't want to entertain, man. But anyways, let's drop the interference.
Don't give them what they want. Anyways, back to the subconscious program.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, so what was the topic that you guys were on? I had just seen that you guys were on. I was like, oh, Sing and Cage are there, and I've been wanting to talk to you anyway, Ian. So, I wasn't able to get on any of your streams, and then one day when I wanted to get on your stream, you were doing a throwback, man. So yeah, I've commented in quite a few of your lives.
It's Lonnie, right? That's your name?
Yeah.
Your screen name? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I've been over on London's channel, talked to him a couple times. I was friends with Phil amongst us predators.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Lonnie, how are we sure it's really you though?
Hold on.
I'm just playing with you, man. I know it's you.
Yeah. I don't want to break anybody's phone. Let me shut that camera off real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lonnie.
Yeah, Lonnie, we were all over the place.
He's been going deep. Sorry, Superman.
What was that,
Cage?
I'm saying Lonnie's been taking the shit seriously, though. Like,
oh yeah, I know Lonnie's been doing his work. That's why he's here at this reference and region.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that knows me, that talks to me, knows that I'm trying, man. I'm just, my hand's been forced. I didn't ask for this.
Well, Lonnie, it was time for you to wake up and be informed.
Yeah. Definitely got informed real quick. Got informed that everything I knew was a fucking lie. Here's the thing with me, guys. I don't mind, because I mean, I'm all over the place too, but I've had to slow my roll and quit going down all these rabbit holes and listen to this channel, then I could go down this rabbit hole. Just got out of this one, but I'm gonna jump down this one too. But I mean, I went and checked out when you was doing the Mandela thing, and I found it really interesting and shit. And what do I make of it, man? There's a lot to make of it, but and the where we're at and what is this place and all that. Well, it's kind of simple. And it's like this. For one, we know we're in a fucking simulation. And if you don't know, you'll figure it out. You'll find out that we are. And two is this, that you are the star of your own movie. And you are an actor. Now, how you act is up to you. It's your movie. But in saying that, we got to do one thing first, and that's learn this shit that Sing's talking about, this energy work, man. Because if we don't know how to do any of it, we're fucked. And here's the thing that I don't do, man. And I did it for about a year, and that's play the victim. I'm nobody's fucking victim.
Right, it's an option.
You're pretty much a victim of yourself every time, if you really. Yeah,
That's
I know
another
some things
option.
happen that are beyond that. It doesn't. But most of the time, I would say, unless it's some rare circumstance.
Right. Well, you know, there is the flyovers. They do come, and then they are there. I mean, so, and we do got, you know, these contractual stalkers that do get paid big money to do this shit, man. I mean, they make a lot of money, but they're doing a job, but they're going to pay for it though. And these guys are sleepwalkers.
Some are aware. Some are sleepwalkers.
Yeah, some are aware, but it's been my experience, man, and I don't speak for everybody, but it's been my experience that the Masons are a big fucking part of this bullshit, man. And that's all. I'm going to leave it at that. That's not open for debate with me. That's just how I see it. That's how I've experienced it. And now, do I believe that there are some Masons out there that are good people, or at least think they're good people? Sure, I'm sure there are. But if they are, they don't know what in the fuck they got into. You know, everything.
No, well, again, it's not a secret society or anything. Bro, these guys are open and shit. They have their fucking buildings right in front of everybody's faces.
Oh, yeah,
what it is,
yeah.
What the Masons are, it's a filtering process.
Right.
So the Masons they're just a smoke and mirror. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
It's a filtering process. Even if you go to the Scottish Rite, it's a 33rd degree. That's just the beginning of something. You've been
right.
to that point.
Underlings, man. They're all just underlings to a bigger, to a higher being, man. All these fuckers are jockeying for position. Okay, for these 10 kings, man, that want to
Jabulan.
Yeah. They're all fucking jockeying for position, and these motherfuckers are using all these Masons. They're just fucking pawns, man.
Right.
Yeah.
So how do we?
Don't blame them. Don't blame them. It's like blaming. You have to look at what the if you want to blame anything, blame yourself first.
I don't blame them. I forgive them.
It goes beyond humans and shit. It's not even a human being that they're fucking working with.
Here's the thing, Cage. Those of us that are awake, those of us that are activated, whatever the fuck you want to call it, okay, aware, and are targeted at a severely high level, like Singh is, like I am. As far as I know, so is Ian. Here's the thing. There's something pretty fucking significant. What it is, I don't know, man. Could it be a bloodline? Maybe so. That's what I was told. But who knows? I mean, we've got this reboot amnesia shit. You know?
Actually, speaking of that, you know what happened to me after I did my recent video of this, and I talked about some I'm dealing with recently.
What's that, bro?
And kind of like, because it's been a while since I posted one of those videos. I'm not joking, because you were talking about that electrical shock thing, the static.
Yeah.
The last time it was like an electrical static, like when you touch somebody like that, what you were referring to. That happened to my cheek, and then my body kind of seized, and then did the wave thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I was just looking at the comments from that video, and people were like, "Oh, that's what happens when you're tired, or your lack of protein, or it's like this and that." Like, you guys don't understand. Like, I'm pretty in tune with what my body needs.
Sure. And you're doing this detox thing now too, right? This cleansing, fasting.
I'm doing a fast right now.
Yeah. Well, your third day now?
Yep.
See, I'm hip, man. I'll be checking you out. I'm trolling you, dude.
Nice.
No, but yeah, man, I've not done it myself. And is there a significance with the copper goblet you use?
It's a big difference, dude. Like, I put the water in there. Like, I'll drink some water, and then I'll put it in there and let it sit for like an hour. It's like,
you tell it you love it before you drink it.
Yeah, I do the intention thing. I need to do it more often, though.
You just think about it. Just think about it, man. You gotta say the words. Hey, man, my girlfriend brought a plant over, man, a house plant that she had to get out of the house because I guess her daughter's cat was allergic to it, so she brought it over here to the house, and we've had it for almost as long as we've been together. What was in bad shape, dude. So I've been taking care of it for the past month. And I've been, loving this water that I give it every day and telling the plant that I love it. And this thing is just thriving, man. I mean, it's just thriving. Matter of fact, I was telling my brother earlier tonight, I was like, dude, look at this plant, man. He goes, yeah, it looks really good. I don't share any of this shit with my family. I don't, now me and my girlfriend are on this spiritual level, and she's trying to help educate me and stuff too. And she doesn't believe in the whole gang stalking thing, man. And I leave it alone. I know where she stands on it. So it's like a moot conversation. So I don't even divulge anything because, she made this comment earlier tonight. See, you ain't thinking people's following you anymore now, Lonnie, right? And I'm like, I didn't say anything,
I wouldn't even use the word gang stalking at all. I use different ways to describe it with people. It's
bad intention.
That term's been hijacked by a bunch of frauds,
Yeah, you're right, man.
Lonnie,
you're right.
For people that don't
the gang
understand,
stalking is.
Go ahead, Ian.
No, go ahead, Ian. Yeah, you're good.
It should be quick. Okay, what the gang stalking is that many people don't believe is happening is being so woken up, okay, on their ascension, they're seeing the dark channel that is a copy sort of inlay and overlay to the luminary channel. They're beings are perceiving and going through the thresholds of the dark conditioning field of waking up to the reality and realizing that there is two channels of a reality perceived as where gang stalking happens. It's 24/7 for some people, where it's negative events, experiences with all forms of tactics using people, places, and things, noise campaigns, visual campaigns, dark street theater drama, utilizing periodic car drive-bys, airplane flybys. Some of them are strict virtual insertions because the systematic timings are just impossible to be happening like that.
Right.
And basically, it is one perceiving the dark channel and seeing it for what it is and being basically tested, tempted, and with all forms of dark types of tactics. That is, I call these dark entities sirens, siren creatures, Smith agents of the dark force, dark channel.
Yeah, so singularity, in other words, what you're saying is people that with this perceived gang stalking, it's all within their mind, just like everything else is all a projection, right? So it's like their own mind stalking itself, trying to show them
something. Right. It is one's conditioning, that I define the double dark anti-copy, that is almost like the Matrix, where when they get shifted, My best friend, okay, your best friend could be all positive, then all of a sudden do a Jekyll and Hyde 360-degree shift. Well, that's not the same person. It's actually a different insertion. It's a dark version of this person. It's a copy, inlay, overlay, insertion. It's a dark channel sphere insertion where it's like exactly like the Matrix, a Smith agent trying to get you, work you all the time to kill you, right? Not kill you. Well, they could possibly kill you sometimes, but to actually work you and turn you even more negative and dark, turn you into another Smith agent, so you can be sort of with that song and dance. So it is like for myself, you know, I don't care how dark it gets. It's just conditioning. I can't be deceived. I'm too aware. I see everything for what it is, and I'm pretty well informed right in the moment of something happening with the first perspective, accurate information of truth from source. So the more that happens is the more that there is conditioning. And eventually, for myself, it's all leveled off where I can either tune to the light, to the luminary channel, have good experience of events. Sure, I still see these mid-plane spheres that could be either dark or light, but I don't give the dark agents any more attention nor the trigger response or any energies they want. It's like a vampire that comes around. If they don't get the energy that they want, the blood, a bleeding anti-dark negative energy, well, they really give up sooner or later because they realize they can't work you no more to channel change you, to make you bleed negative energies. So Lonnie, you're going through a process, and what you define about the Masons, who cares? The more Masons that you perceive maybe coming around you, well, good, more conditioning, right, for yourself. Eventually the Masons stop coming around, or whoever else you're perceiving to be. And eventually you realize you're like you defined, it is a movie. And sooner or later you realize you're not only the actor, you're the director and the scripter of the movie, in complete control to how the movie's going to go.
Right.
Yeah, there's a good
I was
movie
gonna
stumbled across. It's called The Nines. It directly gets into what you're saying. You know how they love hiding shit through their.
Right. So I was gonna share something with you, Ian, and I think you and I had just getting to know each other. Actually, you and Sing both, Kay. But when I was staying with Phil, so there was this thing going on with me, dude, over the summer, and what was happening to me. I couldn't go outside a lot of times, man, because the sound, the frequencies that the locust or cicadas or whatever they were putting off, and the birds, and I mean just all the frequencies with the bugs and shit were so intense that I physically couldn't handle it. I don't. It's kind of hard to explain. Well, I ended up. I want to say transmuting those frequencies, and then once I did that, then I started transmuting these electromagnetic frequency weapons that they had been hitting me with for the past year. That now I don't know about the audio acoustics. I don't know if you know anything about those, but those are pretty terrible weapons to have used on you, man. I actually last year I actually begged them to let me make it home and die in front of my brother, because I thought I was dying. I I thought it was it, but I just wanted to die with my family around me, you know. But I haven't had any issues with the frequency weapons, other than when they fly over at night, and during the day they hit me with these fucking whatever it is, man, and I just get a really bad headache, man, because of the radiation, I guess. I don't know, but that's why I was playing that frequency. A friend of mine hooked me up with. He makes these CDs. He gives them to other TIs, and what this does, it hides your frequency signature. And they can't hit you with these weapons if they try. So if you would like to have it, man, I'll send you a copy of it, Ian.
I don't know. I don't think you need it, Sing, but if you want it, I'll send it to you as well.
Sure, I always dabble with everything, put everything to test and trial, experience and experiment,
What
and do a
frequency is
review.
it?
But it's about an hour and 16 minutes long. He says it's best if you use a specific headphone by cost. I'll give you the make and what model it is, but they're not too expensive. They're really inexpensive. But yeah, I was about 45 minutes into it, and then I think you guys were on, so I'll just start it over later. But I'm not having issues. But he's helped about 3,300 people out with it, and he's got other one he makes too. You know, he's kind of like, you know, like what Access does, but maybe on a different level. He's more of a like an engineer of solutions rather than a. Not to say that Access is a creator of chaos or anything, but I think when I think of the things that Access does is more of an experimental deal that he's trying to work on stuff. But this the other guy, his name is R. David K, and he a hell of a guy, man, hell of a guy.
Right, and what you're describing, these frequency acoustics will be an assistance, but they will work sometimes. I still use them sometimes when I've had enough of the signal, because I can hear the signal. I call the quantum solar and lunar core computer signals generating the anti-copy.
Right.
So basically, they are assistants, but when one really realizes the acoustics being produced is in their acoustic digital data translator in their thought core, one realizes, well, the sound's not really out there. The sound's actually being emitted from inside my computer, mind thought core. Then one starts to go beyond utilizing that. For myself, sometimes the signal starts getting pretty loud with the anti-change, but then I catch myself, no, I'm not putting on the acoustics, because I know the signal's in my mind. It's a frequency field being manipulated in my mind. So I work with my thought core, knowing the acoustic modulation frequency generator that everybody has. Their thought core is a frequency generator. I start working with that to change channels, conducting my energy flow conduction down to my molecules and integrating other modulations to my energy work, and it really settles down and quiet. So what you're defining, yeah, it is good, but sometimes you'll find also, Lonnie, it works sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't do much, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure on it, because this is the first time I've actually been able. I've had it for quite some time, and I've not been able to utilize it because of the extreme targeting and what was going on. And I just recently, like past couple of days, I had gotten it. So I'm glad that you said something about what you just said, because I was going to share this with Ian. I don't know if he knows this or not, but you're the one that's told me what it was. But are you there, Ian?
Yeah.
Hey, sir.
Okay. So I was having a conversation with Singh. I can't remember when it was, but I was, I've been through. Somebody needs to mute up. But what was happening over the summer? I got hunted. Like a fucking animal, man. I mean, it was a fucked up experience. I won't
Again, why is it? It's nothing. It's all a projection of yourself, right? So these things that are fucking you up, you've been fucking yourself up the entire time. You have to realize that. It's all subconscious programs, fucking different.
Yeah, well, that might be so, but it didn't keep the people from throwing fucking
you don't
tents up.
want to hear that. It's easier to blame something or somebody else, right?
Right. I see what you're getting at, but Anyway, I'll get on to what I was saying.
It's not something you don't want to hear, and that's the most important thing if you want to actually change shit.
No, I'm just going to continue with what I was saying. No, yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I know what you're getting at, and that's fine, and you're right. So anyway, so while this was happening to me, I had these drums were beating, man, like a fucking hunting drum. And if you know what a hunting drum sounds like, it's kind of like a ritualistic beating of a drum. But anyway, while this was happening, you know, it fucking freaked me out. So I would, when I would be alone, I kept hearing these fucking drums, and I'm like, where are these drums coming from, man? So I told Singh about it, and Singh sent me a link, and he goes, hey, man, go check this out. So I went and checked it out, and it was, tell him what it was, Singh.
I sent him a video of the most advanced IBM quantum computer functioning in its chambers and facility. Go ahead, continue. What did you find out, Lonnie?
So I go and watch this fucking video, man, and he don't tell me, hey, go listen to this motherfucker. He said, go listen to this, or go watch this video. So I go watch this video, and the humming and the beating and the clicking and every sound that this fucking quantum computer was making is exactly, and I mean exactly, what I was hearing in my head.
Right. Lonnie synchronized to the quantum computers. That is part of the more progressed threshold that some people experience. The quantum computers are actually giving one's conditioning, their simulation, also responsible for the dark anti-channel changes. So what Lonnie was hearing is what he's hearing in his head is the copy, his personal copy to his personal quantum computers on his ascension, the dark side of his ascension.
Right. And now, I don't know if that's good or not, but that's what the fuck I hear. And and with these exchanges with Singh, I'm finding more and more out, like, you know, our parallel copy. And as of, you know, recently, I believe one of my names on YouTube is Double Dark Copy, and I think we know why I made that, huh, Singh?
Yes, the dark channel.
Yeah.
Eventually, everybody becomes aware of these two channels. It happens differently for people on different stages progressing to their ascension path. Some people hear these quantum computers louder. Some people hear them for a fraction of a moment. Oh, my ear rung. It sounds kind of weird. Some people hear the ear ringing, known as yeah, there it is. Maybe you can play that. And some people hear it consistently. Tinnitus is not tinnitus. It sounds like metal screeching, sort of a rhythm and a beat. Sometimes like a helicopter beat going bum bum bum. Well, what they're actually hearing is the tinnitus perceived as I hear it as sometimes when it gets loud, like metal and crickets screeching with a beat. It's really these quantum computers, some different quantum computers sounding different, but they're all very similar sounding.
Yeah, go ahead and play that, Ian. I'll mute up. Let's all give it a listen. Listen to what Lonnie's brain sounds, or head sounds like inside.
I'll play it for a few seconds, but I've never actually listened to this. But it's an interesting noise, and I checked out a few of them out. They all sound the same. It's just a...
Welcome to Sounds.
Yeah, that's what I hear, man. That's the beating drums, the hunting drums I hear in my head.
That's weird.
Dude, I mean, what's really weird is how Sing knew to send me that.
I remember
It was
bringing it up when I first met him. I've never actually listened to it though.
yeah. Well, I'm definitely in tune with that thing. Crazy, man.
You're not only in tune with it, you actually have a copy of that quantum computer in your projection simulation. It's constructed of your molecules. That's why you're hearing it. It's like that's your own personal quantum computer on your ascension, basically. And whether you're going to utilize it, you can utilize it. I definitely tap into that.
We are coming to you live from the coldest place. Locks into a certain.
What the heck was that?
What was
that?
that?
The next video, it was somebody unboxing.
Okay, I got it. I'm reading the chat here. Oh, this guy's talking about that. The Antarctica. It's actually a telescope, brother, that doubles as the world's largest electromagnetic frequency weapon. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yep. That's a double banger. That's what I call it. Yeah, it's the full meal deal there. And you're right. It's over in Antarctica. That's just one of their little toys, you know.
That's how you should perceive it, as toys. It's something that can be utilized.
Here's the thing. They got these ion. I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. Ionospheres heaters. Are you guys familiar with them?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are pretty nasty, man. Pretty nasty piece of equipment.
The only way it works, though, is if one has resistance to that field. All this technology, anti-technology, one must be reversed of their energetic fields. Then there is a resistance. Then there is a compatibility match to the synchronization frequency fields, right? So it's all about compatibility frequencies. When one realizes the frequencies of the anti-channel and how they can just drop out of it, change it, it really becomes a simple game of conditioning. Really a game of conditioning.
You can literally create those experiences for yourself too, if you think
right,
about it too much, bro.
Magnetic fields lose their strength very quickly due to something called the inverse square law.
Miss Clementine, get up here and have a chat.
And this is why with the 5 towers and that they need to put them very close together. You know, so it loses its power very quickly due to the inverse square law of the magnetic fields.
Right.
And people are perceiving the flood. The flood spoken of in the Bible is very deceptive. Okay, the 5 that arrived is the flood. The 2.4 that arrived is the flood before the 5. Flood is a more potent version of the 2.4 flood. And once one realizes, where is that flood happening? It's happening in their thought core. It's going into their head, their thought core, basically, to manipulate. And then when one realizes they could do it like basically change the frequency conduction field, and then it's like the flood disappears because you're actually changing channels where the flood isn't. So the flood became is the manipulation test conditioning, is what was perceived to come that would destroy the world a second time, but it didn't go as anticipated. The plans go back to the Georgia Guidestones to reducing the population to what was it, 500 million or 500,000? But the Georgia Guidestones were actually blown up with an energy weapon. I was kind of looking at it. I chuckled at that. Somebody hit it with an energy weapon. It didn't explode or anything. It was hit it with it like that.
Did you notice the time?
No, I don't know. I wasn't familiar with the time.
It was right at 3:33 in the morning.
There you go.
like right on. I serious. It was 3:33 from 250. You know, from 59.
Yeah, it could have been. It could have been that anchor to that energetic reference and region, because all these ritualistic. What's that?
I was going to see the date when that happened real quick.
Yeah, so it could be usually when they build a structure, these beings, the anti-beings, I call them also the sirens. When these siren beings build something on energetic grid points of the earth to create an anti-field. So as far as I know, you're right. Yeah, the timing has a lot to do with energetic releases and adjustments that happen in dimensional planes. So the blowing up of the stones could have been the resistance that they put on there as a frequency lock, creating their agenda and plan. So the luminary field could have crashed so hard into the anti-dark field where it actually blew up that hub energetic thread web that they were trying to make anti-frequency lock. So as far as I know, it was the natural process of energies crashing, and it blew that. It's like they were trying to put a pipe with water flowing, right? The luminary would be flowing one way, and they put that there trying to put a lock to get the water to flow to the up conduction field that would be reversed. So what happens is, if there's too much water being injected from the proper conduction flow field luminary, what would happen? It hit the dark energetic field and caused the dark field lock to blow off. So it was like blowing a door lock anti-dark agenda off the hinges, basically. So that's pretty cool, actually. So I don't think anything was shot at it. It was just blew out of that reference and region grid representation where they were trying to build a lock.
Yeah, well, it was perfectly timed. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and like I defined, right? Yeah, perfectly timed with energies that are more potent thresholds at certain hours. That's why the 3 a.m. type of witching hour happens, right?
Yeah, on the video, I think it was exactly at 3:30 or it was like 3:33, but exactly at that time. You know,
Probably 3:30.
They never showed anyone setting up some C4 or some shit or dynamite.
No, it's also security protected with a camera 24/7.
July 6, 2022.
What day was that again?
July 6, 2022.
And what's that you're referring to?
The Georgia Guidestones being blown to shit.
Well, yeah, I wasn't really hip to them until not too long ago, man. I don't know a whole lot about them, but so when were they placed there, and who blew them up?
I don't think anybody blew them up.
No one even knows who's placed them there. Some people think it has to do with the Rosicrucians because the person in there is named RC, marked as RC, who dealt with it.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're not sure, but it's like it's like a throne of eugenics or something. Like they want to keep the population under 144 million or something. So that 144 again, it's like the 72. It's a goetic or Solomonic in nature. So you got the 72 demons and angels and that.
It's like one of the first things you learn about, or I learned about. You know what I mean? A lot of people would reference it when I was first in the conspiracy realm. There's nothing more to it though outside of that. There's nothing else to add to that.
What are we considering conspiracy these days? I mean, what is conspiracy? Is it the shit that we know that's happening? Is that what conspiracy is?
I guess conspiracy could be whatever one perceives it to work to be. I don't see no conspiracies. I see plans of agendas that already have failed in the future. You see, I'm projecting my future programming, reinforcing the reality I want to support, not the reality that is represented to myself as an invite. So in actual fact, yeah, I don't see no power elites controlling absolutely nothing in the future.
Well,
except their own spheres.
Like I said earlier,
the term conspiracy was used as a weapon, weaponized by the CIA after the assassination of JFK. And yeah, so pretty much a conspiracy is anything that goes against whatever you're forced to believe, right? Anything that goes against the narrative is an automatic conspiracy, unless someone told you it's true. Yeah.
Right.
So the word conspiracy is a fucking conspiracy.
Right.
Anything could become a conspiracy. Macaroni cheese could become a conspiracy, right?
Well, that's to be debated. I mean, next week there might not ever been macaroni and cheese.
Right.
That never existed. What are you guys talking about? I never heard of that.
Right. Yeah. So the thing with Mandela is we've got all these thousands and thousands of them. But, even though we see that not necessarily when they happen, but we notice, that they do happen, and then you're like, hey man, just like Ed McMahon with the big fucking 4-foot fucking check at Publishers Clearinghouse, but never happened. But you go the old school cats, man, and ladies, and they'll be like, oh yeah, that happened. But then you'll get these people like, well, I never heard of no check being, who's the hell's Ed McMahon? I see Dick Van Dyke die 3 times, man. Is he alive now?
I don't know. It doesn't really matter.
No, I was just curious. It's like it's all these little facts that we noticed, and then
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Lloydie, man. I'm not being so serious.
When they're a known fact that people have noticed certain things, and you try to shed some light on it to somebody else and be like, hey man, check this out, and they're like, well, that never happened, man. Like, what the hell? When I had a buddy, I don't know if I shared this with you guys or not, but it was my best friend, was not now. And when this shit was happening to me, and we figured, that I was going through this activation or this spiritual awakening or this enlightenment or this transition or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I was trying to wake my friend up, and I didn't know. I mean, this is how green I am or was. I didn't know that it has to wake him up. I didn't know that I couldn't do it, and it fucking hurt me. And I said, I did find out that, the spirit has to wake him. And I told him, he's like, yeah.
On point. This Clementine person wants to join the chat. They've been going crazy on text there. Drop the link for them if it's not. I don't know if it's pinned or something.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just click the link and then you can join.
Yeah, I'll tell you the process.
Sorry, Lonnie. What were you saying? My bad for interrupting you.
She said conspiracy word is worse than the F word. Yeah, I think so too, man. Yeah, I'd said something to her about coming up earlier.
Yeah, you did.
It goes back to, honestly, it goes back to being of that victim mentality too. I'm not into that stuff anymore. I don't even like getting in the conversations too much about it.
I don't even, I just want to help people, man, and share knowledge. And there's a lot of people out there that need our help, man. I mean, because they don't affect us, these weapons, I can't speak for you, but I know that when they did affect me, I know how terrible they were, man. And there is things that you can do. There is Faraday. Faraday will work for a mild case. And I say mild. You're talking to a guy that went into the fucking ER and stole a fucking x-ray fucking gown and wore it as a hood over my fucking head for a summer, in 95-degree fucking weather. Wasn't making a fashion statement. And my fucking brother, my poor brother, he's like, you've lost it, dude. I'm like, but it helped me. I mean, it really did.
So Lonnie, I'm going to ask you a question. Was it the actual lead gown you were wearing or your perception that was helping you? Because I made a lead helmet. I bought lead and I fashioned a lead helmet.
It worked, man. I mean, it worked.
It seemed to work for a few hours, but after that, it was just like nothing was happening.
Man,
it worked. Although what I'm pointing at, Lonnie, is did it work because you were changing your frequency resonance with your perception-based thought of intent, believing that this shielding would work?
Well, I didn't know that it was going to work. All I know is I was desperate, and stealing a gown from the emergency room isn't a rational decision, but all rationalized decisions went out the fucking window when I went into the fucking ER and asked, told them I thought I was having a heart attack, and they told me to go sit down and fill out some paperwork. Back then, I thought, a hospital was a sanctuary, that, hospitals were there to help me, when in fact, that's the last fucking place you want to go. Yeah, it's go ahead, Ian.
Well, so let me add her on real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hello. Oh wait, 1 second, bro. Miss Clementine.
Good evening.
Oh, hey, how are you doing?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. I want to backtrack a little bit and talk about what you were talking about with the frequencies and the computers and the hum, and how we can resonate that out of our bodies. And, yeah?
The floor is yours.
Yeah, go ahead. Here and back. Can you mute up? Well, you have a background noise, bro.
Okay. So I was.
Thank you. No, you're good. Go ahead. I was just making sure it was clear for you to talk.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's okay. Okay. There we go. Oh, thank you. Is it me? Or is it gonna sync up?
So what's happening is you have the YouTube video on, and so you're on the YouTube delay, which is 5 seconds. I would pause the YouTube video and just use the StreamYard as your, you know what I mean, where you're hearing from.
Oh, hilarious.
She'll fix it. Or she'll come back. I want to hear what she had to say. Oh, she's back. Okay, here we go.
Did I make it?
Can you hear me right now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so you're good. Yeah, go ahead. You're good.
Okay. Yay! I made it! Woo! What a journey. Okay. I want to backtrack what you guys were talking about earlier with the computers and with the frequencies. The mRNA technology that they have unfolded in humanity has been going on.
Hold on. We're not going to talk about the censored topics, though, just so we know. When we start talking about this subject, I don't want to like get too much into it because it's a censored topic.
Oh, so we can't talk about
it. No, not on YouTube.
Yeah, you can. You just don't have to say the words, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, we could talk about things, but we say certain words. It's and like and at this point, you know,
you know what? We're gonna have to make a nerd Bible.
But what we can do is we're all live on Rumble. We could shut YouTube down and have an uncensored conversation on Rumble right now. If we wanted to.
Is it the same workings like this?
Yep.
Nothing changes.
It's even better than YouTube.
Yeah. Ian, why don't you just do that? Then she can speak freely without if you want to do that.
Let me give everybody the link real quick because I have it right here. 1 second. Everybody
Yeah,
Okay, 1 second, guys.
I was referring
Hold
to
on.
that earlier, but I just said spike protein instead. Which I don't think
Everybody, the link to the Rumble is in the description, the first link, and it's in the chat. We're gonna do an uncensored conversation over there. You should be able to hop over there. And let's wait for her to come back. If she comes back, we'll do it. If not, then we'll.
Where did she go?
But maybe it's good to have a quick uncensored conversation. Oh, she's back. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Right.
That was
So let her know
wow.
when she can speak freely. Or has it
Okay.
happened?
So everybody, much love. Thank you guys. We're gonna go on Rumble uncensored conversation over there. Click the link over there, and we'll be over there. And in the next few seconds, okay. Let me go to my studio and get this.
Okay.
Thing. Hold on.
Did
one
I make
second.
it? Okay.
1 second, guys, because I gotta shut out 2 streams. I'm on streaming.
You're
on
fine,
2
man.
platforms. 1 second. Let's see here. Okay, so We Are Awake TV, we're going to shut that down right now, but much love, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to be on Rumble, the first link below. Okay, much love. Okay, so 1 second. Let me shut down the other one, and then we're good. Okay.
All right, I'm looking.